I got this picture in my closet. It's gathering dust right now, and the edges have been folded once or twice. It doesn't look the same no more, 'cause the sun has made it pale. I used to have it hanging on my wall some time ago. A picture of you, 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 a picture of you. Talk to you for hours, and we stay up all night. And when morning came, we'd make breakfast in bed. I don't know why I threw away what we had. What's wrong with me? I don't know why I threw it all away. A picture of you, 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 a picture of you.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of week 1 for the NLC, the Northern League of Legends Championship. My name is Alexandre Archaron Maia and I'll be your host, and as if you can see, I have a new tie knot. A different tie knot every single day for the NLC. This is spicy, this is cool, this is also how our talents are going to introduce to you. They are the amazing and wonderful, and I feel so blessed to be near them. It is Goldberg and Treble Link. Hello.
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 I like the hand gesture.
Happy to be back. He's saying he's got one for every show, but he told me yesterday he's got 16. So when we get 15. When we get past that, it's the same knot, all right? So he might be telling lies. We don't know. Maybe
I'm learning as I go. Like I'm setting it up, you know.
Last time I thought he said I have 50 tie knots, and I'm like, isn't that a little bit excessive?
If only I could.
Only, yeah.
If only. I feel I need to learn more. But before we go any further, on the first day, we look at into the standings, and everyone was tied up. I know Astralis was
Astralis
first.
still first? Are they still first?
Goldberg is always going to do that. But look at the standings. There we go.
I think they're blessed with their names starting from A.
You don't know about that. You don't know about that. That's nothing to do with it. There's a B and V after. You know what? Bad point. But yes, we've only had one day so far, so the standings, no surprise, is going to be looking like this.
Yeah, but still we got some information from the first day. We now can see how the teams are playing accordingly. And I know a few of them were nervous, and actually the first day is just the first day, and they still have a long split ahead of them to actually play and adapt to the meta. But as we can see, Astralis, Bifrost, Vanir, GDXL, and X7 are on first place. It's not Astralis on first, it's everybody on first. You know,
Look in his eyes.
Whatever you're seeing.
But this is going to change today because we have the schedule. We need to see what games are going to appear on your screen in terms of Summoner's Rift. There we go. Eminem Gaming versus Vanir, Riddle Esports versus Niki, Astralis Talent versus Team Singularity, Bifrost versus Dusty, and then GDXL versus X7 Esports, the double X fighting each other on the end.
Oh, ding, 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 ding. JDXL versus X7 Esports. Tune in, 10 p.m. CET. Don't miss that. This is going to be an absolute certified banger. I cannot wait to see it because I have X7 in really high standards. Dan came out yesterday and he was like, anything else than a good run in EU Masters is going to be an absolute failure, so I cannot wait to see them clash.
Yeah, it's also just like two favorites clashing already this early in the season. And obviously, it leaves room open for them to improve over the course of the split, but it's a good way to test the strength of our best teams in the league.
And also, before we go any further, we do have a surprise for you in the post-show. It's going to be amazing. It's going to have a lot of people involved, but safely, don't worry. So you need to stick around until the end of the show.
Wait, is there the letter X involved?
Let me see. No, I don't know. I don't know. I can't disclose it.
Is there a number maybe in their name too?
Is there a star in their logo?
Do they have any imports?
So,
We put him on the spot. Let's go.
looking on the first day, we did have an amazing number of games. Some games, it was as we expected. Other games came out as a surprise. What do you guys think?
Honestly, I did not expect our first game of the day to be an absolute 15-minute banger, especially coming from Singularity and Vanir, which we didn't necessarily know with these rosters how well they would do. Now, it was a very, very, very cool, explosive game. 3 Barons, 3 Elder Dragons. The third Elder Dragon hit just about as the Nexus was going down. It was a crazy back and forth, but it all came down to the inability of both teams to close out the game when they were both in massive leads.
I think especially for Singularity, we've already talked about them. They are university teams in terms of their players don't have as much time as the others. So we were setting them up as this kind of team that could potentially upset. And they were very close to doing that yesterday. But as Trouble rightfully mentioned, they had a lot of issues, not only in terms of the drafting, but also in terms of how it was actually executed, the back and forth all the time, the inability of Vanir to close it out, being favorites coming into this one. And then against Singularity, when they finally took the lead, the ability to remain consistent and continue to try and take this first game down.
Now looking at Eminem, everybody was looking into Eminem. Okay, they need to show up, they need to present themselves. And what did we see, Trouble?
So I think their early game was pretty consistent. They were slow, they were calculated, they drafted for late game, they had the Seraphine as well. Later on in the game, you have a Seraphine, shields, heals, perfect time. But I think they lost it a little bit in the mid game, and this is sort of the case with a lot of the teams. You see here as well, I think it was the same case for Niki as well. When the mid game comes and the decision making has to drop, a lot of these newly formed teams don't necessarily have down the way they want to play the game, especially with the new season coming in, new meta coming in. So I feel this is what Stroke here. Now Ricky as well. Of course, having to play against Astralis wasn't a small feat.
Yeah, I think it was also just a really slow game from Astralis yesterday, but a game that wasn't too slow was definitely X7. They came out the gates swinging.
Was as fast as Hecarim.
And we were expecting this for the majority of the top side of the map coming in with the talent that they had, but where we did not expect it was down from the bottom lane, where we had Nata coming in as the player with the question marks, the guy who had not achieved as much as the rest of his teammates, but he yesterday surely showed up, not only in lane, but also in team fights on this Aphelios.
And we came in blind into this season, like, okay, what's going to happen? A lot of new players and a lot of new teams. What did we assume that was going to happen, and it didn't happen, or probably is going to happen in the future? Why am I wrong?
Ooh. We overreacting?
Oh, we can.
Are we overreacting?
Tell me.
Okay,
Like,
do I
make
finish
me a
first?
statement that is far-fetched, but not too much far-fetched.
All right. All right. Cameras, where are they? There. X7. I did it correct.
Okay, you got it secured, you got it secured, you got it secured.
That's how it count, yeah.
Are going to finish the season with a total of 0 losses, playoffs included.
Playoffs included.
Undefeated into EU Masters.
Now,
Hit me.
why are
Why
you
am I
wrong?
wrong?
Now,
Why am I
why are
wrong?
you wrong? Because, all right, I'll give it to you after the first day with the overreaction that, yes, X7 definitely looked like the best team on the day, but they also look like the only team with a proper read on the meta. As the course of the split expands and we get more into, seeing what X7 does, more people discover what kind of meta in this meta fits for them in terms of picks and champions and playstyle, they'll get a better idea of how to take down X7. And hell, we might even see today. JDXL looks scary on the first day. I see no way where X7 is going to completely take that 100% later today.
Okay, but what about you?
So I had a rough time coming with an
Come on, hit us, hit us.
overreaction
Hit
here,
us, hit us,
right?
hit us.
And Jinx was one of these champions where on the
Yeah.
first day had a lot of success. I think a lot of people blundered on why she had success. I think a lot of people failed to draft any backline access. So my statement today is that our team learned. Our teams are not dumb. Jinx first picks will get punished today, and Jinx won't have a single win today.
A single win today.
I had to choose something. I wanted to be bold, so tell me.
Okay.
Why am I wrong?
Why is he wrong? B1 Jinx is just so strong because of the variety of supports that can go around her. We've seen the Thresh, we've seen the Lulu, we've seen Karmas, we've seen Rels, we've seen Leonas, we've seen Nautilus. She wants it, she gets it, whatever she wants. Does she want backline access? She can get that. Does she want more protection? She can get that. You draft a really well-rounded comp around your Jinx, and I feel like no one can touch her. Now, of course, there's going to be teams that are going to exploit the backline dive, and there's going to be teams that are not going to be able to deal very well with the backline dive. Don't even figure here. Don't even.
I'm
figure
just
here.
saying, if she gets banned all day, I'm still technically correct.
Yes,
No,
he is.
No.
He is.
Technically correct.
If she gets played and she loses, then he's correct. Come on, if it's
I
banned,
have to think about that because we're talking about
it's like
picks.
saying Twisted Fate will have 100% like pick and ban, and he's always banned.
Yes, he was always banned, but on another champion that actually appeared, but it was kind of confusing. Victor, I was expecting him to get more airtime.
It's interesting. Victor yesterday was one of those champions that had 100% presence on day one.
And 100% win, lose rate.
I was going to say, no, there's not 100% win rate. I think it's one of these times in the meta where, once again, we were highlighting on the day that Victor is one of these strong champions. But if you haven't practiced enough on this champions, if you don't understand what fundamentally makes him a strong champion, then you are going to suffer. And I think yesterday we saw a few mid laners that struggled with the laning phases as well. For example, I think Slow Q against Tempt were down in lane against the Vex all the time. And one of the other issues we saw with the Victor is that we never saw the strong suit of a Victor, where you're first on the objective and you get to create space for your carries. You get to create zone control. None of the Victors yesterday had the priority to be on the objective first, to proper shine on the champion that we've seen in other regions.
So I believe Victor is one of these champions that can create, for example, space for something like a Jinx, something like a Caitlyn, like a long-range carry. And this is where he excels, playing the back to front team composition with the tanks, with the engages, with the in-betweens, and with hyper carries at the back. We've seen a lot of the times Victor getting pushed into a choke point by the heavy dive compositions and getting absolutely destroyed while split completely from their teams. And this is not where a very immobile mage champion with a bunch of CC can shine through. So I think the lose rate sort of highlights how he wasn't necessarily played to its best potential.
So this is a mid lane champion. We also have like Corki, for instance, who got a lot of damage coming into the field. But another one that didn't get into the Summon's Rift was Twisted Fate. Like, no cards for him.
I mean, Can you blame people?
Why? Tell me why.
Teleports were completely nerfed. You cannot make aggressive plays with teleports up to 14 minutes into the game. And the 14 minutes is the mark, right? It doesn't mean that when 40 minutes hit, the aggressive plays are going to instantly start happening. You need to plan. You need to figure out what objectives are open. You need to play the macro game. So 14, yes, is your mark, but you don't know when the plays are going to start happening. Twisted Fate can start making plays level 6. He can teleport to top lane. He can teleport down to bot lane. And due to the fact that we mentioned that the teleport has been nerfed, once one side of the map snowballs really hard up to that 14-minute point, it's just really hard to stop the bleeding easily when you cannot make these aggressive plays.
And not only that, it's also the fact that in preseason we barely had changes to champions. Twisted Fate is still the same champion as we had before, and as Georgia rightfully mentions, TP no longer being a thing means that there's no one who can come in and make a band-aid TP to answer the roam of a Twisted Fate. So as soon as he's out in a side lane, as you're mentioning, she's gonna snowball and it gets out of control. So I'm still expecting to see Twisted Fate on like the ban table all day today too.
And you need to play to that bot lane. You need to put that hyper carry ahead. Like Caitlyn, for instance, who was like, preach it. And everybody was like, okay, Caitlyn, Arcane. And Caitlyn's coming in. And what
All the
happens?
Arcane champions, let's go.
I freaking love Arcane champions, but no, I think Caitlyn yesterday struggled because of the comp they was picked into at the same time as well. Like, they were set up for success with the 2v2, but as Viking also rightfully mentioned in the interview, is that they're playing against the Gangplank. So as soon as this Caitlyn ever took control in lane, the Black Shield that they had was just completely removed by the GP ultimate, and all of a sudden this engage that they got on the enemy from the Leona were able to lock this down. I don't think Caitlyn is a bad champion, as we've already seen today in other regions. She's still very much oppressive in lane and super easy to rotate around with the map, which once again teleport nerfs, as Georgia mentions, makes this even stronger. So I still think this is a champion that has unjustifiably only picked up a low win rate, but will pick up more as soon as she gets let through.
So it's more about the champion select than the champion itself that we didn't see Caitlyn to shine. Tell me, Trevor.
I think it also has to come down to execution as well, right? We've seen Caitlyn shine. The only problem is that when you see that the Caitlyn has gone into the 10-minute mark plus and she's lost the tower, or your mid lane tower has been lost, it's kind of GG well played, because you need to create pressure. Once your mid lane tower falls, you cannot create pressure on the side lanes anymore because the pressure bleeds through your jungle. So your Caitlyn will never be safe. So she needs a very safe environment, meaning no flanks, no global ultimates, and no champions that can dive the back line very easily into a gank.
She's a fancy hyper carry, but we need a crazy one.
She
We
has
need to
a
go
lot
mental.
of requests, let's say. She's like a big Hollywood diva with a bunch of requests to show on stage.
Meanwhile, you have someone that if you can pick it, you're fine with it, which is Jinx.
Oh, wait. Is that a B1 Jinx again?
Yeah.
I spotted too. I think it's out there. You're right.
I think Jinx is like rightfully one of the best carries right now. She has a pretty good laning phase. She had a pretty good clear. She stays relatively safe because she has a slow and she has the chompers. Depending on what support you put next to her, she can play more aggressive or less aggressive to her liking. And also her scaling into the later stages of the game is insane. I think her passive is something that makes her extremely strong. The second one takedown goes down. She absolutely sprints it down like in Formula One. So I think it's just a great champion overall, and the win rate really does reflect how easy she is to sort of put into a team comp, and it sort of works with a lot of things. We've seen like poke team comps work with Jinx. We've seen front to back team comps work with Jinx. I think she's very versatile.
So meanwhile, how do you deal with Jinx? You have to find a way, because a team found a way to deal with Jinx, and that's the only time that we saw Jinx lose.
Yeah, definitely yesterday. I think we saw two different ways of finally having this backline access, as well as we get some B-roll of Bifrost here as well. And this was also a team yesterday that we didn't get to talk too much about, really. It was one of these teams that we were kind of hyping up in terms of their mechanical prowess on the individuals we had on the roster, as well as the likes of C-Boy, who's a former PG Natch champion. You have up towards the top side Shikari, also a former legend.
Of the king, as all the UK people.
Exactly, also a former legend here in the north, but then also down towards the bottom side, Odie, he's an Ultra Liga champion. Duel did super well in LVP as well, and then obviously everyone's boy here in the NLC, Fury, was also on the roster.
Oh, he's your boy now?
Everyone's boy. He's our wonder child in the league.
I like this.
I feel like Fury is like one of the diamonds in the rough that we have had in the NLC, especially when he plays towards the more aggressive ways, like the Akalis, like the Silases, like the LeBlancs. Put him on an assassin, and this guy will put you in his backpack, and he will just sprint down and 1v9 for you. I think especially his Akali performances have been completely top-notch.
So talking about players, I really want to talk about players that we actually saw them shine in. For instance, X7, we saw the bot lane, like the rookie coming in really, really hard with the failures, actually dealing with that jinx, that hyper carry of his own. Like the team set it up to go into the backline. He was able to do so. What do you guys feel about that?
I feel like Nata, obviously, we talked about it a bit earlier, like the biggest question mark to come in on that roster on X7. But this time around, I definitely think that on the Aphelios, both laning phase, but also his mechanical prowess and team fights definitely shine through. So I think, to me, he's a diamonds in the rough, and I think surrounded by the correct puzzle pieces as I think he is, he's only going to get better throughout the season.
And not only him, but we also have a rookie on Astralis, and the team played accordingly to him. The top laner, 16 years old.
Oh, we're talking about Chadsen. Well, also Carlsen. But I think it's Chadsen because he plays a lot like Cabochard does. And I think having sort of a player as a role model like Cabochard, his Renekton was like very similar to his. He makes sure that he's very stable in lane. He makes aggressive plays. He plays very calculated. And then when he sees that difference, he dives into the backline 1v4. I think he showed a lot of potential. Gulbok as well. You have been following the guy as well. He's super young.
Yeah, exactly. Like he was even put in a matchup against Riven, which was his former OTP, right? And the fact that you have a team like Astralis that got Crisper in the bottom lane, which basically has always been played for in the Nordics, all of a sudden be like, all right, let's first pick J6, and then after that, let's go up towards the top side and just pick for the Renekton, right?
And I love the interview, like they're talking about the fact that, yeah, we can play for that kid. He knows how to play. He's going to be a star. We are aware of that. So we want to evolve them. Like, this is the time to make him understand what is solo queue, like how you can become a really good player by yourself, but also how you can play around the team as well.
I just really enjoy his team fight awareness. He knows that if he's fed on the Renekton, dives the backline, splits the team completely, his role is done. Even if he dies right there, the fact that he's completely pushed all the pawns away from grouping together and his team can pick every single one of them apart, he's done his job.
And talking about that, going back into X7 for now, I know we talked about Nata before we started this, but the thing is, X7, all of the X7 are really oiled as a team, so I think they allowed Nata to shine as he did in the first day. What do you guys think?
I once again completely agree with you.
Does that count as a solo bolo?
It is definitely, and you know what?
Is this a solo bolo?
I mean, you're pressing
You have Lulu.
on Lulu, come on, man.
I mean, honestly, I'll give it to you because the fact that he's so knowledgeable on the combos on Aphelios, he had the flamethrower into the chakrams, knew he was going to change to the Sephiroth, and then all of a sudden he's just completely styling on them with the amount of damage you can utilize with all those chakrams.
I love this Moonlight Vigil with the Gravitum as well. Completely starts the team fight himself. He's like an engager. He's a solo bolo artist. He's everything. He's your hyper carry later on in the game. I feel like putting such a player with such names as Thames, as Haru in a team, and a bunch of others, of course, you have Kasing, and you have top lane as well. I completely forgot. Jaeger here. Yeah, I think he shined through. Like, you put the spotlight on him for sure. Tempt who? Haru who? You know, like, Nata shined.
I want to be spicy now because I want to give like a little bit of window to Singularity. We saw them actually shining. They tried to fight it off. Muted.
Yeah, so let's do this while we also can with Singularity. Obviously, this is a roster that once again does not have a lot of expectations, and I think what we saw yesterday, or not yesterday, but on day one, Muta genuinely shined through on his control mages. You don't get to have these crazy highlights on champions like Orianna, right? It's not the faker champion, but he did have solid laning phase with great CSing numbers, the second best CSing on day one, and yes, granted, he was a control mate matchup, he still equalized on these numbers. He also had amazing ball positioning in the team fights, continuously catching the members of Vanir. You can argue they were walking into it.
Calm down.
You can argue they were walking into it, but he pulled it.
Listen, if I put my ball right in front of you and you walk over it and I press one button, what's impressive? Your stupidity or my skill?
But maybe it's his ability to make the enemy dumb. Did you think about that?
Ooh, that's cool. But let me talk to you about my boy Tatui on the Wukong in that game. Because I feel like Tatui is a name that has been going back and forth in the Nordics. I feel right now he has been established, and when it comes to him playing the more aggressive, engaging, bruiser type of champions, I think this is where he shines. If he's given the opportunity, if he's given the resources, he can carry. And I feel like on the Wukong, he was fighting the fight a little bit alone when it came down to Singularity. I did not see necessarily the wombo combo with the Orianna coming through. And even though the shockwaves were beautifully hit, I feel like together with the Wukong Cyclone, it could have been the difference maker on that 50-minute back and forth to swing the game over to Singularity.
If you're talking about team fights, I would love to talk about Bifrost as well. Give him this opportunity as well to shine in. We already discussed a little bit of Bifrost, but I want to go in depth to that team.
I think what we already have on Bifrost is a roster where we are not highlighting them as much as we should on an EO level because of the imports and because of the we only have one, but like it's still better than nothing, right? But the thing with the Bifrost roster is that on an ERL scale, where we're not taking LEC veterans, where we're not taking former world champions as we have in this league, they have a super team themselves that we would probably last season go for one of the favorites. The problem is the problem for them is this time around that the competition is so stacked as it is. But I was mentioning it just a bit earlier how, you know, Seaboy won PG Nationals, have been a European Masters. Shikari, been #1 here in the UKLC beforehand, went to European Masters. Jewel went to European Masters. Odie went to European Masters. I think Fury might be the only one in the mid lane that have not gone to European Masters, at least not from the Nordics. But the thing with this team is so far that they find ways to individually shine all the time. Seaboy had amazing kicks. Duel had amazing rel engages that was followed up by the On. And I think in general, this team is shaping up to be a well-oiled machine.
Then it's a champion pool. Like in the mid lane, you can bring anything.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? We mentioned about every single player individually, and Fury has not yet been in EU Masters, and honestly, it is kind of mind-boggling to me, because Fury is one of these...
Because we'd only have 2 spots.
That is true.
Fix
Please give us a third one. But Fury, I feel like he has been the shining light in whatever team he has played in. I'm pretty sure that last split, Fury was playing in Singularity, and his assassin plays were just top-notch. They were on another level. I remember his Sylas, his LeBlanc, but specifically, when he put his hands on that Akali, it was just mind-blowing to see. I feel like the guy is kind of getting done by the season and how the meta is shaping up to be right now, because he's an absolutely competent mid laner, and we know that he said that he doesn't necessarily mind not being the star of his team and not playing the flashy champions or the flashy assassins, and he will play a little bit more laid-back champions such as the Victor, such as the Corki, the Orianna, just so his team wins. But damn, do I miss the Akali plays.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that makes Fury so great though is not just the fact that he's mechanically gifted. Well, it is also one of them, but it's the clutch factor that exists in him, not just in terms of these mechanical outplays that we saw last season when he was on Singularity on the Akali here, but also the fact that his laning phase is super stellar. You will rarely see this guy be down. You will rarely see this guy go for an overstep because he is so confident in his own place. He's really good at shutting down the enemy laner. He's super good at taking down the priority to take his priority onto other laners towards the rest of the map. And because of this, you have a mid laner that beforehand had to carry a lot of his teams, but this time around is kind of put together with other celebrities of the European regional leagues to finally allow this team to shine as well.
I honestly feel like Fury finally gets the roster that has the potential to put him into potentially a spot for EU Master. That's going to be really fun to see, because there's a bunch of mid laners around the ARLs right now that I would love to see paired against Fury.
It's really hard to be a mid laner in Europe and actually get yourself out there, and I believe he has what it takes because you can adapt into the team. You need an assassin, I got you. You need a support in the mid lane, I got you. That is a guy. That's my boy? I don't know. I don't know if I picked
It's our boy.
Listen,
You're part
our
of the
boy?
NLC now. He's our boy. It's the NLC's boy right there.
Oh my god, I know they made that our boy.
Ours.
Talking about ours, why don't we talk about our prediction as well? The talent came in for the second day and brought in the predictions. I would like to see what we picked, because there's a disparity between what we do in the studio, what they do back at home. Look at this. Let's see.
I just want to say that here in this studio, we have not been wrong yet. The only people that's
Gotcha.
been wrong so far has been people at home. And right now, we've got identical predictions again, so we can keep this one going. I don't know what's still, I mean...
What's the air like in the UK where this guy's at?
That's what I'm thinking.
So what we have, like, my meta going a little bit different. So only person taking away Astralis. He doesn't want Astralis to win today. He wants to be fancy.
This is the thing. I can't call him completely crazy, because even though
I can. Nymera, you're crazy.
even though Astralis had a very clean game, it was also a very slow-paced game. And if I have to recall back to the Vanir versus Singularity game, Singularity was explosive. They brought back a game that they were down 4,000 gold.
Yeah.
They play an explosive game. They'll take the chances. And if Astralis want to play a slow-paced game, we might see Singularity pull out ahead.
And in my opinion, for instance, they picked Cactus into the jungle for Singularity.
Don't remind me. Do not Just
I know.
do not mention Carthus to me
This
ever
is
again.
a subject that she gets mad at, and I love it. But the idea is they brought in Carthus, and they actually pulled off the stalemate, like build up a wall and didn't allow the enemy to come in. What if they pick something even more aggressive to the jungle? Because I talked with the jungler, and he told me, I have other things planned. I'm not going to go with the usual
Better
junglers.
be a J4.
So why not? So if they bring something more spicy, they might get Astralis out of hand.
I think it comes down to identity again, just because of, once again, like, yes, they could go Carters, but you should not go Carters with the remaining where you had no prior lanes to play for.
Yeah.
That's kind of the issue here that you're coming into it. But sure, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. We doubted them the first day.
Yeah.
You know, they might here come out in the second day to prove us wrong once again, although I doubt it. But go on.
So on the first game, like to set things up before we go into the game itself, Eminem versus Vanir. What do you think?
Ooh, I think it's going to be pretty spicy because Eminem had a very slow, methodical game. They drafted for later on.
At
They
least
had
in the beginning.
At least at the beginning, right? They had the Seraphine, they had the Gangplank, they had all their pieces very well put together. I would say they had their globals, they had the scaling, they had the protection, they had the engage with the Nautilus as well. I felt like everything was going according to plan draft-wise, but I feel like their mid-game sort of fell flat, which again, we've mentioned a lot of newly formed teams and a lot of teams in the areas who play for the first time together will run into this wall, which is called mid-game, and they have to make decisions that a lot of the times will not benefit them. Now, if we go on to the other side where it's Vanir, I'm also worried about their mid-game because they had a really good early game, 4,000 gold in the lead versus Singularity, and they really struggled to close this out.
I think the disparity that comes up there as well is, once again, the draft that came out for Vanir was that, okay, we had the hyper carry jinx that we wanted to play for, but we were lacking engage.
Yeah.
You literally had no way for you to excel the lead that you had built over for yourself in the early game. So once we started coming up to these objectives, yes, they could fight around them, but as soon as there no longer were any objectives on the map, they could not siege. They had no proper way to tactically take down the turrets. The Gwen could not side lane for some reason, and when they finally came to the fight, they had no engage, so they couldn't start them up themselves. So they were put in this position where they all the time had to face check the ball, or they had to face check on just the Carthus damage that came through in the early game as well, right? So there's so many things that went wrong for
You
them.
know what? That reminds me of like a chess game where you have all your pawns in front of your king, but you have no one else to like threaten the other king. So you're like, now what?
It's
That's-
true.
that-
It's literally just a stalemate. That was what yesterday.
That's
That was what it was.
That's
It was
what
a
I felt
stalemate.
like Vanir drafted. They were like, okay, here's a jinx. Everyone protect, but who attack? They had no.
Who attack? I like the idea, but this also presents ourselves with the idea that the coach needs to go afterwards and watch into the VOD and see actually how can we deal with this.
I think it's quite clear. I think I was actually speaking to a friend about this as well. It's just like, it feels like NLC, at least on the first day, there is a few blunders in the draft. I don't think it's like major, but I think it's in terms of building an identity in some of these composition where it's like, okay, we have a hyper carry, we don't have engage. Oh, enemy got a hyper carry, but we don't have backline. We have this composition that gets quite scattered. I think even the Singularity composition was something that could lack a little bit of identity too. And I don't think it's because the teams are missing this. I think it's because they're too focused on a new meta in terms of, oh, we need to try these champions, or this has been working out in scrims, that they forget some of the few components that you do need to add to them. But it was day one, and I'm expecting as the course of the split goes on, that we'll see more high-level drafts and plays to execute them afterwards.
Also, we have to put in the mix the bubbles of the players' champion pools, right?
Yeah,
a lot
true.
of players are very proficient into playing a particular style, a particular champion, and then teams have to figure out how they can make this work or develop it into a different style. But since the season is like so small and the ERLs are like very honed in together, it's usually easier for a player to keep their playstyle and then try to adapt that into the rest of the team.
But what about you staying at home? I want you to go on social media. I want you to share with us what you think about the first day, what you think is going to happen on the second day as well. I want you to be active on chat as well with your predictions. Come in. Actually use your points that you're winning by watching the league itself, and I want you to be vocal about it. It's important for you to be part of the show. So before we go into the Champion Select, we still have a few minutes left before we go into the Champion Select. What are you guys expecting in terms of bans and what in terms of picks between these two teams for the first day?
Do you want to go? Do I go?
You can go.
Fair enough. So I feel like Vanir specifically, they had the right tools until the last few picks in their draft, right?
Are you saying this?
What? Is it a
you-
B1? Is it?
Jinx?
I,
Is this it?
I think it's right over there. Do you see
Oh,
that?
yeah, it's a Jinx.
It's the B1 Jinx, because I think that is something they were quite telling in their draft, is that they had a lot of priority down towards the bot side. And I get that, because they do have it paired up with, Quickset as well, down as a support as well. That's super nice. I think Zahira had a nice Ryze performance too, to kind of build up on it.
I mean, it's Ryze. It's Zahira.
Sure. I mean, it's one of his 2 tricks. So maybe we might see Zahira take a few target bans today. Might be something to come out there. Maybe we might even see some target bans towards Royal Cannon, because I feel like the mid lane matchup today is quite interesting. Royal Cannon, despite losing, actually had a solo kill. Exactly. He did have that solo kill. Zahira had a stellar performance. So the mid laners, in terms of who can get this priority, might be super important, because once again, teleport, it's not a thing, which means mid lane priority in this meta means way more than it did in the past.
It's not a thing, but Bobista does play Gangplank, and I'm still expecting...
With a 0% win rate.
Hey, come on. Don't do that.
It is hurtful.
Okay, so the thing is that Kryze played a really successful Gangplank yesterday. He used his Gangplank ultimates so purposefully, together with his team, to create the engages, to take the Black Shield, so on and so forth. I did not necessarily see the same level of Gangplank play and our usefulness coming in from Bobista, even though I do still believe he is one of the best Gangplanks we have in the league. So I would like for Eminem to sort of sort out their mid game, make sure how they can use their globals when they have them down, how they can use the scaling that they have, because I felt like they fell into the trap of fighting too early, and the Seraphine was not yet there to keep the team alive. So depending on what you draft, slow the pace, figure out what you want to do, and make a plan for attack.
I also feel like this should be more easy for the likes of Canna as well in the jungle, because you take a look back towards his former, games he had in EVL, for example. Hecarim was one of his most played champions in spring. He had a 100% win rate on it. We saw what Haru could do on the champion yesterday, and we also know Hecarim super strong on this patch too. He's also a Graves player, so some of this aggression to come through from the jungler through priority of lanes was something I felt like we lacked a little bit to equalize on Snowball as well, because we mentioned that word so much, Snowball, right? It's something that has heavily plagued our league for a very long time, but even with the bounties now objected into it, it's still here. Snowball, because of the TP changes, is such a big thing. So I'd love to see that come through clear from Eminem. Who is our carry? Who is it we want to snowball? And how do we kind of dictate the game through that?
And I like the idea of the goggles and looking at Jinx B1 and all that.
There. Oh, she's there.
She's on the horizon.
But you need to adapt to that. We need to the teams need to adapt to that. Or either ban, or you pick something to destroy that Jinx. Not only Hecarim, but there are other junglers that can do it, aside from Jarvan.
I wasn't going to speak about Jarvan. I was going to talk about a completely different approach to shutting down things like Caitlyn or Jinx. Outrange them.
Yeah.
We've seen in the LPL people running Jhin or Ezreal and Zoe, something that completely outranges these types of champions and makes it really difficult for them to hard shove, because whilst you're trying to hard shove, whilst you're trying to take the towers, whilst you're trying to use the distance and the range that you have as a Caitlyn and as a Jinx, suddenly Sleepy Bubble, Trouble Bubble drops on you and you're insta-dead.
And not only that, we've seen it throughout today as well in other games that you draft enchanters, you take Karma, you take something that...
Seraphine.
Exactly, even that. Or even Seraph, if you want to, as a support, or AD is something we also see in other ERLs, is that you take these champions that has the capability of cheating a lane that an AD carry normally would have priority in, due to the fact that she can no longer step up and CS without getting poked down at the same time. If you can't lane as one of these champions with no TP to come through and save you, it's super easy to set up dives. If you're able to build up a wave against a Jing that's only stuck with something that's not per se a Lulu where she can be safe, then it's easier to attack. So I feel like on day one, and that's also what I mentioned why I said Jings might not have the same win rate today, is due to the fact that the more we play against this champion, the more we realize that she has got counters, the more we realize that there is other ways to beat this champion than just thinking that she can be first picked every game, right?
What about the top lane, though? I see a lot of love about... Aside Gangplank, I see a lot of love of getting a mid laners that can go into the back, junglers that can go into the back. What about the top lane? I know Camille has been banned almost permanently, but you have to have other champions.
I'm super surprised. We have not seen a top laner on day one that just said, you know what? We obviously had Tatui on Wukong, but I think he was one of the exceptions where it's just like, I'm going to pick Tryndamere, as we've seen.
There we
I'm
go.
going to pick Fiora, exactly.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to go for the likes of, Fiora was the one I was going to mention, good call. But just, the kind of, exactly. The kind of champions where you're able to take side lane control was not really something we saw yesterday either. I think Gwen was the closest we came to it.
a little bit, we saw Gwen a little bit, but it wasn't necessarily, they weren't necessarily playing for lane.
No,
dominance,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know, but we had 55 champions on
Already?
day one. Like picks and bans, we had 55 in total. That is a lot. That is a lot.
It's almost like a third.
It's almost like a fourth.
Yeah.
With
Sounds
the amount
like
of
it is
champions
Champion
we have.
Select, and it's time to go in for the first game. So, are you ready at home? Let's do this. Let's go into the Champion Select. Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the Champion Select as we're sitting on our beautiful desk for the NLC. And let's see what Eminem and Vanir are going to take out in the first rotation of bans to start it off. This is Talon, this is the jungler that can go into the backline obviously, but what about the Jinx, what about the Caitlyn, what about the Camille?
This is the thing. I'm really excited to see Talon banned because Talon and Kiana have been wreaking havoc in a lot of other ERLs, in solo queue as well, and they're bound for a nerf in a future patch as well. So I would love to see potentially what a Kiana can do. We saw Ekas from SK Prime have a really sick performance on Kiana yesterday, so hopefully we'll see it here from Riddle too.
Yeah, and there we go. Red side Caitlyn ban just seems to be the norm, at least after day one and what we've seen
Of
from
course.
other leagues as well. Just because we talk about B1 Jinx, but realistically speaking, if Caitlyn is up, then that is your B1. Something that's quite interesting is actually the fact that junglers are not really getting removed, whereas other regions, like the likes of J4 and Sin Sao, even Lee Sin to some extent, is still having a lot of priority. But I think it just comes out of the fact that once again, bot lane is so much easier to play around if you can get that lead by yourself in the 2v2 because of teleport changes.
I think the reason as well why junglers are not very much in the scope of the bans is because you want to snowball one of the two lanes, right? Either
Yeah.
top lane or bot lane. So you really care about not losing priority right there. But Diana was something that was banned every single time on Monday. And now we finally get to see it. Now, Royal Canning doesn't necessarily strike me as a Yasuo player. He's more on the control mates type of plan, but you never know.
Who knows, a Yasuo-Diana combo, that would be a devastating one. It would be beautiful to see, but on the other side, I'd like to see what they're picking. I don't know if you guys can see what's on the other side, because I can't right now.
I'm like trying to squint to figure out what it is.
I get it.
Thank you. There we go.
It is the response to come through with Viego. Another thing that's quite interesting right now is the fact that 2 AD carries has already been picked away, 2 meta AD carries, right? So right now, Aphelios is one of these AD carries that's up where you're like, okay, he's super good right now. Problem for you if you pick Aphelios here is that they already have a Diana. This backline access is already starting to build up, and you guys were already theorizing about the Yasuo. That is something that can become quite difficult.
Now you can pick
But
Aphelios
taking
though.
the Thresher, yeah, is actually quite smart because you take the only support that has this access to get him away with the Dark Passage.
So that is a way to take the protection away from that AD carry, and you don't have Jinx, so the hyper carries are a little bit slower now. So Thresh is going to be the second pick from Vanir. Let's see what Eminem is going to reply with.
To be fair with you, we haven't necessarily seen yet anything like a Varus, but you can't go here something like an Aphelios Lulu and
Exactly.
try to run down the lane completely, or you can play in the likes of Reigns because you have the heavy engage coming in from the Diana, and I'm assuming a very much aggressive, possibly mid laner or top laner to pair up with her. You can keep your bot laner a little bit more for Reigns. I think Jhin is a great pick here to stay away from problems, and here's your double engage coming in with a Diana and the Vex.
There we go. So they take away the Jhin here just because if you don't pick an AD carry in your second rotations, you're going to suffer. Because if they take Aphelios on 3, then AD carries are just going to be banned away. And even Vanir, if they go for a mid laner here, which they actually do, they're going to suffer in the AD department. I can tell you a lot of Eminem's bans right now is going to be that Aphelios. Might even be the Kaiser or something else. Because they're quite happy with having the Jhin now. That's the facilitating AD carry. They can play for topside now, or mid lane if that's what they want to. Or just a jungler and Diana.
I like the idea of removing now the AD carries, taking away that potential to the Vanir bot lane. They already have Thresh, so they need to pair it with someone, and it's going to be Aphelios, as you said. Well, that's taking away what they can remove as well for the second ban on the second rotation.
Are you thinking Varus? We have not yet seen Varus.
I actually
Was it
haven't seen all
Thresh?
too much Varus, not even solo queue either. It's like it is a champion that obviously can still stay viable, but I've not seen him in enough in preseason to really give my full thoughts on it. If anyone's confused about the Galio ban, since they already picked a mid laner, that is because Dr. Chaos used to be a Galio OTP, so
course.
it's just one of his most played champions. And then you talk about the GP trouble, Falpabista, it is taken away.
But the Camille is open now. That is a champion that yesterday wasn't open throughout the entire champion select. Like they like to remove
At least
Camille
for the
from
first
top lane.
3, but B2 we did see some of the...
So you can bring that to the top lane, you can go to the back line, undisputed, no one can stop the Camille, so that is a way to bring it in.
I'm just thinking if Kevo's gonna choose to go for something that's AP, perhaps in the bot lane together with a Thresh, they do tend to match really well, especially when you have the push and then Thresh can pull you back. I'm seeing Kevo as an Ezreal player as well, and it would fit the theme here because you can stay relatively safe with the Ezreal, but then it doesn't mesh with the Thresh. And I think that's a ballsy move. Picking the Ashe into Vex Diana?
It is ballsy. It's something where you want to take control of the bot side because Jhin obviously doesn't have a lot of movement speed for himself, or he doesn't have a lot of movement for himself. He does get that extra movement speed, but that is something that the Ashe easily takes away. It's also something that can match in the facilitation department in terms of, you know, you have that Ashe arrow, that can be your engage. So you also have that for the AD carry where you now, on the last pick for your top laner, can draft something to play for. Sion is going to be the one locked in here, and that does leave open some carry options for the side of Nille, like the Fiora, like the Camille, or it leaves open exactly, or it leaves open the opportunity for you to handshake it. But right now, what we need is the last support over on the side of Eminem. You already have a lot of engage, but if you want to continue with that, Leona with Glacial Orphan can still come through, but it seems like they want to go the poke route here with the Karma.
See, I'm looking at the competition Eminem has drafted, and I see AP, tank, AP, and a non-hyper carry. It's so AP heavy from the side of Eminem, and that could potentially be a problem going later on into the game because AP champions bring you a lot of burst and they can destroy you upon contact, but they can't bring that continuous damage that the hyper carry can bring.
There we go.
Meaning it gets them, it makes them much slower when it comes to objectives, meaning they're gonna have to kill someone first before they feel free to go for an objective. And if you look over at Vanir, I think they have a much more well-rounded composition. Their hyper carries, their APs, their engages, their disengages, the guy who's gonna dive in the back line. I do really like what Vanir have got for themselves here.
I'm a fanboy of Set, by the way. I love that champion.
It seemed like it, I saw it.
And he can destroy tanks, so Sion is not going to have a good day today, but it's going to be a good day nonetheless. As soon as we send it over to the casters right at home, ready to cast it away, it's the first game on second day of the NLC. How are you guys doing?
Hello, everybody. We are here. Thank you very much, Desk. I'm doing pretty well. As you can see, Viper not hit parade today, but I'm still joined with Jamada. We stole him for this one. Jamada, how are you getting on? How are you getting on this evening?
I'm all right. I feel like I showed up intentionally. I don't think I was stolen today, but cheers.
You were like, yeah, I was talking to you.
No, I'm doing great. I think we've got some pretty interesting drafts to dissect for game one here. Today, of course, you know, always excited to cast an Eminem game, yada yada, memes, yada yada, Eminem Jamada. But yeah, I think all in all, definitely curious one for Eminem. I think we'll see how exactly they want to navigate this one. I'm not sure how sold I am on it personally, but I think Vanir, with their draft, a little more rounded. So we'll have to see how they want to navigate.
Well, that was exactly what Trouble was saying on the desk just before they threw it to us, was saying there's a lot of AP in this Eminem draft. They've got the Jhin, so that's some AD, but how are they going to be able to get that Jhin online, and are Vanir just going to be able to build past it? We're going to find out as we made our way onto the Rift. Eminem, of course, on the blue side, Vanir on the red. Differing scorelines after the first day of play. But Jamada, tell me, with your wisdom, A, where are we going to be following? Where do we want to be seeing? And B, are we going to get one of the new dragons in this first game now that Hit Parade's gone?
Now that Hit Parade's gone, maybe. I mean, we have Mountain, so it's a good start.
That's good. Positive.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Give it maybe 6 or 7 minutes for a team to take a dragon here. But yeah, my views kind of align with Trouble on this one. I feel like if Vanir go and punish the bottom side, they set Mishigu behind, Eminem's draft is really AP heavy. And I think from the Vanir point of view, it's very, very easy to itemize a lot of armor into your kit. And I think what's even scarier is Vanir's setup on the bottom side is really good. You've got Thresh, you've got Ashe Arrow once you hit that level 6 mark. Viego has a whole bunch of damage pre-6, and of course gets access to even more at level 6. And to me, Eminem just don't really have too much setup across the board, at least pre-6 as well. So I feel like Kana's going to have a bit of a job on his hands. I feel like he's going to probably have to just farm it up to 6 here and then try and find some impact when and where he can, assuming Vanir actually give him the opportunity to do so.
So the question there is, are Eminem going to have to try and play around this bot side themselves, either just to protect it or to try and get stuff going? Because the Ash and the Fresh, it's not that easy to gank them even, is it?
Yeah, it's not easy to gank, and also I just feel like they lose the 3v3 outright. So it's certainly a tough one to talk about positively for Eminem. I feel like maybe you try and play through this mid 2v2. Corki obviously takes a little while to scale. Vex, a very, very powerful champion with very high bases. So it can be fairly easy to skirmish around that mid lane, I suppose. That's maybe Eminem's only opening for me in the early stages of this game.
It'll be fascinating to see if Canna can do so, because back in the day, back in spring 2021, when I last watched Canna frequently after the Baltics, it was really about the mid-jungle synergy, and Canna was a big part in that success of that team that went to European Masters play-ins but didn't get into the main stage. So we'll have to see if he can join up with Roy Cannon, who had a pretty decent game yesterday, even in that loss. And if they can get something going around there and try to snowball in a different avenue. We're also seeing San set top lane. That's a bit of an engage, potentially. Quicksep looking, potentially for the Death Sentence. Flash from Dr. Chaos. Noodle down here as well. So it was the first play being made by Vanir. They're looking to chase on, but a heal should see them out. Dr. Chaos actually gonna get stunned up. A lot of trouble. Cut down first blood. Noodle as Canna too slow to respond.
Yeah, and this is the thing I was worrying about for Eminem from the get-go. There's just so much setup for Vanir, and I mean, even though the Flay goes awry, it actually goes away from tower. We'll have to hold this point.
Noodle needs to be a little bit careful. Half health rooted up, but he's going to go invisible, and now Canna being split up from the rest of the team. Quicksep on the other side, getting the Flay down. Mishigu going to have to flash away as Royal Cannon moves down. No kills this time around.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a massive loss for Eminem now. Also, Mishigu has no flash, so can still be a pretty easy victim. Still has the cleanse, right? So you can still cleanse away the hook, you can cleanse away the Viego stun, but if you get clipped by one CC, you're still likely to get clipped by the other in most cases without that flash. So Eminem now going to have to play this bot lane even more cautiously than they probably would have had to anyway. But Vanir, they get first blood. I believe they did get that Scuttle Crab as well. Or maybe it was actually Kana that managed to get up there. I can't quite see as
It was Kana,
topside trades. I wouldn't necessarily call this wet noodle fighting when you've got Set on one side, but of course Sion still actually has pretty nice trade potential when you do when you're able to actually get that Decimating Smash charged up.
For sure, and they did say Set is very, very nice into tanks. It makes it pretty painful to team fight with a tank on your team. But in those early stages, pre-6, it's not as scary. And Sion is known for being quite a strong, one of those surprising damage dealers. Cannon needs to be a little careful. Nil has spotted them out, but doesn't want to go in. There's not that much support, and Sion in top lane is just going to make sure that everything is peachy keen in the jungle. But it has been a decent start for Vanir, but Eminem are staying pretty much on par in terms of gold, so down but not necessarily feeling it too much just yet.
Yeah, not 5 minutes in. Still have to wait a little bit longer to start to talk about any plans of a comeback. Just I mean, I think it kind of mirrors for both these teams their performances yesterday. I mean, they fell behind a little bit early on, and for Vanir, definitely gained a bit of an early lead. A lot of proactivity coming out from Noodle on the bottom side as well. Pleasantly surprised to see Vanir's performance in the early game, at least. Of course, it was that mid game that was the big thorn in their side. SNG, I don't know, something just came online for them, and they realized, hey guys, we can actually team fight into this comp that Vanir are running. We'll see if Vanir run into a similar kind of issue. The team fighting definitely prominent for Eminem, but talk about that later on in the game. Another attempted gank here.
Ultimate comes on. Oh, a bit of damage coming on through means that nothing is going to happen. Canna is a bit quicker on the mark this time around, and everyone's just going to part ways. 3v3 in the bot side, but nothing's going to come of it.
Yeah, but that's cleanse gone for Mishigu now. So if Eminem do step up a little bit too far forward and Vanir decide to actually commit to a gank, that should just be a secured kill with all of the CC and damage. But right now it's Eminem with all the priority coming out of the mid lane. Vex, definitely a champion that can secure easy priority in a lot of matchups. Corki definitely one of them. So this will be an early Dragon startup. Noodle's here, but it would be pretty much suicide. You'd be trading 1-for-1 for this Dragon. Doesn't look like willing to do that, and that will be the first Dragon secured for Eminem the Mountain, and it's an Infernal second spawn. So
Okay,
it's a 50-50 split for new Dragons and old. Just give it to us. One game. That's all I'm asking for. We didn't get it all on Monday. No new Dragon or Rift shenanigans, but I need to see it in a comp game, man. Or at least here in the NLC, I need to see it.
I mean, this is the thing. This is the problem that Unihipparade had yesterday. I spoke about this in European Masters. Everyone knows that the observers decide what dragons are on the Rift each game. Like, it's a secret. It's observing secret. So observers, thanks. give us one of the new dragons. Appreciate you. But it was interesting to see Babista actually walking on down. He's getting punched in the back of the head right now, but should be okay as Scion and will be able to just wander off. But had moved completely down to the mid lane because, of course, with those teleport changes, the top laners couldn't get involved. Teleports weren't up anyway. But the Scion just being like, yeah, we need to commit to this objective. I'm going to move down and help. And now she's going to commit to a fight in the top lane. Nilla needs to be a little bit careful, taking a decent amount of damage. It's going to be able to get that big old shield that's going to punch through, but does get knocked up. Is there a dive in the offing? Nil still has ultimate. Canna not going to be able to get him with the flash, and Sek gets away on a sliver of health. Ooh, okay, sanity.
I mean, Kana almost drops as well. That's why you pop your potions regardless of how much HP you have during a fight, guys. Case study and point right there. Otherwise, Kana definitely would have dropped. But yeah, nice attempted gank. Ultimate from the Scion just goes a little bit wide, or rather Nile actually just sidesteps it. So able to get away by blowing his flash. Still has the ultimate, so still has that ability to trade. And yeah, like you said, Scion walking down. Scion, one of the champions I expect to see a little bit more, I think, in this meta. From time to time, I think some of those semi-global tops will definitely be useful. Of course, there's a lot of hype around the teleport not being there, so, more GP, more Shen potentially. But yeah, keep your eyes out for champions like Scion, like Kled as well. These champions that can kind of get around the map quite quickly once they actually have access to their armor as well. So yeah, you will definitely see a lot more roaming from the top side. I do expect that around these neutrals from time to time. But Vanir, speaking of neutrals, we'll pick up this Herald pretty much for free. And Zahira also has the package, so that's 60 seconds where Eminem effectively shouldn't be able to contest really anywhere on the map, as Arrow actually connects.
Really nice arrow from downtown, and Zahira comes on through with the package. Everything blown, kill in the mid lane. Simple as that. Oh, we're actually gonna go for more. Cannon's caught out here by the Viego. Damage coming on through. It's Noodle picking up the second of the fight. Vanir running rampant through the enemy jungle. Pick up 2.
Yeah, absolute slaughter from the mid lane into the jungle there. And now, again, complete freedom. You've got the mid and the jungle removed from the map. Corki can push the mid lane, get some plates off that mid lane tower, and now as the bottom side of Eminem, you just cannot contest. It's a 3-man, potentially 4-man if Zahira decides to move down, but they're going to, keep their foot off the gas for now. The wave wasn't quite there in the bottom side to push that Herald and drop that there. But I mean, look at this arrow all the way from the Dragon Pit there. Lands Royal Cannon, no cleanse, has the teleport. Doesn't see it coming, can't react to the flash, and then as soon as Noodle has that form, flashes over, gets that ultimate down as well, and Kana just has nowhere to run, unfortunately. Even with the flash, just can't get away.
Kevo, been eating the same cereal, has had his Weetabix like he had yesterday, because Kevo had such an exceptional game yesterday, and I know Vanir, mid-game wear, basically, from yesterday, but Kevo and Zahira both had exceptional performances, and now we're moving into the top side. Nil's going to have an exceptional performance, dodges out from the ultimate, but it's 2v1 under tower. What's Set got? He's got the ult, but he's cut down by the Lumberjack before he can even get off the ground.
Yeah, Nil just a little bit too greedy with some of his skills there. Still had the W in his back pocket, I think. And unfortunately, cast the ult a little bit too low HP. Gets autoed out of the air. Definitely could have made a little more work for Eminem there, but Eminem do what they have to do. They get that dive off. And we'll be nearly missing a couple of minions. Oh no. Oh boy. All right. Poor Kana. Quickstep steals away that skull crab.
You hate to see it. You really do.
Yeah, you're still
but
stunned.
I mean, supports need farm too. It's important to get fresh a couple of those gold pouches, and it's gonna be able to go back and grab myself a huge item, I'm sure. But we are hitting the 10-minute mark. There hasn't been too much aggression in terms of pushing onto towers. You've seen a bit of fighting, which is what we love to see. But in terms of games that we saw yesterday, this one has had some action, but hasn't been as action-packed as we've seen.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think when you're talking about, the first game of the day, for example, which actually was Vanir SMG, right? Complete bloodbath from start to finish. There was no breaks at all. But I mean, we started to see this kind of style of game come out towards the end of the day yesterday, so I'm not too surprised. I feel like Eminem, as a team, it's still, a little bit too early in the season to judge what kind of team they will be, but drafted very much a stationary draft where, you're weighing IM and a half at least to start contesting things. Don't think it's necessarily the same case here, but definitely a lot of these champions, they want to spike on that first time at the very least. And like that first Dragon Ball Beast, he's moved down into the mid lane, ready to contest for this dragon. Vanir, they still have that Herald. It's like they're trying to angle to maybe put it down in mid lane for some pressure because they know that Eminem have committed all their numbers. Nile doesn't have teleport. He's not moving down. So 2 options for Vanir. Give up this dragon, place it in mid lane, or walk all the way to the top side, which it looks like Noodle will be doing to drop that there. And I believe Royal Cannon's probably going to go enough.
Yeah, there it is! It's simple as that. You just ask the observers. Raw Cannon could be getting dove here, though. Noodle, Rift Herald, and Nearly on the top side. The Arcane Arrow will go wide, but the damage coming through. Actually, Vex is pretty healthy. Still going to get hit. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Is going to go down. Noodle tanks up one more shot, but will survive. And first tower may well follow.
Yeah, that should be first tower here. Dive on the top side goes well. But now we've got a re-engage from...
Flash away from Kevo, and on the bot side, actually, Dr. Chaos is in a lot of trouble. He gets caught by the Depth and goes down. Noodle on the other side will also fall, as Lily gets a big shield this time around, punches through one, as the Beast, the last one standing, will go zombie when he falls. So will he be able to get Lily before that happens? Even after that happens, because Set is in full retreat mode, and everyone else from Vanir is pretty high health, so big win for the red side team, as they get the objective and the kills.
Yeah, Vanir, they pick up all those plates on the top side. I think they can still stay there for the tower if they want it as well. I think Kevo's going to cash in on this one. So that's a lot of gold going into his back pocket. 610, there you go, first tower of the game. And Vanir get everything they want from this play. They get the Herald down, they get the dive onto the Vex here, which, I mean, I'm not sure there's really much more Royal Cannon can ask for here. Herald, I guess it doesn't really do much. It does kind of knock him in the direction maybe he wasn't intending to go, but I feel like he was always going to drop to that play. And then V-Start with the ultimate forces Kevo to flash, but unfortunately now, Eminem are just too split. You can see on the bottom side, Dr. Chaos, no man's land practically, and I mean, Kana, yeah, he's here, but he's only really hitting Nile. It's not a multiple man Moonfall. And unfortunately, it's just kind of like walking in one by one into these small individual fights inside of this massive team fight in general, and as highlighted by the Observer, Mishiku's just still bot, so realistically, Eminem were never going to win this one out.
Zero now has the package. We're going to be getting up to the 14-minute mark very soon, where plates fall off and towers start falling. The question here is, Vanir, they put themselves in a very comfortable position right now, and they're going in for another fight in the mid lane, just using the package. Dr. Chaos taking a decent amount of damage, but Zero's going to have to shift away with damage coming out from Jin. Michigu holding that mid lane. With tower plates falling off and a healthy gold lead, Vanir now need to decide what they're going to be doing towards the mid game, and hopefully get an improved one over the one in last game, because things look good for them against Singularity, and we saw how that game eventually had to be ended.
Yeah, we'll see how clinical they'll be in comparison to yesterday. But V-Start doing a little bit of Babas impression. Should he get the tower? I think he can. No, he's not getting the tower.
Decent amount of damage going down.
Actually, he's got enough HP. Never mind. Yeah, Kevo just kind of let Bavista get that tower for free there. Didn't want to walk up and just order the Scion zombie. So tower goes over. Suppose worth for Bavista, I guess. And now Eminem actually starting up this Herald because Kevo's still on the bottom side. No arrow available. They do have numbers advantage, and it's going to take Vanir a while to actually mount up any kind of contest right here. We'll see if they still want to go in. HP bars getting chunked out a little bit. I think it's just a bit of a fight after, or just kind of give up situation.
Steals it away, and now the fighter gets away with the Dark Passage as well. There's no follow-up, there's no re-engage. Quickstep splashes on through to get the eyes in the back of the pit, but now they look like they might want to turn around. Vanir escort him away. The perfect crime as Quickstep drops it mid.
Oh god, the Noodle with the daylight robbery. The eyes turned towards Vanir just because Eminem are actually aggroing the Herald upwards, and it opens at a perfect time for him to just flash in, auto plus smite and execute. Very unfortunate take for Eminem, but I mean, Noodle opportunistically takes it with open hands. And that's going to be Herald dropped immediately in the mid lane. And Eminem, they start the play, they still lose out, and they're falling further and further behind in gold, around 2,500 gold behind now. Gonna have to put in some serious work to get back in. They only really have these two dragons going for them, but the issue is Vanir, they're so far ahead that this dragon contest in a minute's time might be just a bit of a Herculean task to actually ask for.
It could be a way back in for Eminem if they can sneak away a couple more dragons, and we could see a fight coming in mid as Noodle gets a stun down. It's only onto the Beast on the side, who is a big lump of meat as they get the first kill of the fight. Noodle is felled as Kevo doesn't want to chase all alone. Here and Quickstep do turn up, but so do members of Eminem. It's just going to be one kill over. The death sentence goes wide, so the fight doesn't continue.
Noodle finally caught for his crime in the river. Just in front of the mid-tier one there. A little bit over-eager, I believe, just to really just be in the mid lane, to be honest with you. I feel like if that mid lane tier 1 goes down, it's just the price of resetting after that Herald. But now, I mean, Eminem, because of it, they get complete control of this river. And Noodle, he's only going to be respawning now with 8 seconds left on this dragon timer. I feel like Eminem, they just burst it down right here. There's not really too much threat on them at all. We will see this teleport come in from Nile, but I mean, again, we've got teleport, you know, immediately here from Bifrost. It's still a 5v4 for now. It looks like Eminem, they actually want to take the fight in mid lane instead.
They find Kev though, he goes super low and actually will be felled. Quixer trying to get away, as is Nilla, as the rest of the Vanir team show up on the sideline, but it's a 5v4 fight as Noodle looking to cut down Sion. Won't be able to do so because he's just too tanky. And Eminem grab a pick. They're going to move back down the river towards the Dragon. A couple of health bars are pretty low, and they get their sentence down onto the Sion once again to poke coming on through. But he's really not the target you want to be focusing in these fights. And while the gold lead looks good for Vanir, they're not looking too hot in the scraps around this third objective just yet, as Eminem make their way downriver once again.
Make their way downriver. Nile getting caught out here. A lot of CC. Has the ultimate though.
Middle, and actually getting a decent amount of damage down to Hero on the side. Quixer picks up the kill onto Sam, but he's going to be back in the fight before too long. Noodle diving on through, trying to get some health back, as now Vanir have to retreat up out of the wetness. And Mishigu, he's out and around the back. They do want to contest Vanir. Have members coming back. Keva, the arrow goes wide. And Vanir are going to try and take down this Dragon as much as possible. Kana gets the assassination, will be able to get away, stumbling away from the Vanir side. As Roy Cannon moving forward on the Vex, trying to get some poke down, trying to scare Vanir away mechanically or mentally. As Kevin looks to get the poke, takes a decent chunk from Karma. And this Dragon, it's still standing. It still doesn't want to go down just yet. It has been propped again. Eminem this time around, Kevin and Noodle on the side. He's not going to be able to steal it through unless something goes really, really wrong, or they can take Kata down. Sahira has the package though. He's going to move forward, looking for Mishigu on the back. We'll be able to find him, but can't find the last damage needed. Ace taken down, shut down by Diana. Eminem, they're being moved down into bot lane. The health bars are not there for Vanir to continue defending this objective. Babista moving forward, full health bar. Nil there too though, as Quickset will walk through. People respawn, and this fight has been going on so long, but finally the Dragon will be felled. It's not even a smite that takes it this time around, but it's Eminem who will be able to grab it. Nil puts up the shield and tries to stay alive as well.
What is happening?
Reset coming through from Noodle, dodging away from Babista, but he's still got so much health. He's going to flash away from the dead centers, but Noodle follows through, still in the form of Dana, gets the ultimate down and will grab the double. Eminem set themselves up for Soul Point, but Vanir do grab some scraps.
I'm dumbfounded. This is like a 3-minute long fight where people died, respawned, came back to the river. That was absolutely crazy. I mean, Eminem, they managed to win out and get the Dragon eventually, but I would say at what cost? I feel like not too much at the end of the day. We'll have to take account of it after the replay. As, yeah, Corki, a little bit too far deep. Feels like he can execute Mishigu. Unfortunately for Sahira, doesn't quite have the lethal damage to do so. Dodged out by the Jin. And then, yeah, I mean, Eminem feel like after they get the Dragon, they can just take the fight. But at the end of the day, you've got what you came for, right? You don't have to bite off any more than what you've already taken here. I feel like they do just kind of donate over 2 free kills for little to no reason, but it does put them 4 minutes away from what is definitely the most broken Dragon Soul in the game at the moment. And no less, we get a Chemtech Dragon with a Scion in the game. So a lot of zombie forms will be occurring if Eminem are able to pick that Dragon up. Even with that, 4,000 gold lead that Vanir have, you're still going to effectively have to deal with up to 10 champions technically in a team fight because of those zombie forms.
Now, while we've got a tiny bit of downtime, I'm scared that the team is going to start fighting again as they both move mid. But this is the first time that we've actually seen a Chemtech Dragon this season. So can you talk a little bit about just a brief overview of what that does?
Yeah, so obviously the rift itself turns into okay. you never know with these guys. Yeah, so rift itself, are they posturing? I can't tell. I want to talk about it.
They are. The hook's coming on through. The box, the dunk back, and Vanir start the fight once again. Dodge Chaos going very, very low. So here in the backline, looking for the assassination. Will be able to find it this time around, and actually might look for 2. Will find 2. Kana in the middle gets the ultimate off, but will fall. Beast there as well, and it is a rout. Vanir take down 4. They only lose 1, and Sion has nothing to say. Baron on the cards. Vanir take it all.
Yeah, I mean, we was talking about if they can make it to that point, Eminem, where that Dragon is up and they can maybe get the soul. Maybe this gold lead won't matter for Vanir, but they used the gold lead right here. They just kind of slapped them with their wallets a little bit. It wasn't the best position fight for Eminem either. And Vanir just walked through these guys with little to no effort. Sahira, the only one losing his life, but I mean, I'd call it certainly worth on his part. And that's going to be a Baron for Vanir. Just because of the objective spawn times now, Vanir, they're going to have the Baron stats to work with once this soul Dragon actually spawns up. We get the replay of it here. And, we're trying to talk about the Chemtech Dragon, just a whole bunch of posturing, and it's just this ult, really, from Nile. off of Bobista. And that's the thing about playing the Soul tank against something like a Set. You always have to watch your positioning for something like this, because Set is just given a free train ride in to effectively wreck the entirety of Eminem here. And unfortunately, there's just not much response from Eminem. There's not really anything they can do in that kind of situation where their tank's just thrown on top of them for all this insane damage.
And of course, all the follow-up was just insane. Zahira this time round does manage to get those assassinations. We saw it in the fight around the third dragon, wasn't able to get those last order attacks in, which really did make things difficult for Vanir. This time around makes things very, very easy for them. And now they've got the Baron buff. They're going to be able to push down either any lane they want, really. Looking at mid right now, the Bifrost will take top lane to get a quick return on investment. But Vanir, how much do you expect them to take with this objective?
I mean, they've got so much to take. You know, you've got the mid-tier one that just went down. You've got this bot tier one that's about to go down too. And even if they don't necessarily push onto these tier 2 towers, which I still expect them to chip away at some of the health bars here, the important thing is that they deny the soul point, or the soul dragon rather, for Eminem. And they start to get the dragon stacking in their own right. But denial is the main important thing for B-Star. Trying to find some kind of drift. You can see Eminem, they really wanted to try and find the pick on this bottom side, on Noodle, on Zahira. Because they can find it, I mean, that makes this dragon fight a lot easier to deal with, specifically if they find Noodle. It's effectively a freebie, though Zahira, I believe, should have package coming up relatively soon. So that's still going to be something Eminem are going to have to deal with on this dragon take, as there you go, Zahira goes back to base. I believe just picked up that package. It's just such an irritating thing to have to deal with when you play against the Corki and Eminem. With these immobile champions, right, they're going to have to put up with this diving madman that is Zahira right now.
Eminem 10 seconds away from fighting for Soul. Of course, it's a long way for Vanir to get to that point, but they're going to want to try and deny it as long as possible. A little bit of damage onto the Beaster, but vision just being cleared out. Eminem want to be as safe moving towards that objective as they possibly can. Teleport actually up towards the top side is going to be the option, as Vex wants to grab some objectives rather than contesting this one. Of course, Vanir grabbing one dragon isn't going to be the worst thing in the world, and the trade could be pretty nice as Lille goes to contest.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a respectable decision by Eminem. I think they recognize the position that they're in. If they contest this dragon, they lose. They'll lose the dragon, but they'll lose the fight, and with the Baron buff still wrapped on Vanir, you'd expect them to lose a lot more. I mean, hell, even at 25 minutes, you could maybe lose the game if you get clean aced, if the waves are in the right place. So don't take the risk. Go and at least try and trade some resources somewhere, and you just make it back to base. Let the map sort of reset a little bit now that Vanir's Baron buff has dropped off, and you see what you can find across the map. You try and look for these picks. I think for Eminem, you know, you've got these sort of 2 semi-globals inside of the Vexel, inside of the Sion ult. You don't have teleport right now for Royal Cannon, but just try and make something happen where you know you're going to have numbers. Because I feel like if you sit here any longer, it just feels like Zahira is starting to scale really, really well. And there's not really a crazy amount of backline access. The bounties, though, the objective bounties are online, so they will get a lot more gold backers. Arrow, we're going to get a fight here.
Oh, the arrow comes in. They're going to be able to get it onto Canna. Decent amount of damage going. Gold and the dunk back on the Beaster, as now the fight will kick off in earnest. Members of Eminem's backline have already gone low. Noodle gets the first kill of the engagement as the rest of Eminem run to the win. They're moving back towards their base. Can they get a stun down? Flash away from Dr. Chaos means they won't be able to. And now Vanir 5v4 pushing down, trying to crack open the base.
Yeah, they should be able to. With all the siege and power, there's not really much wave clear on Eminem's side, and you can see immediately. Posture from Eminem, they just know. They retreat, they recede. They know if they try and defend that tower, they will just get dove, even with not too many ultimates up. Really, it's just the box available for Vanir. I beg your pardon. They recognize they are in no position to defend that dive. So, lose the inhibitor, Vanir gain that, and now that'll be constant mid lane pressure for the next 5 minutes or so. And they're just taking some jungle camps, looking like they're just going to go for a reset, and then they get to pick what side they want to open up onto. Fight starts in the mid lane from the arrow, from downtown, from Kebo yet again. Finds Kana, and another beautiful ultimate from Set. Doesn't necessarily actually deal too much damage, because a lot of the backline from Eminem has walked so far back already, but just being able to gain access to begin the rundown of Norpa and members is enough here. And Vanir, back another Ash Arrow, find another successful fight.
They do so a minute before Baron spawns again, and with the base being open, that's a much more enticing prospect. 2.5 minutes until we see the dragon coming up as well. But of course, Eminem, if they can grab this dragon soul, they could find their way back in just through the strength of this soul. Jamada, quickly, 20 seconds. What does it do? Please, just
it gives you more
us.
attack speed based on your missing HP, and then you obviously... I'm sorry. Yeah, so each dragon, more attack speed the lower you are in the health department, and then, of course, the soul is the main talking point of the dragon, where you get resurrected if you have the soul for, I believe the timer for now is 4 seconds, and then you start to bleed out, or it might just be 4 seconds flat. Admittedly, I don't have a lot of experience versus the soul or seeing it, because after Monday, it just didn't show up. My preseason game time was pretty limited. So it is a powerful soul nonetheless, as you can imagine. Being able to effectively get a free Scion passive whilst casting all of your regular abilities is a very powerful tool compared to the rest of the souls. So if Eminem do get it, again, it can negate a fair amount of the gold difference here, just simply because it's effectively extra HP bars that Vanir have to deal with, and zoning tools that Vanir, you have to deal with. And as the zombie form, you don't really care about giving your life up because you're already dead. You're there to deal more damage.
So there's no safety. You just kind of bundle in, do everything you can, trying to get as much down as possible as the top tower falls. And we actually saw, while you were explaining that, Sahira deftly moving away from Kana, who used ultimate and a couple of other resources to not do any damage to the Corki, who was already out of range. But this Baron should go down very, very quickly. Eminem moving towards him. I don't think there's any contest on the table here.
I mean, it looks like they're walking towards it because they know, like, if you lose the Baron, they're going to lose another dragon. It's more slow bleed out. But it's just a little bit too late, and now Bifrost in a position where, yeah, he's just going to get picked off.
Although he's pretty tanky, he's going to look for the ultimate. Won't land it onto anyone though, but does bring up the fight. Royal Cannon in the middle, gets the kill onto Quicksilver, but should fall immediately afterwards. Will go down to the set. Ultimate Cannon being chased up towards the ramp. Will fall as Bifrost gets taken out of zombie form. Dr. Chaos and Mishku, only 2 survivors. Jin's already gone, but Karma can't say the same. He's running for the hills, but could well get cut down by Noodle. He decides to cool off the assault as 4 members of Vanir move towards the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a head scratcher from Eminem's point of view. Why contest? You know you can't really win the fight. There was no Diana ultimate available. Mishigu getting run down here by Sahira, who is more than scaled, removed from Summoner's Rift, and that'll be Vanir picking up a 2-0 week here against Eminem. And actually, funny thing, I forgot to mention it. I wasn't really able to earlier on. Vanir qualified into the NLC off of beating Eminem, I believe. And Vanir here will finish out their first week, taking down Eminem and going 2-0.
I mean, that game looked much, much cleaner from Vanir than we saw for them in the first game against Singularity. And now we're going to have to start asking some questions and doing some mental gymnastics. Is it a case of, wow, Vanir are so much better today? Is it a case of maybe Singularity played better than Eminem did today? There's questions to be asked for sure.
Yeah, maybe some questions on the consistency of performance from Vanir. I will also, sort of naturally add SNG and of course Eminem. These rosters aren't necessarily rated as teams that are, going to be, pushing top 4. These teams are all effectively kind of like playoff contenders, right? So Vanir, I think it's definitely a very, a considerably easier opener than who is it that's got like X7 and JDXL this week. I can't recall off the top of my head. It is a really unfortunate opener to the season, but yeah. We'll have to see how they sort of get on once we start to see them play against, these teams that we expect great things of, like your X7s, like your XLs, and like your Astraluses. But definitely a very successful opener to NLC Spring for Vanir.
Well, I mean, for Vanir, you can only beat what's in front of you, and that's exactly what they've done in this opening week. We're going to jump to a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be interviews and desks, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
I mean, everyone drinks it at one or the other.
Hello everyone and welcome back. I hope your predictions, you got it correctly. If not, well, you gotta study more. So, as we jump into the interviews, I gotta tell you that I'm going to be with both supports. So I'll have Quizet and Dr. Chaos. Dr. Chaos for Eminem, and for Vanir, it's going to be Quizet. And I have a lot of questions for them, but also, if you want to have specific questions asked during the shows of NLC, you should go into the social media of NLC and present your questions, or even come into my social media and tell me what do you want to know about the players, what do you want to meet about the players, what champions do they play, how they play, the passion, and how they got into the competitive scene. Just tell me and I'll do my best, okay? So the first one is going to be with Quizet, and I have a lot of questions for Vanir, and I don't know if he's already with me on the studio. He's not yet, but the thing is, I want to talk about Vanir and their mid-game. Early game so far has been clean, has been smooth. Mid-game goes a little bit down the road, but they are able to do it in the late game. And there we go. Quizet, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Hey, pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Where's
Nice to
that
be
smile, man? You just won. Where's that smile? Come on, you gotta give it to me. So tell me something. I've been watching Vanir and was like, okay, your early game is really smooth. What happens in the mid-game?
Well, this happens in practice too a lot. Every scrim this happens. We have like a thing, I'm not sure what it is, but we really love to, like, around the third or fourth Drake spawn, we just cringe it. Like, we just lose our heads completely and just grief the game to next levels. And it's definitely our biggest weakness right now, and it's quite fun because the games are so over, and then we just, I'm not sure what happens or like why it happens, but it's without fail. Every single game this happens.
Because
luckily, like this week, our opponents, I think, were not good enough to punish us as hard, but it's definitely something we have to fix if we want to take down the big names.
Because I'm talking with someone who was a coach, who knows how to actually work with the team about these situations. So who's communicating to the team right now? Who's giving the calls? And how do you feel that you guys can solve that little issue?
Well, I think I'm the most vocal guy in the team, as I usually am. I have a lot of experience, and I try to share that as much as I can with my team. They are very good players themselves, and they are also very trigger happy. That backfires sometimes, like these games, but it also makes for a lot of good plays. I'm happy that they play like that. I think if they can learn to take the smart plays more often, then we can be a very strong team.
Also, I want to talk about the Dragon itself. You got Chem Tank on this side, and I think that actually helped you guys take over the control of the map, because we were about 70% of the game, and I noticed you using the map advantage and going near their base, warding everything that you could in order to make sure that when they left the base, you would know where they were. So do you think that the Dragon actually helped you on this one?
Actually, I think it was a disadvantage because we lost the early Drakes. The reason being, this soul is the strongest soul in the game by far, and if you lose the soul, you can lose the game even if you're very far ahead, just because of how strong it is before they will nerf it next patch. But as soon as we lost 2 Drakes, we knew that we had to fight the third one because we didn't want to get them to soul point. We managed to cringe it again, like we always do somehow, and then we knew that if they get this fourth one, the game can actually be lost, even though we're super far ahead. So we put all our eggs in fighting the fourth Drake, and I tried to get as much vision as I could, and luckily it worked out for us this time.
It worked really well, by the way. Good job on that one, because nobody gives the support the props that they need, and you actually did a really good job there. But I want to ask you something. Sahira, playing Corki, like on the first day, he didn't die a single time. Today, he did it, even though he was using the crown. How can you punish that guy? He just died. He ruined this perfect KDA.
I'm actually surprised. Sahira has he has 2 signature moves on Corki. One is TPing to his own package in base, and the second one is packaging into 5 guys alone and dying. I'm really surprised. I mean, at the end he packaged into Jhin alone, but it was a 1v1, and he actually won it because he was so fed. But yeah, I'm as surprised to you, how we didn't cringe it more with the package.
I love it. Thanks so much for the interview, and good luck for the rest of the split. I hope we can meet each other and talk soon as well, and have a nice one.
Thank you very much.
So there we go. This is the first interview. After this, I'll be talking with Dr. Chaos by Eminem. The thing is, what is happening with Eminem? So far, 2 losses in 2 days in a row. Obviously, you need to have that mental strength to keep yourself in the game, to keep yourself in the split as well, because it's a long split. It's best of ones. So you can also work on that one, play some scrims, actually see a few VODs and understand what is happening with the team. I also have a few questions for Dr. Chaos about that, and I hope he can answer them, because Eminem have a good roster. What has happened with them? That is a big question. If you have the same question, drop by on the social media and give us those questions. Drop it on the chat as well, and I hope the mods will let you, and keep spamming, because I love that attention on the chat room so far. I would like to, okay, Dr. Chaos, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
There you are. Nice smile, by the way. Pleasure to meet you. How are you doing?
Pleasure as well. Yeah, I mean, could be better, could be a win, but overall, yeah, doing fine.
That smile alone is really, really good. So tell me something. What happened like with Eminem? What is happening with Eminem?
I mean, what is supposed to happen? We had a little bit low energy today. Then, well, things didn't work out as they should have worked out. We tried some stuff, didn't try some stuff we wanted to go for, and in the end, yeah, this was the end result. So, what can you do?
What can you do exactly? But you played in Belgium, right? You played on the league and you won that league, and now you're back and you have what it takes to actually take this split. So what is your inspiration for you, not only you, but for the team as well? Are you looking into this split?
I mean, personally, it's just to perform the best that I can, which sadly didn't work today out. Overall, I think for the team, at least, like, I don't know if the goal is not to like a specific place, just play for our best, play to, I don't know, impress, get out, because people have like had or have still very low expectations of this Eminem roster on paper. So we are always coming in, or mostly coming as the underdog, and we want to, yeah, swap that around a little bit and get some few good surprises in.
Who knows? I want to make a question about that. So I know a few teams that come into splits not wanting to win that specific split, but to actually work around on that split, get to know more the team, work around the team, and play for the second one of the year. Are you guys taking that into account, or you guys are just playing day by day?
No, we're playing day by day. So like we definitely want to, like, I mean, if possible, your Masters would be really nice, because it was a nice stage to play on, and I loved the feeling, so I want to have it again. But I mean, I think it's possible. I definitely think it's possible, but we have to improve and, yeah, get our officials better than, yeah, what we used to show right now.
I love it, but that smile alone, man, it seems like you're a chill guy, and that is awesome as well. Keep the spirits up. I want to see more of you. I want to interview you more as well. It was a pleasure, man. Good luck on the scrims, and good luck on the competitive scene, man.
I wish you all the best of the day. Have a nice one, guys.
Lovely, lovely Dr. Chaos. And these were the interviews for the first game, but we're now going to a quick break because we have another game showing up. By the way, remember that on the after show, we have a big, big surprise for you guys, like 7 surprises at the same time. I'm not going to disclose what is going to happen, but I'll see you soon, right after the break. Are you there yet, Jasper? And we are back for the second game as everybody's dancing on the table. I love how both of you guys.
The intro is a banger.
It is a banger. And the light show. I love the light show, though. I need more of that light show.
Yeah, genuinely, every game we need to have light show, for sure.
Different one. But we have the champion select, and it's going to be Niki versus Riddle, or the other way around, as you guys are seeing, as we have two teams that actually lost on the first day. So this victory is so important for them.
I think at least for me, Riddle probably had, or these are two teams that both had a hard matchup, right? Riddle had to go up against X7, and on the other side, Niki had to go up against Astralis. So it was two matchups where they came in as the underdogs. But I think we, in both games, saw some potential. I think Riddle is already removing some of it. Pitoska on the Riven was something that was extremely bold, and I think Niki actually had drafted a lot of tools that they could use, but we just didn't see them used to the full potential.
I just love the picks and bans in general when there are players who play a specific champion that are very proficient on. We have MC on the Nidalee, loves his AP junglers, AP jungler, extraordinaire. And then, as you mentioned as well, Pitoska on that Riven, even though he played against Chadsen on the Renekton, I felt like his laning phase was very, very solid. So you'd rather remove that than having to deal with it. Now, that Hecarim ban, right?
Yeah, that... that's hot.
Yeah, it's coming.
That's hot.
Keep looking because I see Caitlyn removed, but there's still
is that a
AD
jinx?
carries. Is it coming? No, it's actually going to be...
I got bamboozled!
Which obviously does leave open the Jinx.
Did you do this on purpose because you said that Jinx was going to have 0% win rate?
I don't know. You said...
knows
I
it.
told you. Tell me I'm wrong, but usually that's never how it is.
I think he's communicated this with the teams to say.
Either way, what I'm saying is that as soon as we see the Diana first pick, because arguably this is a good first pick too, Jinx also becomes a bit less scary because you already have the backline dive coming in this jungler. We've already seen what she can do in like an immense amount of damage when you finally go in. She's paired well up nicely with AD mid laners too, like Yasuo, or just a Bruiser-like set. So that can make it quite difficult to just straight out the bat prioritize the Jinx as we've seen in the past. And that's what I talked about earlier. I think teams will get better at dealing with a Jinx first pick to come through.
Now hear me out.
Yeah.
Kects is a fantastic Poppy player, and I see already two champions on the side of Niki that want to jump in and create problems for the backline of Riddle. So I think this could be an opening right there for Kex to pull out the Poppy and stop the heavy and hard engages coming in from the Lee Sin and the Leona. The Braum here, all right, I like it. That's two knockups. The only thing that's missing for me is the Yasuo in the mid lane for slow queue.
This is very interesting to come through because, yes, Braum is a good pick into the Leona, but it's something that where you want to peel back or defend your AD carry. Yes, you can obviously jump in, but then you're leaving AD carry by itself. And by locking in the Renekton while having the Diana, I find it quite telling already that Riddle, they want to play up towards this top side. Remember, this is just a blind pick Renekton too. And
could be mid.
I was going to say, because this is slow queue, and slow queue in the past has played a lot of melee champions in the mid lane too. So this, while being a blind pick, as you're saying, rightfully Trouble, can be flexed too.
And
rotation, moving across the map.
yeah, I think this is a double pick here as well for the Ziggs. You can flex him up in the mid lane, you can flex him down in the bot lane. On the contrary, I really like Braum into Leona. I really like Braum into any melee matchup in the bot lane because his passive is just so hard, so difficult to work when you're playing a melee against him because you are in contact instantly and you're gonna get stunned and you're gonna take a lot of damage by whatever the equal bot laner is together with the Braum. So I just want to see what's going on here because the Jinx has still gone through, hasn't been banned yet. So, and I'm thinking here, so here's my thought process. If the Jinx does get locked in for Riddle here, together with a Poppy, how in the world do you deal with the champion unless Niki want to grab it here and want to force Riddle to ban it? But in my ideal scenario here is that Leona was paired up with Ziggs really well last season when the Wombo combo was a thing, the Leona ult into the Ziggs ult. So considering that the Ziggs does end up going down in the bot lane, then we're looking potentially for a mid laner that's AD or a top lane that's AD.
And I think that can pivot into having a 1-3-1 composition instead as well, because now while having the 6, as you're saying yourself, right, you can then go for an AD. And if you want to split up a game plan that can happen with Riddle where it's all about team fights, if you get winning side lanes, which you can because you already see one of them, you know no matter what this Renekton is going to either mid lane or the top lane. So you can have a pick that can do the same, where it's answering this pick up towards the mid lane or the top lane, and you save the counter pick for yourself on R5 instead, then you potentially can go for a composition where you have winning sides and you can try and play a split map situation instead. If that's something they're looking for, I'm not too sure of Niki. We obviously haven't seen too much of them in terms of what is their core, what is their strength they want to play towards, but this 4th pick should realistically speaking be a counter to the Renekton.
And I'm thinking, Jinx went completely unnoticed the entire time. They focused more on the problem that Tristana is, more on the problem that Aurelia is, and they have left the Jinx open. Again, a Jinx plus Poppy picks right here for Riddle, I think are winning them draft. Pivot the Renekton into the mid lane. He does pretty okay into any mates. He provides you with the engage. They're gonna pivot him in the top. And Yasuo, we mentioned Slowcue plays pretty much everything. Bruises, the ADs, APs, everything. He plays it. I love that. They're gonna transition the Braum into roaming as well.
Whoa! And there it is. That is a Petoska Classic 2. In the qualification matchup for NLC, he was playing Riven as the most played. His 2nd most played champion was the Darius. So there we have it. Once again, a classic to come through from the top side of Niki.
So no Jinx. This is a banger to start off. Let's look at this. This is a beautiful champion select to me because it's chaotic. What can we expect in the beginning of the game until like 10 minutes? Hit me up.
I think no matter what, this is going to be topside focused. You don't want to play for your 6. You don't want to play for your Ezreal. They don't matter at all.
Yeah.
I think the biggest one to me was that Niki highly valued their top laner, or else they wouldn't have blind picked the Victor there. They wanted to know what the flex was specifically before they locked in their laner. So no matter what, for both teams, it's going to be topside focused.
It is going to be amazing, and this is going to be another game that we have to toss it to the casters. They are waiting at home, trying to get that caster flowing. Give me some energy, boys. It's up to you.
Get their caster flowing?
He said, "Get some energy in ya."
What does that mean? What is caster? How do I get it flowing? Like,
all right, look. All right, forget this guy.
Agarom, explain yourself.
We've got some pretty interesting topside drafts coming in.
League of Legends.
Yeah, League of Legends. Darius Renekton. The last time that I saw this matchup competitively, I think it was UKLC, and I think I was with you, and I wanted to tear my eyes out because the players that were performing, they weren't doing too hot on it. But I feel like Goldberg said, Petoska very, very comfortable on this champion. Right, played it into the qualifiers into the NLC, 2nd most played. So obviously something he's a little more proficient in. And then of course Renekton here for Kex.
Dark Rift.
No stranger. It's Michael the Duck. He's
Michael,
back.
was that what we?
I think that's what we settled on. I don't know if we did that on air, but that's definitely what we settled on off air. Is Michael the Duck makes a cameo for game 2 of day 2 here for the NLC, and yeah, I think it's just gonna be a straight gladiator fight in the top side between. Oh, it's a Ghost Darius, even worse. All right, so Ghost Darius with this Lee Sin on the top side, and then of course you've got the Renekton on the other with the Diana. Now, I from the get-go, I'll say Niki definitely do have the winning 2v2, but what we have to take into consideration here is the supports coming up to the top side, I think, in this game. You have Ezreal, you have Ziggs. These guys do not care. They will just throw their skill shots at their waves and farm for eternity if they're actually given the opportunity to do so. So I'm looking at nukes. I'm looking, of course, at Abigail to walk up to the top side here and actually find some impact. And I think what's doubly scary is Lee Sin and, wants a lot of setup. He gets some of that from Darius, but Leona walking up with him will give him that setup he needs. And Braum effectively has a full team of all attackers, so his passive is going to be really, really oppressive in this game for Niki to deal with. So both junglers, actually no, it looks like MC will start on the top side. So potentially pathing down towards the bottom side instead, away from this Darius lane. Maybe they opt out of the straight fights in the top side. They recognize, all right, Niki, Darius, Lee, a little bit too strong. We'll have to see, but Deceiver, 100% pathing to the top side to his Ghost Darius. It makes the most sense here.
And something that I want to keep my eyes on as well is this mid lane. Aero picking up the Victor, who has been very popular, but hasn't been very successful yet here in the NLC. We'll have to see if this is the first time where it differs, but Riddle have picked themselves a very nice, simple, straightforward. You can see what they're doing composition. And in the top lane, I mean, when it's Darius Renekton, as you said, it's just going to be a gladiator match. Part of me wants the junglers to get involved, part of me doesn't, just to see if Petoska and Kex, which one of them is better in this mechanical 1v1. But a big part of it, as you've already mentioned, suggests that MC and Deceiver are not really going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, no, and I mean, definitely curious on MC's pathing. I think just doesn't really want to get involved in the top side, and I kind of get it, but if they do leave this Renekton on island, who, by the way, just had to blow Flash off screen. Ghost blown by Patoska, so already that's a flashless Renekton. Could definitely spell danger, because now, I mean, all you have to have happen is Lee Sin walks up here, maybe a stacked wave. Leona doesn't have prior on the bottom side, so we're not going to see some crazy reset into top side there, but slow Q isn't going to be able to respond either. It's just going to be more numbers, more likely towards the top side for Niki, but for now, Riddle do have prior on the bottom side, so they get a little bit of vision here on the entry to the bottom side. Shouldn't really get them too much because the Sid is on the top side of the map. Just finished up his Krugs. Looks like he'll go for Scuttle here. But maybe we don't get as much of a straight up fist fight in the top side. We'll have to see whether or not Kex can stay safe without his flash. But definitely, we're just going to have to keep on talking about it, because it's just one of those lanes where you don't get to cast over it often, you don't get to see it often in competitive. But when Darius comes out, it normally leaves a pretty big mark on the game.
We got Chemtech Dragon first off, so we're guaranteed a different soul. We just need Hextech now, Observers. Yep. I don't mind if it's this game. If we could get like next game, that'd be cool. Although Hextech in the final game of the day, just got to keep in mind you, XL versus X7, JDXL versus X7, is going to be on at the end of the day, so stay tuned for that one. But something that should be noted as well, and something that I want to keep my eyes on for Niki especially, is in their game yesterday, they just weren't really capable of getting anything done early, which was a problem for them. Astralis were really, really good at controlling the tempo of the game.
Exactly. Exactly.
Are they more set up for later? In this
one? I think so. I think in this game they've got a lot more wave clear. So if they do start to fall behind, they can definitely sort of fall on that safety net of, okay, as long as we don't lose too much HP on these towers, then, you know, we can clear the waves out and get away kind of scot-free. Nice little trade there from Kex. Yeah, they can definitely lean on Aero on Azatar here to effectively kind of just prolong this game out for as long as necessary. But the issue is Riddle definitely capable of diving with that in a Yasuo. And speaking of dives, we have one potentially in the making here. Toska's got a ward over the wall to at least try and smell this out early. We'll see if he gives up this wave, but he's already too far underneath the tower, so this is going to be a 3v1.
Teleport coming into the top side though for support, but First Blood's already secured by Slogu. Era is there. Can't find Kex. Finds the wave though, so at least we'll clear out the siege.
Yeah, we'll at least clear out the siege indeed, but no teleport from Toska, so he's probably going to miss another wave. Of course, Era will pick this one up, and no one's in the mid lane right now. Is bot side. What trades going back and forth. Yeah, all right. So just the Ignite blown. But a lot of HP traded across the board there as we get a replay of this dive, but honestly, not really much one needed. It's just a really clean setup. Stun into all of the burst. Toska doesn't even get to flash. So it still has the flash for the 1v1 at the very least. And as highlighted, Hero, of course, came in, cleared the wave, so XP won't go to waste. See that comes down here with the Lee Sin. Oh, Satchel!
And it goes low. Will survive and walks away. Niki get the gank down, but don't get the kill.
Very close to turning that into a kill there, Fatikan. Very close to dropping as MC continues to farm out. Haven't really had much to say about MC so far in the opening 6 minutes of this game. Just been farming away. With the exception, of course, that top side dive. And Riddle don't really have to do too much as this is looking like a complete all-in here.
Level 6 though. Dominus is pop, but Oscar has to pop the ghost, but has to flash away as well. Won't be able to get the heals, so needs to be very careful about continuing this one. And we'll run back up towards tower. Desija is moving up, as is Abagnale, which as you called earlier on, the supports might want to get involved, and Kex needs to be a little bit careful about getting caught.
Yeah. Gets the calls, you would imagine, from the rest of the lineup. Kex does. Guys, Leona's missing from bot. Don't do anything crazy. Of course, didn't really have too much information on where Lee was, but given he was bot not too long ago, you can imagine it's not hard to see him make an appearance there. So Kex wins out on the 1v1, gets the flash from Patoska. Patoska still not level 6 yet. If he had level 6, maybe a little more willing to try and take that 1v1 outright. Very close to proccing all 5 stacks of the passive as well. Couldn't quite get that swing out to get the heal, get that 5th stack out. But without Ulma, it was always going to be a trade that Kex wins. Surprised, I suppose, to some degree that we haven't necessarily seen a Dragon attempt. It feels like, so far in the NLC, a lot of teams are willing to try and just outright start these things near on spawn, but with this very farm-centric bottom side, I can't say I am all too surprised. But I will say, would like to see Nukes try and walk out of lane a little bit. walk up towards the mid lane, walk up towards the top side maybe. This Ezreal, you can be happy with him farming on an island by himself. I think you really want to try and get some leverage out of the concussive blow stacks, out of the Yasuo Diana. Speaking of Diana, MC eyeing up a top side gank. No summoner spells on Tusker, but obviously on a ward, so this gank a little harder to pull off, so watch be called off here.
And with the ultimate now being available for Petoska, diving in and getting low is much scarier. Decido moving into mid lane towards slow Q just to kick a couple of minions, but MC moving on to the side will flash out of the stun. Will be able to get away. Nice ultimate onto 2. Yasuo follows up. Arrow manages to escape, but Lee Sin not so lucky. It's another kill for Riddle.
Yeah, Riddle find the combination between MC and slow Q. Moonfall into last breath secures their kill onto the Decido here on the Lee Sin. Decido trying to help Eero push out, but I'm not entirely sure what the goal is for it, to be totally honest with you. Nice for MC to get the second dash in, and of course, we've seen this combo dozens of times. Nice little bit of T-Tors. Let's see Lee Sin fall to his demise, and looks like it will be a Rift Herald startup. Nice little knock up here by Slowq, but eats a nasty chunk on the back end. Doesn't have any life still to vamp back up either, so damage will stick for now.
MC had a very, very exceptional early game so far in this game, looking very good, running the Rift, getting 2 assists and helping the team get ahead in the bot lane. The push is still going the way of Riddle, Fanacan and Nukes. And I mean, we want to see Nukes roaming, you said, but if the team is able to get stuff going and he can give that extra level of support to Fanacan in the bot lane, is it necessarily required?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I guess if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Like, you're kind of winning the game this way right now. You could be winning harder, I suppose, if Nukes just kind of walks around the map with MC at this point, especially at level 6. But like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let them go for this 2v2 in the bottom side. At the same time, it kind of makes the Leona have to stick around on the bottom side too, just to ensure Ziggs doesn't get though free man or anything like that. So it does kind of negate Nuriki on the opposite side. I will say, of course, we had questions about Nuriki's early game yesterday. It was more, of course, praising Estrada's talents, ability to kind of shut down Nuriki's early playmaking abilities. But this game, it really does feel like Nuriki have sort of been sat on their hands a little bit. They're not really looking to be the provocateurs in any of these fights anywhere. Decido hasn't really been able to find access anywhere, and I don't think it's necessarily to much fault of his own. The lane setup hasn't really been too great for him. But again, I feel like it's that sort of symptom, that lack of walking around as a jungle support duo here and trying to find picks around your priority or folks like this. Like, this is what I want to see between the two. Yes, they're a little bit far away from each other in this case, but just trying to roam around as a duo to your lanes where you know you can find these kills and turn them into objectives very easily.
Trying to turn that dragon into their first objective of the game. Agnale and Decido in that bot side. Hero coming through just to make sure that everything looks good, and it has been secured. Chemtech off the table. Cloud will also go off the table, as that one is the next to spawn in 5 minutes time. A bit of a later first dragon than we're used to seeing around here at the NLC. But Nuriki...
Sorry, 1 in 4 for a dragon.
Just have faith.
Yeah,
the observers are on our side this time. Hipraid's gone. And now we're going to get the engaged. Slowq going to be able to flash away from all of the CC. And MC moving on forward, might be looking to get something going, but won't be able to find Leona. The ultimate comes through for Ezreal to no avail as well. And everyone parts ways as friends, as once again there's no kills.
Yeah, but Slowq does have to blow his flash, so a little vulnerable potentially to a return gank here. We'll have to see whether or not Nuriki try and find the angle through there. Of course, MC did pick up the Herald a couple of minutes ago, running out of time to drop that one, so keep your eyes peeled on what direction he decides to path towards. And you've, of course, got bottom side, which is the most likely here. I think mid, however, because there's a Ziggs and a Victor in the game, even if you drop it just for 2 plates, I think it's worth doing. Just to be able to get that tower down to half HP, maybe you secure the second Herald, and then you can crack that mid lane tier 1 open. It seems like that's the idea they've got here. And I think it just makes the most sense, because if you leave this mid tier 1 high up in HP, it's just going to be a pain in the backside later on in the game to have to deal with. For now, though, MC a little more interested in these chickens. I suppose, maybe the eyes are on the top side because that tower is so low. And of course, Slowq roaming up there too, and this is a pretty meaty trade. Oscar heals up a little bit. The Sid is here, but it's still going to be a 2v3 at the best.
Oh, gonna get caught out by Riddle. Slowq and MC. There's teleport coming in onto the top side. Arrow once again making sure that nothing's amiss, and this time will save Petoska and Decido from the dive. 3v3 up here. Ziggs and
Slowky.
Braum both in the neighborhood. We're going to see a first big fight of the game. They're going to be able to catch out Slowky. He's stunned up. He's taken down. Shut down onto Abagnale. First kill of the game for Niki.
First kill of the game for Niki. Nice little pick. Capitalization here. I believe Nukes should be fine walking out.
He'll be fine.
Stand behind me. And Rift Herald summoned in the top side, I believe. So Herald will go up there and crash into the tower. Won't quite execute, I believe, but it'll be pretty close. There you go. About 400 HP or so left on that tower. So first tower blood, definitely available for Riddle if they want to find it through the top side. But like I said, I think it's definitely going to be a bit of an issue that they don't drop it in the mid lane as things go on, just because Victor, Ziggs, such irritating champions to remove from the mid lane. So much wave clear. All you're really working with from Riddle is dive, right? So you have to dive into these champions, and they don't necessarily mind. When you've got all of this pill, Leona, Lee Sin, even Darius if he's there on top of them, you've got the ability to pull all of these melee champions off your carriers with the Apprehend. If you're in this death ball kind of scenario, I think Riddle, yes, you get the gold, but I feel like the long-term implications could be a bit of an issue, potentially, if they don't start to build leads elsewhere.
I think it should also be noticed that we've had a bit of a... We've seen where the action has been, but it's also notable where the action hasn't been. Aero on the Victor quietly found himself 144 farm in 14 minutes, and we know how strong this champion can be in these later fights. He hasn't really been called upon in any kind of engagement just yet. One assist to his name so far. But this could be the quiet win condition for Niki if Riddle can't find a way of shutting him down or getting someone notably ahead, because while they've had a decent game and have built a little bit of a gold lead as tower plates fall off, there hasn't been a hugely notable one just yet.
Yeah, I suppose you're definitely right in that regard. Riddle's sort of effective range in their composition is kind of short, right? They are 4 melee champions. Yes, they have gap closers to sort of negate some of that. So I'm going to have to hold this point.
Gap close right onto Nukes. Glacial Fissure goes down and disengages the situation, but Niki trying to get something done, but can't this time.
Yeah, can't quite find the picks there. Just below the Braum armor, enough disengage, and they do find that tower in the end, so that is gold that goes into their pockets. But yes, Eero on Victor here, as long as he can avoid the Diana knock-up and that combination from Yasuo, I feel like they should be fine. I feel like Eero should be able to have a pretty solid game here. Victor really does love dealing with these short-range compositions like this. As a dive going on here.
We're going to get the knock-up. The damage coming through is huge. Desiri actually gets the first kill of the fight onto Slowky. He's going to be chased away, and Kex on the backline running rampant. Looks for Abagnale. Should be able to find him as well. Riddle take the objective. Riddle take the fight. Riddle take it all.
Yeah, Riddle just too strong right now. And unfortunately for Niki, combination found, and not only is it just the last breath and the moonfall, it's also the true shot barrage over the top of it. So yeah, as you can see, Abigail and Desidera almost immediately one-shot off this combination. They do find a lot of space, honestly. They almost do make it out, but Kex has other things to say about that. Abigail, however, does, of course, find this flash over the wall, but Herald does go over to Riddle, and they will drop it in the mid lane. And it will take out a considerable amount of HP, but it's not going to be taking the tower just yet. However, Vatican does have a lot of spare time here, so the tower's effectively as good as dead. It's maybe 5-6 auto attacks in a couple minutes time from dying. So job almost done from Riddle. And once that safety net of a mid lane tower is down, it's going to be a lot easier for Riddle to actually walk into the side lanes, get priority in the mid lane, and force Niki into situations where they're not comfortable, because they're always going to have to be catching this mid lane wave.
I think it has to fin the mid lane wave, because Azator and Desidra are moving forward. There will be support now, but remember, this is a Ziggs, so if he can get a satchel charge down and a couple more autos, that tower is gone. And while the safety net, we're talking about them removing it for Niki, Riddle losing that safety net around these neutral objectives in their own mid lane will be problematic, but neither team able to crack that open just yet.
Yeah, Niki, we're moving into the bot side, maybe thinking about picking on slow Q. However, they decide to call that one off, walk back towards the mid lane, and not go for the aggressive play. A little while until we will see a neutral objective on the map. 3 minutes away is the Baron, so I guess now is probably a good time to talk about items. As Ezreal has his tier fully stacked up on his way to what looks like a Divine Sunderer, so looking for that a strong 2-item spike. Slow Q on his way. I'm actually curious to see whether or not he goes more Reminder or he pivots now into the Infinity Edge. I think now that obviously lethal tempo is in the game, you hit that attack speed cap in combat quite quickly, so you can normally go for that Infinity Edge immediately. Kex will rotate here into the mid lane to secure this mid lane tier 1, so there's that safety net gone. And then on the opposite side, everyone else just about has mythics for Niki, Gore Drinker ×2 for the top jungle, Crown of course for the Victor, and Leandri's there for the Ziggs, and has that tier stacking up, so once you hit that 2-item spike, especially for the Victor as well, you'd imagine Niki will feel a lot more comfortable trying to find fights, but it's all about avoiding that combination here from the Yasuo Diana.
Slow Q in a lot of trouble. Arrow there as well, putting a damage down as the Victor. Will they be able to grab the kill? Actually, Slow Q is surviving a surprisingly long time, misses the knock-up, but slides away. Arrow comes forward for the kill as Nukes backs away. That'll be one for Niki. In the top side, there's going to be a dive coming through from his car. He does have to be careful and will ghost to safety, but Kex not interested in being dove.
Yeah, Kex pretty fine here. Complete isolation almost, and actually Potoska's probably in trouble. I don't know how this is going to end. It's a bit of a Mexican standoff.
Okay, it's coming off through the wall trying to get the damage down, but Potoska's like, no, I'm a leave, thanks very much. And Redditor's like, yeah, sound, no worries.
Yeah. All right, cool. What's the thing? I'm not even going to try and make the reference. They walk away from each other. Potoska's happy to walk away alive, I suppose. And yeah, no harm, no foul. Ghost blown for nothing. Ultimate's not even technically traded. Potoska still has his, but no chance to actually execute the big crocodile. So, I guess Barrett up in 50 seconds. That's maybe the point of contention, but Dragon 2 minutes away. We'll have to see, as these guys really do love fighting. We didn't get much of it in the early game, but now that they've been sort of left alone on this topside island, it seems like they are more willing to butt heads.
Which is great for Riddle. Kex is in a really strong position. Is going to look towards the Darius once again. Potoska turning it around, apprehending, getting the slow, and will Kex be called out? There is the blast code there, and he's going to take Lee Sin with him, but he's 3 levels higher. The Zigzag might even the playing field a little bit, and the kick through gets the kill to Ricky. Kind of a solo kill for Lee Sin, maybe?
No, the downtown.
Another solo kill for the CJ. It's fine, don't worry about it.
All right, okay, yeah, another solo kill. You're right. Iro doesn't seem to care about this tower or his crown, so we'll walk. Oh wait, it doesn't get popped by tower, does it?
No.
I think it's only champion damage. He still has it visibly. That's interesting interaction from Crown. But yes, taking this top tier 1 here, and just a little bit of extra gold in Neriki's favor, clawing back that deficit they find themselves in right now, and will help them go fairly far away, as second item completed for Hero is going to be the Shadow Flame. Of course, the Magic Pen Shields item, there's quite a few shields actually across the board for Riddle, especially amongst the top side. So they will have some value there. That extra pen can't be understated, especially when you pair it up with those Salt Boots. You start to deal pretty close to true damage if champions aren't building any magic resist. So definitely a nice little pickup in this regard. Looks like Riddle will be the ones with priority, and it's gonna feel really bad when you're the team with Victor and Ziggs. You normally want to be in front of the objective first. You want the enemy team to walk into your skill shots. But they have wrestled a little bit of control. Maybe they could posture their way back in, but Riddle, for now, they're just gonna have first move. But they don't have numbers. Kex is in the top side right now. He does have teleport, however, so can immediately turn into a 5v5. I think the Niki, as long as they can keep
Oscar.
as long as they can keep the divers off of Victor, off of Ziggs, I think they'll be fine. But as soon as they lose those members, things get really, really tricky for them. They won't have a lot of immediate burst damage. And like you said, you call out Potoska, he gets chunked out. And that is the signal for Niki to just give up this dragon. And Riddle will take their second ocean. Unfortunately, we didn't get a Hex Tech. We didn't really talk about
Not this game, but we said that we would play it this evening. It's fine. Oceans are fine. It's a fun little dragon. You get some of that regen. We saw yesterday, actually, how pivotal it can be in longer fights and longer engagements. I believe it was the Singularity game where the fights were just insane because Vanir were just not dying, kind of thing. But it's been a bit of a slow burn. There's been some action. Riddle have the lead, but again, it doesn't feel insurmountable. Slow Q needs to be a little bit careful as members of Niki are moving in around him. The Seedra can follow through, and everyone's just throwing ultimates down. They don't want Yasuo anywhere near this fight. You can manage to get the knock-up and actually surviving a surprisingly long amount of time. The Zigzag is burnt as well before the kill goes down. And Luke's backs away, but now Niki, they've got the kill. They've used some resources. They need to grab an objective, and top tower could be on the menu.
Yeah, top tower should be on the menu here. Slow Q just caught out. Unfortunate back timing for MC as well. Means that he is left practically alone. And pretty much a dinner time snack for Niki, who pick up that kill. And they don't really get too much else for it, but it just buys them a little bit of time for perhaps a little bit of setup. Maybe even a rotation into this mid lane tower. So pick turns into this mid lane tower in the end, as MC dashes forward. I suppose takes away Hero's crown, so maybe looking at that, if they were going to try and eye up a fight afterwards, would definitely be very much a Riddle style of play to look for a fight, even in a situation where maybe other teams would not, but it's been quite a slow one. I don't necessarily blame these two teams, but you have to imagine as things go on, it kind of benefits Niki a little more. I think when you're in a position where you've got all of this wave clear, you've got all of this scaling between your two majors, Invicta and Ziggs, and all this short range from Riddle, it can get a little bit difficult, honestly, to continuously find your combination of Moonfall into Last Breath, assuming Niki, don't just give you freebies. So Riddle, I feel like they might want to put their foot on the gas a little bit, try and find another opportunity to try and push the lead that they've had, which has slowly been shrinking over the last couple of minutes.
Exactly.
A little further. Otherwise, they could be in a little bit of trouble in terms of closing out this game.
The crown's back on Victor's head as well, so that big Riddle play didn't come to fruition with the reset coming on through, but absolutely, Niki might feel a little bit happier of the two sides for the slowing pace, A, because they were behind, and B, because they've got maybe a couple more tools. And one thing that I need to keep your eyes on and everyone's eyes on is slow Q in this game. We mentioned that he's been called out a couple of times. Riddle actually going to start at the Baron immediately. They want to get this one done while they know that people are MIA. Petoska doesn't have teleport at all in his kit, so he won't be able to get involved. Kex has that one available, but it could be cancelled out. And Niki actually going to be moving directly towards this one, trying to contest it, getting vision and forcing Riddle to back away. So they try for the objective, they don't get it, but no harm, no foul.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. Honestly, respectable attempt as Kex dashes in. Imagine dash back out. A little bit of a trade here between the top laners on the bottom side, but I'm not sure who it really benefits. I feel like Petoska kind of okay with these kind of trades. If you're starting to chunk out HP, actually, I think full-blown fight kicks off on the bottom side because Renekton has cast his ultimate, but I guess more of a defensive tool here. A siege in the mid lane. Wow, MC maybe.
Little bit of damage going down onto him. Will it be enough to force the siege through? Are they going to be able to get such a charge? They won't, as Azador's forced to back away by Slow Q, moving forwards, and the tower will survive another day, but Niki definitely starting to ramp up and being the ones pulling the trigger a little bit more as time goes on.
Yeah, I feel like Niki, they felt the air in the game kind of change a little bit. They recognize, all right, Riddle's comp, it's not necessarily falling off, but our comp is gaining a little more efficiency in how it can actually operate in these team fights. The ease of access is starting to close. That window is starting to close for Riddle, where they can just find these really easy combinations in these sort of weird skirmish situations, which are kind of given to you sometimes in the earlier stages of the game, right? But as things start to turn a little more uniform, and we get these 1-3-1 situations where the game starts to slow down, you've got all this wave clear. Niki, they're just saying, okay, we're 2.5 items on both of our carries now. We can just start to look for these picks. We can start to look for these, Leona engages into all of this burst damage onto a carry, because we know that we have the items now, and this gold lead is effectively null and void. When you look at the inventory, the items are effectively actually at parity, so they're not too fussed anymore. They're very capable of fighting. The only issue for them is going to be actual entry into these objectives. If they have to walk in, that's going to actually give Riddle the opportunity to find engagement.
MC gets the catch out. It's big. It's on the Decidra. The Lee's in, but MC has to go golden himself to stay alive on a sliver of health. Does get taken down by Aero as they look to try and get onto Victor, but he's untouched in the backline. Nukes gets on him. Faticam finally gets onto him, and he's going to have to go golden. Who can get there first? It's going to be Riddle, and they're going to be able to take him down. Decidra still alive somehow in the fight. Avignala gets the stun down. Azor needs to escape, gets the Satchel of Freedom, but Faticam will turn towards the will be able to secure it, but Tosca's turned up, grabs one onto Nukes. He can't get a second as he's going to have to use his stopwatch. Diving forward, Fanakan gets a triple, looking for more, looking for the Quadra, will be able to find it. Azator, only man to escape, but Riddle takes the fight.
Fanakan finds the Quadra kill. That's going to be the Dragon for Riddle here. Savior, the AD carry, he's been silently scaling. We barely talked about the AD carry on the side of Riddle the entire game, really. It's been more about the scaling of Niki, the top side skirmishing potential of, this Darius and the Lee Sin. all the while, this Ezreal's just been scaling his 2.5 items. And in this fight, he just gets complete freedom to do whatever he wants. There's no threat from the Niki because all of the attention is on the front line for the most part. Just look at him on the bottom side, just autoing all of these free targets 24/7 from start to finish in this fight. And of course, it's a 5v4 as well. This is actually a fight that Riddle can just kind of freely win because the Darius isn't here for so long. And the only threat that Ezreal really sees in this fight is Victor, who kind of just faces plants with the flash. And it's all about Kex as well, keeping all of the members from the Niki away. And yes, okay, a little bit scary here once Darius shows up. But again, he's not on one of the key members, which is Fatakan, for this Riddle lineup. And eventually you just see he cleans up here with that quadra kill.
Simple as that. And while only 2 survived, only 1 survived from the Niki, so a little bit worrying for them. The gold lead has grown once more. Riddle in a comfortable position, asterisk. They've still got decent items. They're still not in a bad position. Abagnale is in quite a bad position, though, as he's going to be caught out, has to use the ultimate Decision, thinking about how he can save him, but really doesn't have a solution here. Petoska would rather get the red buff than get involved in the fight, and that's an easy pick now moving towards the Baron. There's going to be no support from the Niki if this one's started up by Riddle, and it looks like it will be.
Yeah, it will be, and the issue is there's still the Moonfall plus that Last Breath combination available. And again, it's that uncomfortable position where a Victor and a Ziggs have to walk into an objective. And that's the scariest thing when you're dealing with all of this snap engage here. Fatakan really, really audaciously shifting forward. You can see he's confident after that quadruple. He's got all of the items he needs. Teleports are here. Riddle, they're going to flip it on this Baron. It's 4v5. They feel like this is the best opportunity they'll get.
The Sidra on the Lee Sin. Keep your eyes on him going forward. Can he get it? Yes, he can! The Baron is taken by Niki. Kex on the side is forced to back away on a sliver of health. Don't start Baron against the Lee Sin. The coin flips badly for Riddle.
Yeah, Riddle, they take the 50-50, they lose the 50-50. It's more like a 60-40 when you think about it, just because the Lee Sin execute the Ziggs ultimate as well. It's just too much burst damage that comes through. Get the replay. It starts off with Abagnale getting caught out just outside of the river here, trying to retreat back into his own jungle. And you can see the Sidri, he doesn't really know what to do. He's unsure whether or not he can actually save his support. The answer is most certainly no. And then we fast forward a couple of seconds more. You get the start up on the Baron by Riddle, and this is the Niki approach where, you know, you have to be cautious. Like we were saying, you've got the Ziggs, you've got the Victor. They know, realistically, you know, it's going to be difficult. Victor just walks, eventually decides to teleport, and then there's just no coverage on this Lee Sin whatsoever. They know where he is, but you can't stop him from getting inside the pit. Ulma from Ziggs, E, Smite, secure from the Lee Sin. Even though he goes down, he dies a hero. Deny away that Baron from Riddle, and I mean, you know, you get the Baron, there's still a lot of wave clear, but the thing that Baron does kind of negate sometimes can be all of that stacked up wave clear. Now with Riddle not having the Baron, the Niki get to delay the game even further, and the only thing they have to worry about is this Ocean Soul, which, as long as they can get priority inside the mid lane and be the first one to set up inside that Dragon Pit, they should be okay in most of these fights.
It's the fascinating thing of going, Lee Sin's hit that Q, but he doesn't have the burst to take it down from 2k, and Ziggs is like, say no more, lad. I've got you covered. Small reminder that Aztor is still in this game, about to hit 300 farm. Hasn't really been called on to do that much as the Ziggs, just been wave clearing and having a great time, which, of course, the Niki do have that Ziggs and the Victor for wave clear, which is going to be great for them. Now that they've got this Baron buff, it's only on 3 members, but you've got to hope that they will be able to come through and get some push, get some objective, and kind of look to close the gold lead that is still 3k against them. But this game has been very back and forth, and in this league, in NLC, you're not allowed to start the Baron. It's just not allowed.
Yeah, honestly, the NLC out of any league that I follow might have the most Baron steals in here. It feels like pretty much every day you at least get, like, bare minimum.
Our junglers are either really good or really bad.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to tell. Baron smites, I'll be honest, more often than you'd think, not necessarily always on the jungler. I'm not going to get into that right now, because potential skirmish almost happened, but yeah. You know, mix of both, right? Junglers really good at smiting. Some junglers get a little bit trolled by their team, or they're just not good at smiting either. It can happen one way or another. But yeah, in this case, MC outwitted by that Ziggs ultimate with the Lee Sin burst on top of it. And Riddle, there weren't really any other members to like help burst down, so you can't really feel bad for him as Kex. Almost gets pulled into the meat grinder there for a second. Decides to walk back in.
Still is in the meat grinder, but is very, very beefy. And Podolska moving forward, having Gnarly there as well. Looking for the engagement. Podolska gets the dump, but doesn't get the kill. And now has to be careful. It's healing up as Storm gets in the battleline, still alive. Somehow, but MC needs to be careful. Does manage to flash away. Avinar looks for the ring. Is the Seadra there as well? Can they get the kill? No, they can't. And it's actually going to be Fadakan getting another kill off the back over the red buff pit. Is throwing down damage left, right, and center. The Ricky loses the member, they lose 2 members, and that's the jungler, crucially. Dragon up, it's 3v5. And Niki in a bad spot. Aero going forward, trying to get the kill onto Ezreal. Will be able to find it with the help of Azator, but goes down himself. It's 2v4. Podolska and Azator need to defend for their lives, but all the kills are dead as Ezreal has fallen. Podolska moving down towards the dragon, won't be able to find it. Slowly moving up. Can he find Ziggs? Can he find Ace? Can he find the guarantee? Yes, he can with the double. This should be a Dragon Soul going to Riddle as they clean up Niki.
Yeah, that's almost a clean ace. It's just Fadakan who goes down, and it's because of the pretty ambitious flash from Aero, but it's all to secure that very precious Ezreal that Riddle have been keeping so safe in these team fights. And it kicks off with Kex. Definitely some suspicious positioning, if you ask me. I'm not entirely sure what the comms were on that one, but re-engage eventually comes on the retreat of Riddle. Abagnale unfortunately dies. The Sidra has the stopwatch, but you can see this fight is just so free for the Ezreal, just over the wall, peppering in all these Mystic shots, and shift into another one, finds the Lee Sin on top of that, and then Aero with this flash forward. It's all about securing the Ezreal. I think Ezreal, so far, like we talked about when he got that quadra kill, he's had such a free game, and I think that's more or less to do because he does outrange a fair amount of this team composition, if not all of it, really, for the most part. And because of that, it has been a bit of a pain in the backside for a lot of these team fights. But now Riddle with the Ocean Soul, against some of the poke that, you know, the Ziggs could offer, now that's going to be a little bit negated if these fights go on for a little while, which, honestly, these fights have been very, very, very lengthy. That Ocean Soul is going to come to effect almost certainly, and now that's going to be another obstacle for Niki to overcome.
Riddle, comfy gold lead, have the fed Ezreal, have the Dragon Soul. Things for Niki looking bleak, but they do still have some power on the table if they can come back into this game, and that all starts with wave clear coming through from Astor, moving up towards the top side. Slowkey getting a lot of damage onto this inner, but won't be caught by the apprehend. Mark shakes off, and Riddle looking for another fight. You can see Aero down that bot side dealing with Kex means that a strong amount of damage from Niki isn't there if they want to take this fight. And something interesting to note as well, we mentioned early in the game, actually, Aero could be caught out here. We'll be marching backwards. Fadakan getting the damage down, but misses the Mystic shot. The ultimate goes wide as well. As members of Niki will turn up. The fight is going under tower. Ultimate down from Aero to try and keep himself alive as members of Niki want to get this one going, want to use what they can. But the answer is nothing as they force members of Riddle away, but the siege continues.
Siege continues, but on the top side, all of these members from Niki, they're coming onto the bottom side. Look at the Baron. It's being started up by Slowq, by MC. They want to try and sneak this one away. I'm sure Niki are aware, but I mean, what are they going to do about it this time? They have first move just about in front of Fadakan and nukes. However, I mean, the Baron's just burning. It's gone.
Too quick.
2k. Ziggs ult, maybe. Nope. Not going to be stolen away this time. And MC secures that one for Riddle. And that's a Baron buff and an Ocean Soul now to deal with. As realistically, it's just the base to knock on for Riddle. So Niki going to have to do some heroics here. They've got the wave clear. But it more or less depends on whether or not Riddle find the angle or find the dive in order to try and close this one out within the Baron timer.
And Riddle have all the tools to do so. It's a case of what can Niki do, and will Riddle play this one correctly? Because there aren't that many bricks standing outside of the base anymore, and some damage has already been done to the inhibitor towers. So it looks harder and harder for the Finnish representatives to find the stall, find the way back into this game, because it's not just about stabilizing, it's about getting into a winning position, and Riddle have just made that nigh on impossible for the past 5-10 minutes. Taking down the first inhibitor tower in the mid lane, Fadakan takes a decent chunk from Aero, but we'll be able to step away. And the Ezreal safety, we talked about how this Riddle roster really didn't have enough range on enough champions, but they've got all the range they need. They're going into the top side. Slowq needs to be careful, caught out once again, but this time he's got support, he's got mates. The damage coming through. Asdor gets a big chunk, but Slowq is still alive. He will go down eventually, but with the GA teammates are here. The Sieger, first victim of the fight. Fadakan just running rampant, free firing on the back line. Slowq doesn't fall, but everyone on the Niki is going to Aero and Azator on the side, but they're going to call out by Ket. They're running back towards their base, towards their Nexus towers. Crocodile is playing Bouncer, looking towards Victor. Can he find him? Not just yet. Knock up from the Satchel, but Inhibitor 1 falls, Inhibitor 2 falls. This could be game. Astor and Aero versus 5 from Riddle. Dived onto Astor versus the world. He's going to be forced back into the fountain, throwing bombs, trying to dodge out the kill. Will survive, but his game will not. Just like that, 37 minutes into the game, Riddle grabbed their first win and send Niki home with no points after week 1.
Yeah, Riddle, I think, you know, definitely the mid game, potentially a little bit concerning, but once they finally regain their footing after the Baron still, yeah, it just looks a little bit too hard from the Niki, unfortunately. They had a little wave clear, but outside of that, it felt like they were never really finding ways to, you know, give themselves the proper setup to win these fights, right? They were always kind of letting Riddle be the first one on these objectives, and that's not really what you want when you've got the Victor, when you've got the Ziggs. And unfortunately, despite all of the wave clear, all of the safety nets, it wasn't quite enough for Riddle's overbearing tempo once they started to get back into the game.
A big win for Riddle. Niki will have to go back to the drawing board. We're jumping to a short break. When we come back, it'll be interviews and desks, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the NLC. We have a lot of questions for the first player, so without further ado, I would like to welcome Kex from Riddle. Are you there?
Yeah, hello.
There he is. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. I guess a bit better since we finally won.
Yeah, I see it in your face. I see it in your face. Okay, so through this game, you go into the game, you get in Renekton, and all of a sudden you see Darius on the other side with Ghost and Flash. Tell me what went through your mind at that point.
I was also a bit surprised, like he had little tempo, which means he basically just completely decided to just play for lane. So I knew if I just chill early and not int, which I actually kind of did because I had to flash. Was really unlucky because I was about to get level 2, but I missed Q on the creep, so I didn't get level 2 and I had to flash, but it's whatever. So yeah, if I knew if I don't int early, it should be fine since we had really good dive setup for that with Diana Yasuo, and in general we had like good team comp for team fights. And if I just avoid not dying early, so it should be quite easy for us to play team fights, because if Darius doesn't get the reset, there is like no way we lose any fights. And that's what we kind of did. We also dove top early, so I think it was kind of nice. Like we did what we planned to do.
We were talking in the back room about the play that you guys were just stacking on the top lane, getting all those minions to get that dove you did. You were talking about with Diana and Yasuo on the top lane. And on the other side, the other team didn't react accordingly to that. How long were you guys setting up that play? And who was making the calls and all that? Because the TP from Victor came way too late.
I think even with Victor TP, it doesn't change much. I feel like if Lee was there to defend the play as well, then maybe they could have defended. But with only Victor, I think it was way too late. Because I don't think anyone was level 6 either. So I feel like we can just one-shot the Darius and just run away. Regardless, I mean, we were setting it up like in advance. Like basically, that was like the whole game plan early. I stack up a wave, so I'm surprised the enemies didn't react to it. And I also feel like they have a hard time diving bot if our bot lane is healthy, because we have Braum, and Braum is just kind of impossible to dive. Like I think worst case, the best case scenario, they would trade like 1-for-1 on bot lane. So I think they were just like really late to react on the play on top, yeah, and it worked out for us.
Obviously, we're talking about the good side of the game. We're talking about the good things, obviously, but we need to discuss the other things. Tell me about the Baron call, because you guys are setting up a Baron where you have Lee Sin on the other side. You can't have a way to stop that Lee Sin. What happened?
I mean, I think the Baron call itself was fine because we do it really fast, since we did have Diana Yasuo and they just do insane damage. It was kind of like my fault as well, since I TP'd late. If I just TP before Victor, I can probably zone Lee myself easily because he was low. And if I manage to get a stun off, then he just gets one-shot by Ezreal. So I don't think the Nash call was bad. I think we just like played it wrong.
Are you feeling more comfortable now?
I mean, it definitely feels good that we finally won. And yeah, I think we're gonna be like a bit more comfortable, and hopefully we're also gonna play with a bit more confidence in next games. And yeah, the loss didn't affect us either, so I'm happy. I feel like I don't think we played. I mean, I don't think we made any big mistakes this game. We just kind of played it slow and just wanted to like just not, I guess, risk it, and it worked out. So yeah.
And it's a good week, isn't it? Like getting a 1-1, you won the second game, you lost the first one. Okay, it's still the first day of the entire split. So it's a good record in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it could be better, could be a 2-0, but then again,
it could.
Let's not push our luck. So
focus on the good side, don't focus on the bad one, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's like first loss and probably the only loss for the season. So you know, it's fine. The next weeks are gonna be even better.
So I wish you the best entire of the rest of the week to practice and to study with the team and do whatever you want, and enjoy the week as well, because you guys did a good job today, and congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There we go. So this time, Riddle were able to take this game. Obviously, there was a little bit of a scuff there and that, but yeah, they actually got it. It was a good game played. The Baron call, we were talking about it. Why just don't at least fake the call, force them to TP the Victor and then move away, force the TP out of it and then have the TP advantage on Renekton. But those things in the middle of the game are kind of confusing and hard to pull off because the communication has to be on spot. But then Ezreal was just smurfing, let's be honest. I don't know why Ezreal are not appearing more on the Champion Select. Let's be honest, Ezreal is so good right now, and all of the idea of just rotating the first strike to Conqueror due to the fact that you're playing versus Ziggs, for instance. They're such high attack, like high range, so you don't need to bring in the first strike, because it was Goldberg that told me, yeah, first strike here versus Ziggs, it's a bait. It's completely a bait, because you bring in the first strike, and all of a sudden you can't use it. So are you going to use it in the late game when you can use the Conqueror and actually get damage, get sustain, and build up, just as Ezreal did? So a lot of things didn't win smoothly for Riddle, but in my opinion, a lot of things actually went towards their side, and this is a good takeaway from the first week. Obviously, on the other side, though, we have to talk with Niki to see what happened, what was the game plan. They had such a... Okay, just received a lot of info. They had such a good team composition that where they could just play so far away, not putting yourself in trouble, let the enemy team come to you and not putting yourself in danger. But the problem was that Niki, in my opinion at least, actually went way too deep versus a team that wants to be on your face, that wants to poke with Ezreal. But Ezreal has some sort of range, but not as much range as like a Ziggs and the Victor. And I don't know if I have anyone with me, because we're just switching the cameras and all that on this beautiful studio, by the way. And also, if you want any question to be asked to the players, tell me. I know I got one on Instagram, and I'm looking to see if I can interview that player today. I'm keeping an eye on you guys, community. You guys can be more active. I'll be looking out for you guys. So if I get that interview, I'll make the question about the pancakes. I'll do it, whatever you guys want. I just want you to actually know the players and see the people that are the players before you see the players, like the game plan and all that. But regarding Niki, at this point, I want to have the interview with Ado at this point to see what was happening. Oh, are you there, Ado? Oh, okay. So with this in mind, I don't think we're going to have him for now, and it's time to go for the little break before the next game. I would like to talk with him, but we'll see if we can do it eventually. But for now, we'll take a quick break, and we'll return with another game. Keep watching, keep on the NLC, keep doing it. See you soon. And welcome back to the desk as I have the guest just dancing away on my left. I love this. So this is an
What
awesome
are you talking
game.
about? We're just sitting still.
I don't know.
You know
I
they
think he
have
dreamt it.
cameras. They're recording. They know everything.
I think you're lying.
But the viewers don't.
So Astralis versus Singularity. What's gonna happen?
Where's
Because
your jersey?
Yeah, I should have brought it with me. No,
you didn't bring it?
I can't bring it every day. What you-
Fake fan, fake fan.
Yeah, you're right, because I'm not a fan. But
Astralis, you can deal with it.
no, okay, 5 Danes, forget it. That's probably superior. But you know what? I'd like to, be a bit critical this time around and say that from Astralis this time around, I expect, or I want to see, more fast-paced gameplay because a lot of people could say that on the first day, yes, they were disciplined. It was a slow, methodical way of winning the game, but I don't think that was very convincing. I thought that game should have been more dominant. I thought there was ways where the early game it got into it a little bit. Taxa got invaded. It took some time before we really saw him get started, and I just thought Taxa was on the return last split because I saw a guy who's untricked, who won the entire league, super aggressive. Taxa in the past had known to, perform more on the more slower champions. So
Listen extraordinaire.
Yeah, but Lee's an extraordinaire as well. So I thought yesterday, okay, I want to see a team with 5 stellar names, not only just from Denmark, right, but in terms of all of Europe that we've seen. And I wanted to see them really just come in and completely demolish the opposition. That's not really what we saw. So again, today against Singularity, who had a really shaky start and, arguably probably has a more difficult time just going off individual in the lanes, I want to see a more convincing win from Astralis.
I felt like Astralis seemed a little bit exploitable, if you will, because having that lead in the early and then slowing it down is exactly what Singularity used versus Vanir to try and bring back a 4,000 gold lead that Vanir had in day 1. And I'm thinking Singularity is a team that doesn't necessarily put as many resources as possibly Astralis does put into the roster, into their team, right? And my eyes go straight into the top lane matchup. I'm thinking Carlson versus Tatui, Carry versus carry, probably a bruiser versus bruiser or fighter matchup. Tatui seemed to be the hard carry last time for his team, diving into the backline with the Wukong, tried to create havoc, trying to split the team. And Carlson did the exact same thing with the Renekton. So I'm thinking this is going to be sort of like a top lane battle on who's going to establish dominance there. And I'm feeling like the both side of the map is going to be a little bit more low profile.
Well, that's the thing, because it can be both things, at least for Astralis, because if we had not seen what we saw on day 1, if you just take a look on the paper, you'd probably say, oh, Chrisberg's in the bot lane, and Vendel is in the bot lane.
Yeah.
We know Vendel likes to limit us down towards the bottom lane, or at least be an aggressive support, and we know that Chrisberg loves to have resources. So we really can't say what we were to expect right now until we see the champ select, but not to make it too Astralis focused, like even on the other end of the coin, on Singularity, I take a look at the support, another Dane, Yevahor, that I've been following for a long time, also have shown in the past that he is able to show carry performances, or at least to let his team shine through their own carry capabilities. He was playing on team with then Voxner as well in spring, just before NLC as well. How they ended up in UKLC, I don't know, but that happened. So there's definitely still strong points from the side of Singularity, but it's just when you put that strong point up against the side of Astralis, they do look a little bit weaker.
So put the show on the road. We get Astralis versus Team Singularity. Champion Select is on. And also, you were talking about Astralis and how clean they were, but there's room for improvement. I want to talk about, like, really fast the fact that putting X7 near Astralis, so X7 only died 3 times, Astralis 5. But the thing is, you look at the time that X7 took to finish the game, and you look at Astralis, and it's so far apart. So Singularity might have a big shot.
I think it was a completely different game.
Yes, by far.
One was clean and methodical. I think X7 went straight at it. They were much faster about it. Now, looking here, because specifically Singularity is on the red side, I'm expecting an R5 Tatui pick, something that he can potentially carry with. They are getting rid of all the hard late scaling sort of composition-wise champions, such as the Ziggs that can stall the game out. Chrisberg picked it in his last match as well. They're getting out Mutters, of course, Orianna, that he was stellar with in pressing that R button. Beautifully done.
Caitlin's up.
Jinx is up.
Yeah, but it's Caitlyn.
Come on.
You B1 Caitlyn for sure.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. We saw in the LCK, I think it was today, there was a Caitlyn matchup, hard poke matchup, into a Karma matchup. That's exactly where I wanted to end up with. And anything that went together with the Caitlyn ended up really suffering. The Caitlyn / whatever else poke champ lane really suffered versus the Karma. And I believe here that also it's going to be the same situation with Jinx and Karma. Of course, it was an Ezreal plus Karma, so it's much easier to evade all this damage that the Caitlyn Lux lane could throw your way. But with the speed ups and the shields from the Karma, you can negate a lot of that damage.
Yeah, but the thing is with the Karma is that it's something that allows your AD carry to deal with the extra range that Caitlyn usually have and the poke. And it's something that allows for a Jinx, for example, to be a bit more mobile. But I really like the Lux pick into it. While you do get the movement speed out of the shielding, there's still so much that needs to be shielded from this lane that you might not always have it for a line binding. You might have to dodge the E of the Lux. You might have to dodge the Pilt of a Peacemaker. There's so many things that gives you room to suddenly use this. So when you take a look at the power picks of Astralis right now, Caitlyn, Victor, you can already tell it's about playing around with the ground here between these champions. There's so much room to maneuver or room for Singularity to try and maneuver around with these skill shots.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the Jinx pick here. I think it's extremely dangerous. You're playing with fire, you're playing with traps, you're playing with bindings, you're playing against Victors, you're playing against Kettles. There's just so much ground control around the Caitlyn that I don't necessarily think the Jinx should ever be able to move forward. And there's also picks like the Renekton that thankfully got banned. There's still the Camille that we have yet to see going further into the game that can reach the backline really easily. Let's not forget the Hecarim. The junglers have not yet been picked still. So there's like so much backline dive. And at this point, seeing both hyper carries, I feel Caitlyn is much better protected.
I find these bans so interesting as well because right now, if I'm Astralis, I don't actually think I want carries. I don't think I want Renekton, and I don't think I want Camille. I think I want the likes of a tank like an Ornn right now that can help you create this space between these champions you have right now. You're most likely going to be blind picking your top lane as well because the fourth pick that should come in here from the side of Singularity should just be the jungler. You save the last pick for your top laner to make things easier for you. So I'm a bit curious for these bans, but maybe Astralis, maybe SNG is just reading the room and no Carlton wants to play a carry, but I'm a bit curious about it.
Yes. I love seeing the Hecarim. X7 yesterday played it against a long-range composition. You need something to dive with the Hecarim in the backline. Something that comes straight to mind, again, is going to be the Wukong. Tatui played it in his previous game, day one. He did great with it. First, of course, he has to see the matchup, but Wukong pretty much does decently into any melee matchup you're going to put him in. Unless it's going to be something with range. Here, I wouldn't even mind seeing a Jace, so to speak. There's so much poke coming in from the Caitlyn, Lux, Victor, where you're gonna poke away your opponents, and then they're gonna have to retreat from any objective that you have. But
Frontline. I think frontline is just necessary as well. And as you can see right now, loads of disengage options as well if a Hecarim is joining in. You got the kick to kick them away. I don't even think you need that as an engage. And you got the suplex from the set now as well. So not only are you creating space in terms of damage from abilities, now you're physically also creating space by literally just pulling the enemy AD carry or whoever you want to take and dunk them in the opposite direction.
So at this point is the last pick.
Nah, it has to be.
Okay, we got debate. Oh, we did
my
it.
God, you're right.
It is the Karma top special.
Okay, I actually really love what Singularity have going on for them. I see a bunch of shields. I really like that they swapped the Karma straight into a solo lane, which you can abuse the set and get priority top lane. What I do not like is that they're putting all their eggs in two carries that take a while to scale, whilst the Caitlyn is gonna be very lane dominant from the get-go. Playing double poke scenario into a Thresh is gonna massively suffer, bot lane is gonna massively fall far behind, and then you don't necessarily have Tatui on something that he can hit back on the other side of the map. You have him on a Karma.
And I think it's going to come down to early prio now. I think you're completely right. They've made it a bit more easy for themselves in terms of what are we playing for.
Yeah.
But it's also, if this does not go well in the early game, we lose. Because if you're last on the objective against the Victor, against the Caitlyn that's been allowed to go around fed, then it's going to be difficult. And I also think you made bot lane a bit more difficult to play now. The Karma is not in the bot lane. So Lux gets more value now in terms of you can even catch the Thresh. It doesn't have to be the AD that gets caught.
So this is it. This is the champion select. This is going to be action-packed as well. I want to see explosions. I want to see Caitlyn. I want to see Jinx. I want to see Karma trying to attack Sett, but Sett doing something. This is an amazing game to start it off. I want to see explosions with a Michael Bay background, and I want to see that casted emotion, Viperoon. I want to see you scream back to you.
I'm saving my energy for game 5. There'll be screams later if things kick off. We're not shouting, we're not bursting eardrums just yet. But thank you very much, Des Jamada. Imagine thinking that it's a bait with the fresh hover when it's Yepe. How this man loves himself a fresh.
All right, so the UKLC Jamada in me from last year is very excited to see Yepe back on the Thresh. However, obviously very controversial. I think the fact that you've now moved this Karma to the top side, okay, great, top lane matchup, whoop-de-doo, Karma gets prio in a lane that probably wouldn't matter anyway. Now you put Thresh in a situation where he's probably going to be super uncomfortable in this lane, and Hecarim doesn't really want to gank too much. I feel like Porp wants to kind of just farm this one out, hit 6, and then start finding action. The reason why you pick up Thresh in this situation, if you ask me, is for the setup to try and abuse this Caitlyn Lux lane. But when you've got, Lee Sin, who's very easily going to match the early gank prowess of Hecarim, I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure. I think what it can do in the later stages is definitely deny some of the entry opportunities for Set and Lee Sin in some of the team fights, but the lane is definitely where I'm going to worry. And I think when you're laning against such proficient laners in Chrisberg and Wendelbo on such a strong lane duo like Caitlyn and Lux, you're definitely asking for a lot from Singularity, but they can probably make it work.
I'm fascinated to see if they can do so and what the top lane matchup's going to look like as well. As you said, it might not be the most vital in terms of the result of the lane, Karma into Set, but just the dynamics of it and where the junglers end up wanting to be. And of course, we've got a Victor once again. Still no wins for Victor in this league as it lost last time out, but will Crest have a better time on it into Corki. Muta playing a very different style of champion to the one we saw him on yesterday, but definitely someone to keep an eye on because yesterday, or Monday even, Muta was the star player for Singularity.
Yeah, and it was off the back of all those Orianna shockwaves this time around on the Corki, so a little more hyper carry based. Of course, Corki hit that 2-iron spike, and then you start to really blow things up, get the package as well. And I think package backline access can actually be a pretty big deal this game when you have the Hecarim who eventually will want to dive from time to time. Following that up can definitely be very, very dangerous for the likes of Chrisberg or Victor and the Caitlyn too. So yeah, like we saw just there, even eating a binding level 1, no opportunity to actually proc the aftershock for Hepe, you can just lose half your HP. So imagine you stack, another ability from Lux, and then on top of that a trap. You probably just get 100-0 and die, and this is where things start to get really oppressive underneath the tower. Yes, you have to respect the death sentence just a tad, right? Just so you don't potentially eat an all-in, but if you can do that, you're always going to be the ones of pressure, you're always going to be the ones of priority, and that's why you definitely have to worry.
That's a nice death sentence into Flay. Wendell has to flash. The Ignite goes down as well. As Big going to flash forward. Can they get the kill? Fuzzbot going over to Singularity. It's turned around with Chrisberg grabbing one, and now it's going to be the Jinx versus Caitlyn. Will the villain be apprehended? Yes, Chrisberg with the double. Taxa's the one that turns up first, so no jungle intervention. Astralis, good start.
Honestly, a little bit of hesitation here from the SNG bottom, from the SNG AD carry. I feel like you can just commit. You just got excited. You just got your passive. Yes, Chrisberg still has flash, but if you just stay in minigun range, I feel like with Lethal Tempo, you will out DPS Caitlyn at this early stage of the game. Unfortunately, decides to go for the retreat, gives Chrisberg the opportunity to chase down. And now that's a Caitlyn with 2 kills at pre-5 minutes. Gonna base, gonna have a BF sword most likely, and things are just gonna get really, really difficult, or rather a Nukever, to really deal with. And it all comes from the back of that death sentence, which, yes, at first looks good. You're always gonna trade 1-for-1, it's always gonna be the AD carries. But I mean, look at this, I'm not sure. I just feel like Jinx can definitely win this 1v1. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misjudging here. But yeah, back away, you give Chrisberg the opportunity to kite forward and get more auto attacks in. And now he's coming back actually with B-Groove, so I feel like that's going to be even more oppressive. All of the extra movement speed to sort of kite around the death sentence, kite around the auto ranges, and of course all of the additional attack speed.
And of course, just being able to jump in, get a little bit of poke down with that longer attack range, and then back away before Jinx has time to react is going to be really, really useful for Chrisberg. 2 kills very early on. Now it's a case of what can be done with this. Astralis, do your game plans change with that early advancement if you're on either team?
No, I mean, I think for SNG, maybe now, like playing through the bottom side, you need to either shut down this Caitlyn right now while you still can, or you have to suffer it and try and find another avenue in if you're SNG. If you're Astralis, no, you're fine. You're doing exactly what you're planning to do from the get-go here. And yeah, I just feel like these 2 free kills are going to accelerate what the Caitlyn's going to want to do in this lane, which is definitely just try and look for some bully opportunities. Porp shadowing the bottom side just in case maybe Taxa comes for a gank at this particular opportunity, but Taxa's all the way on the top side, so won't find a counter gank in this regard.
So all action in the bot lane, no action anywhere else. We're watching this top side, the Karma into the set. Set has a little bit more farm than Tattoo does. Is that normal? Because ranged into melee, you'd normally think that'd be the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, Set's one of those champions that can actually be pretty okay.
Oh, actually gonna have to hold that point. I baited you as Cress is being caught out. Will flash away, the depth sentence doesn't land. The stun is good, and Victor gets away.
Yeah, does blow the flash though, so makes a gank from Porp now once he hits that level 6 mark. All but an eventuality here. Should be a pretty free pickup as you go. Trade from Carlson onto Tattoo here. Will be traded back with all of these autos. Grasp Karma, the name of the game here, so going to be really, really frustrating. I really want to know what the build's going to be actually. Just because some of the new tank items could maybe provide a slightly more irritating version of Tank Karma to the one that we're used to over the last couple of years. As Porp maybe eyeing up a top side visit, but sees that he is spied out on a ward, so gank likely averted here. And it seems like Astralis on the bottom side, knowing now that Porp is on the top side, will try and start this one up. Gank, a little bit overforced. Carlson should be able to walk this one away. Barely loses any HP for it, and might have to base if they decide to stack the wave and maybe throw a dive. But I mean, mid lane, Mura.
He has to flash away, but he will survive the all-in from Cress at level 6. Of course, Corgi doesn't really have that same all-in level 6, but Porp has hung around. Carlson does need to be careful. Has just got that ultimate in his pocket as well, though. Getting some punches down, forcing the flash away from Tattoo on the Karma, and no ultimate even needs to be burnt. Carlson just completely outplays him.
Yeah, honestly, if I was Carlson, I would have maybe been feeling myself. Ult the Hecarim, going on top of the Karma who just blew a flash. Maybe you find the 2v1. Just because of all the regen that you have from passive, maybe even eye up a 2v1 entirely there. But yeah, does his job, survives the dive, gets to his flash, and gets all of the CS. Crisis averted in that sense. And okay, Astralis, not only did they win out on the bottom side by getting the dragon, they also went out on the top side dive. So SNG, unlike yesterday, or rather Monday, we're going to do that a lot, I feel like, over the course of the split.
Yeah, it's been a week.
Yeah, it's been a week. Unlike Monday, actually a little more proactive, trying to find some plays here and there. It felt like in their game versus Vanir, it was a lot more, you know, just kind of sitting around, waiting, not really doing too much. This time in the opening 8 minutes or so, they've definitely been looking for opportunities to try and push a lead.
And we were talking with Nightmare a little bit earlier on about how this team liked to play out, because he's seen some of these players along. Got to hold that point because Carlson and Taxa are trying to take this Karma down. Tank Karma or not, you die just the same, and Taxa secures the kill.
Yep, Taxa, free as you like, no flash on the Karma, too much setup between a Lee Sin and a Set, so that's a pretty free pickup, and right on time for the Herald, which is obviously the goal here. Crashing that top wave, Carlson should probably stick around, yeah, cancel that recall. Just to secure this Herald for now. And even if Porp does have Muta in his back pocket here, I just feel like it's a contest that you can't really make work. Muta would have had to have still had TP based and then got packaged to maybe make this contest a thing. But this should just be a pretty free Herald here. Wendelbo also comes up from base just to ensure that this Herald is a certainty. And SNG, if they do decide to walk in now, it's going to be a little bit too late, as Astralis talent do pick up this Herald.
Yepe dodges away from the snare, but gets slowed up and takes the poke a little bit to the left, and he would have potentially gone down. And this is something that Singularity needs to be a little bit careful on. It's something we saw a little bit in the last game, that certain members maybe overstepped just 1 or 2 steps forward, 1 or 2 steps to one side, where they can get taken down. And for some of these players who haven't necessarily played at NLC level before, of course, Singularity taking their players from the university scene, some of them have a lot less experience than players, especially on the likes of this Astralis roster. You've got Chris Berg, you've got Cress, you've got
It's night and day. It's jungle through support.
The opposite,
like,
isn't it?
It is quite literally night and day, right? Taxa, Cress, like you're listing them all. The only person here with very little experience on the Astralis talent lineup is Carlson in the top side, and I mean, they wouldn't have kept him for no reason. He's very clearly a very talented young individual who, you know, being surrounded by so many experienced players is only going to learn, only going to grow, and only going to get better.
That's exactly what they were saying in the interview yesterday. They were like, we came in, Carson, 60, we were all a bit like, is this kid actually that good? But then they played with him and they were like, yeah, he is that good. He's going to be insane in a couple of years' time. And he's had the complete run of the lane in the top side in both games we've seen him in. So far, Petoska and Hatu, maybe not the premium top laners that we've got in this league, potentially with expectation going into this one, but it's certainly a great performance to start off, and that's a nice engage coming through from Yepe. Follow-up through from Pop. Can they catch out? They have got Chrisberg. He's gonna go down. BK picking up the shutdown. Taxa in the wings, though, looking to get onto Yepe. Will be able to secure the kill. With Port being snared up, Taxa's thinking about it, but decides against. Does have the Rift Herald in pocket, but it's just going to be a 1-for-1 exchange.
Yep, Taxa comes down, trades out the kill found on to Chrisberg here as get a replay of it. Landon not actually needed in the end. Port still just runs all the way in. Box is flashed away from, but you can't flash away from the onslaught of shadows from Hecarim here. Shut down, given over to the Jinx crucially, and Hepe space checks into Lee Sin. Nothing more to say about that one. And nice setup from SNG, and this is what I was talking about. Once you hit that level 6 mark, once Port actually has the ability to, you know, close the gap even more, it is very, very difficult for the likes of a Lux and a Caitlyn to actually survive some of that gank, just because of all of the setup. And again, that, you know, going back to the draft, question marks around swapping the Karma up to the top side, putting the Thresh on the bottom side. This is why you do that. But unfortunately, they haven't really been able to press more than this one time. We'll have to see now, you know, whilst Chrisberg doesn't have summoners, whilst Wendelbo doesn't have summoners, whether or not Porp and Co can actually make a return gank down here, a return visit. And that's when you start to actually, you know, bear some harvest from these ganks. Because right now, Kate, nice. You've damaged the lane a little bit. You've got your Jinx sort of on parity, or actually completely on parity now with Chrisberg. But it's about going that extra length, making sure Caitlyn can't take over the mid game.
Hatu on the top side going to be grabbing some plates, and actually, even with the kills and the objectives going the way of Astralis, things are pretty even in terms of gold. Yepe might have stepped up. Wendell holding onto the snare, going to be dodged out by Fresh, but can't dodge the kick, and he goes down. Another kill going over to Astralis. Taxa the third of the game. Teleport coming up. Frisbee game will flash away. Ace in the hole will not be enough. Rift Herald dropped down as Muta comes through to clear out the minions. But this could be a tower going down quite easily. The charge won't get the execute, but with Caitlyn, with Lee Sin, with Lux, can Muta defend?
Nah, it looks like they will leave it at one tower plate. I feel like even though there was the package, I'm not sure that was something that was actually disturbing Astralis' want or need to take down that tower. They just say, better off getting the resets, allow Chrisberg to catch this wave by himself, and then maybe we look to send him. Also, maybe we want to go back bot, of course, because we do have the dragon on the map, so maybe eyeing up that one instead for Astralis. So far, both the neutrals in their favor. Hepe, I won't say in danger, but eating up. Yeah.
He's taking up a lot of time, but his health bar's going lower and lower. Will survive, and as BK's there as well. Taxa running on through, looking to catch people out and protect. And again, it's not going to be a Hextech Soul as we see the Dragon fighting Porp second of the game. We're just saving it up for last game of the day. Don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine. But Porp going to be forced to back away. That Dragon does a lot of damage, and the slow is pretty nutty as well. So not feeling confident as Astralis retake the river.
Yeah, Astralis retake the river, and I think with that retake, all of this control now around the mid lane, it should be all but theirs. You can see Priory in the bottom side, Priory about to be gained in the mid lane. And even if it isn't, you can see Mira and Porp, they're more focused on trying to secure this blue buff, which will actually be stolen away from them. And actually, with Taxa smiting that means there won't be another smite for around another 45 seconds. So probably going to play away from the Dragon unless they know it's entirely secure. And they are just going to hover Chrisberg here as he takes down this first tower, and that's 610 gold into the Caitlyn's back pocket. Now they know the Dragon's secure, most likely. They just get the staff and they will take it down. Observer, if I could actually ask for a gold hover, just to see where Caitlyn is compared to Jinx, because she has to be at least, yeah, there you go. I was gonna say about 750 at the very least, but it's actually a lot higher, 1,000 gold. The difference between these two AD carries. Chrisberg funneled nicely, got those 2 kills early on in the 2v2. You can almost kind of say gift wrapped by SNG. And now all of these tower plates as well. Caitlyn could potentially be a pretty big menace, and he's got a very, very fed Lee Sin to ensure that any diving threat from the Hecarim is immediately dealt with quite quickly.
14 minutes, plates fall off. Jamada quickly, while there's a lull. Chemtech Dragon is on the...
It's happened again!
What's happening, Jamada? Talk us through it, quickly.
I mean, no, we got it in that game. The Chemtech Dragon.
Yeah, but you don't know what we...
All right. For anyone that's
people are just joining us, Astralis fans, Singularity fans.
Yeah, so if you are not familiar with what the Chemtech Dragon does, well, I will tell you right now. It gives you a little bit more attack speed depending on your missing HP, and if you, of course, hit that soul, the very infamous soul at the moment, you do get the zombie form after death, kind of a mini G8, and then you get to play the game for an extra 4 or 5 seconds. As Hepe, actually, it's almost a full combo, but doesn't really lose much of his HP for it. And of course, that soul, very, very oppressive. And if Astralis are able to secure that one super early on, the game, it almost stops being League of Legends at that point, because you're playing effectively a 5v10. And things get really, really tricky to deal with for the side of SNG, or any team that has to really bear down against a Chemtech Dragon.
Could lead to the first win for Victor if Cress manages to pick that one up.
Okay.
So
inflated stats, right? Like, come on, Astralis, top end team, SNG, you know, definitely a team.
Oh yeah, they get the engage on though. Wendell in a lot of trouble. Gonna run out the back, flash out the back, and the ultimate comes on through. Taxa kicks and secures the first kill of the fight onto Port. Singularity get turned around. Carlson marauding forwards, looking for something. Muta on the bot side, not interested in getting involved. Crest looking for SPK, won't be able to find the kill, but a lot of damage onto the Jinx. And everyone on the top side manages to make it away, but Astralis once again take the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Gorborg on the desk, his one request of Astralis talent was slightly faster paced gameplay, and I think perhaps they heard him on the desk, heard his wish here, as I will say it is technically SNG who start this one up. They find the hook onto Wendelbo, feel like they can burst him down, but unfortunately he just has the backup there and ready. And Taxa comes in, kicks Porp in the face, gets one final war attack off, and of course Carlson was also here, does force out a flash from Tetsuyan. Get that tower for Chrisberg, who moved lane to lane, but take that tower top, take that tower, and now moving into the mid lane. A lot of chip damage done by Krez, you'd imagine is finished up by Chrisberg in the next couple of minutes. And Astralis, no Herald to worry about for now. So Dragon, 2 minutes time, they'll send Krez to the bottom side, they'll have him secure the bottom lane priority there, and they should play around this mid lane of Caitlyn, who quickly approaching her second item here, Lord Dominance.
Yeah, the Herald to be worried about. It's currently in the pocket of Porp, but we'll have to see if they can use that effectively or not, and to what Astralis is going to do. Just quick shout out to Taxa. He's playing very well. Taxa's a good League of Legends player. That's my analysis. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, no problem. There you go.
Doesn't usually get hooked by MA.
Oh my goodness.
Ace in the hole is going to be taken by Fresh, who puts down the lantern a little bit late, so it doesn't actually go into the shield. But Astralis, they're looking for more plays. They want to be proactive. And this is brilliant. This is perfect from what we've seen, as you said, about Gorborg. Because I was questioning whether in the game they played yesterday, were they really measuring the game correctly, or were they just kind of not good at being proactive and having to wait for Niki to kind of wear down and not have the tools in their comp anymore. But this game is showing Astralis clearly know how to play against compositions, but also know how to play their own, which is really, really good for the region moving forward, because this means that this development team, which is only going to get better throughout the split, you've got to imagine, is already doing so many things correctly.
Yeah, I think development team may be a strong term. Definitely for Carlson.
Carson's developing, and Cress is just there yes, academy.
If anything, it's SNG that are the development team, right? They're the team, with these young university players that are trying to get all of this experience. So, I mean, against the lineup like Astralis Talents, it's a pretty good matchup to maybe learn a thing or two here, as Hepe kick flashed by Taxa. I guess they really didn't want Hepe to play the game for this dragon fight, so he's going to be dead, not available for this dragon. And yeah, I think mid lane tower now just going to be the natural target off the back of that pick, and they should be able to transfer that into Chemtech Dragon, unless Porp has a thing or two to say about it.
Chrisberg, nice flash away. The set's going to ult himself out as well. Nice play from Porp to dodge out of that one, and while that was okay from Singularity, they're not going to have any opportunity to contest this dragon, as Taxa's already there. It spawns up now, and this should be an easy take for Astralis.
Yeah, it should be an easy take indeed. Taxa's already on it. Herald summoned, I think, aiming at the top side. Yeah, top side. However, I feel like Astralis, if they really want to, have enough time to answer that. If you were to ask me. Maybe they don't, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Herald dropped by Porp. And for now, Astralis Talent in a very, very strong position to pick up this Chemtech Soul super early on, 24 minutes in the game, give or take. And they found another pick.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do there. Tatu is the victim. Chrisberg is the killer. But on the top side, Singularity might look for a second charge. Carlson is there to defend it somewhat. But on the bottom side, Astralis managed to take a tower of their own and will look to reset. So Muta and Porp do need to be careful.
Yep. do need to beat, but I suppose, you know, consolation prize for SNG, they find one bit of gold through that Herald, but Astralis still pretty staunch control across the map. It's going to be very difficult for SNG to unseat this for now. Corki still a little whiles away from a second Ion. Of course, Niki working towards, I believe, a Runans with that build path, so we'll get there eventually, but it's just going to take a little while before this Jinx and Corki are online, and once they are there, maybe they can try and stand toe-to-toe with the Victor, with the Caitlyn, but Chrisberg and Krez, they are so strong right now. 3-1-4 on Chrisberg, whilst, you know, Krez doesn't necessarily have the highest amount of kill participation. Ludens plus a needlessly large rod in his inventory. Victor's very, very strong right now, and if he gets access to any of these squishy members on SNG, they won't be able to play out these team fights whatsoever.
20 minutes into this game, Baron on the Rift, Astralis with a commanding gold lead, over 5,000, and looking to take another fight before potentially moving to the objective. Muta has the package and has still not been involved in any kills at all, which, you know, just chilling, waiting for the opportune time to strike, and for Singularity, that might be sooner rather than later. They do need to be careful, though, because Astralis are just so strong. They're looking to try and get an engagement onto someone. They find the backline. Muta onto Wendell, grabs the kill. First of the game, so much damage. Port goes forward, but gets taken down immediately as the fight will continue 4v4. Tax goes low. Muta on the side is doing a lot of work, but Astralis aren't interested in him as much as grabbing everyone else. Crest ebbing and flowing, cannot find anything. Needs to be careful as Vige is getting free fires into the backline. Crest doesn't go down. Victor sidesteps again. But that's a fair fight. That's an even one. And Singularity once again transition into the mid game with a decent performance.
Yeah, we spoke about Corki as well, hitting that 2-iron mark as well, the Jinx, but she wasn't quite here. But it's all about Muta anyway, who found the Ravenous Hydra, had the package, came in, obliterates Wendell. But I mean, just watch the replay. I don't really have to say anything over it. Just, what is it, Q-O-O-R? Gone. Oh, not allowed to play League of Legends, Wendell. Even Flash, there's just nothing you can do about it. Hawks engage a little bit too over-eager to try and get more found from the capitalization of that pick, and because of that, dies. Unfortunately, 2 days back-to-back team fighting hasn't quite been Port strength so far. Hopefully, you will find a little bit more success in this game at the very least, as more rockets just goes wide on Cress. If you find that kill, maybe even eye up a Baron, honestly, if you're feeling wise enough to try and bring in Astralis, try and pick up more kills in that situation with a numbers advantage. But for now, walk away with what you have to feel like is a successful fight.
Yeah.
I think at this point, when you're this far down in sort of pressure, oh, okay, hello. When you're this far down in pressure, I think going practically even, you can feel pretty comfortable walking away from it. But SNG, you have to do a little bit more. You have to put those, you know, finishing touches on these next couple of team fights if you are to find success. And you've got, you know, 90 seconds until this Dragon. You're not going to have package available, and that's a very crucial thing for Astralis, because that package backline access with a Hecarim on top of it would have been the biggest threat. So now Astralis, they might have a bit of a freebie into this next Dragon.
And if Astralis can get a freebie Dragon, that's a freebie Dragon Soul. And from the win rates, that's a freebie Dragon game, from what we've been seeing so far with this one.
Know, I was having a chat with a friend a few weeks ago during the preseason. We were talking about the Soul win rates in solo queue. Now I can't remember the exact like sort of average for a Soul win rate. It's sitting somewhere in the high 70s, right? But
yeah,
Chemtech Soul has effectively, you might as well just call it a 9% in solo queue. Kind of crazy, as you would imagine. A Soul that literally revives you from death, as SNG. Should he find a death sentence onto Carlson? But it's not going to do too much. So yeah, Astralis, if they find this with their lead, you would expect they would convert into a win here. So SNG have to do everything in their power to try and deny this Dragon away, because Chemtech, it's a very powerful Soul. And it just makes the game too hard, you feel, to deal with.
The Singularity holding out in the mid lane, want to try and potentially get something going, want to try and fight before the Dragon spawns even. Or they could look for an opportune moment to steal it away. Port goes to half health. Muta on the side, though. Remember how much damage he did last fight, and he's only gotten stronger, so keep your eyes on the corners. Port gets the engagement, goes straight through the team, gets the fear on the end, but he could be the first victim. Carlson flashing forward, ace in the hole, gets the kill, as Set now stepping up, trying to get some more going. Won't be able to do so as Singularity move away, but their health bars are pretty low. Need to move forward, looking for the snipe, but it's 5 members of Astralis, 4 members of Singularity. Crest moving forward, gets the kill onto the Jinx, onto Spike. There's the Soul coming through as well. This fight has just become insurmountable as Wendell takes down another Tati. Has the flash not to go the same way as Muta flies into the distance. But Astralis, they get the Dragon Soul and they can move towards the next objective, which has to be the Baron.
Yeah, it has to be the Baron, and I think if you're speaking realistically here, that was probably the final nail in the coffin, that Chemtech Soul. We finally get to see it on the Rift. I don't know if we'll even get to see it in action in all reality. I'm not sure if SNG will be able to secure another kill, given the current state of the game. We'll have to see. Potential big words coming from me, but we get a replay of this fight. And yeah, Port kind of just goes a little bit ham. You know, he's got all the speed ups, but he hits one person with a pit. And that's the extent of the engage. And you can see here, Carlson trying to eye up an angle there. Almost finds it, doesn't quite get onto Zipki, but look at the damage that comes out from Muta, man. You have to really respect the core key if you are Astralis, but that's all you really have to respect. It has to be said from the side of SNG, as there you see Jinx just gets absolutely obliterated. Krez, so much freedom to just kind of do what he just did in both Wendelboe and Chrisberg. Flash over the wall to try and pick up more kills, as Baron wasn't actually taken down off the back of that fight.
It wasn't, no.
Which is a bit of a surprise, but I mean, at the end of the day, when you're this far ahead, when you've got a Chemtech Soul, you can do whatever the hell you like as Astralis talent. SNG, it's kind of weird that this is only a 5k gold lead, because it feels so much larger in reality.
And I mean, that call they was just go back, reset, spend that gold, and get ready for the next play. They probably asked Taxa, should we do Baron? He's like, nah, I've watched the first 2 games. Let's not start up that objective, because I don't want to be giving it away to Porp. And Singularity are in a deep, deep hole. It might feel deeper than it actually is in terms of gold, but these fights, it's going to be so difficult. Yepe going to be engaged onto taking a decent amount of damage. He's already dead, and Tati on the side. Is that enough for them to start up the Baron, or are they going to want to just try and take down some towers instead?
I mean, they can kind of do whatever they want here. The Baron's not really a necessity to close this game out, to be totally honest with you. It's more of a final bit of security here as Krez onto Muta.
Please be careful, actually. A lot of damage coming out of that cork. You've got to respect him. Krez is going to back away, slightly better off in the trade, but not significantly. And Baron will be started up by Astralis now. You've got to imagine this one going down pretty quickly with a Lee Sin and a Caitlyn.
Yeah, especially Caitlyn, 3 items. Caitlyn traditionally not, the highest DPS champion in the game, but so much burst, and with 3 items on that Baron, very quick. Yeah, Port almost 100 to 0 there. Vision, no ace in the hole can be found, so I mean, with Porp out of the fight, I mean, it's effectively a free and secure Baron nonetheless. SNG. Oh, Rocket. No, blocked. All right, well, there you go. Baron secured by Astralis talent. And you have to imagine now, it's all about converting for Astralis and for SNG. Probably thinking about next week. Thinking about where they went wrong here in this game. Is unfortunate to say. It's definitely been a bit of a disappointing opening week for SNG, but I think definitely, positive points to talk about. Most definitely Muta.
I'm going to question that, actually. Is this a disappointing first week for Singularity? Because expectations across the board for this roster, taking it less, well, this is a lot of damage, that is in the hole, but their performance on Monday, damn it, their performance on Monday was exceptional. They took the game so close, with a backdoor being the solution to win against the Vanir side. Astralis, you know that this is one of those probably top 4 teams, probably trying to fight for top 2, wanting to be in one of those 2 European Masters slots. Come on.
Okay, sure. Maybe a tad harsh. But
yeah, and like you look at Muta's played exceptionally well. You look at yesterday, Tatu had an exceptional game when he was playing up against Vanir on Monday, not yesterday. And yeah, there will be question marks. Porp and Yepe haven't had the strongest first week performances, but they can come into games where there are other teams who haven't had great performances. Niki haven't had super strong performances. Eminem have struggled a little bit as well. So when we see Singularity up against these kind of teams that are also a bit slower to start off, that's where you can start saying, if they lose that, we can be disappointed.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. For sure. Astralis, like you said, a team expected to finish for top 2, to go for those EUM spots here. As that was that one rocket onto Chrisberg? My oh my! Oh, Okay.
Ooh, that was a bigger rocket.
That was a bigger rocket, yeah. Almost finds Chrisberg there. I mean, had Flash, had heal, saw it coming from a mile away. So if he died to that, that would have certainly been quite strange. Quite strange for Chrisberg. But Elder spawns in 55 seconds here. SNG's potential last war cry to try and make a comeback into this game. But with that Chemtech Soul, it's a 5v10. I don't know what else to say. It's a 5v10 versus multiple members who are super fed. And when they get that zombie form, they're just going to be a complete nuisance when they resurrect. Assuming kills even come down as Muta, chunked out, does have the Ravenous Hydrodome. So we'll be able to vamp back up. And I'm curious, does Muta have package waiting in base? He has to, I'm pretty sure. But Astralis...
I don't think he does, looking at it.
Astralis not too fast right now, pushing up the mid lane because SNG nowhere to be found. They're potentially collapsing in. I'm sure Astralis scratching their heads. Where are they, guys? Where are they? What's going on? I'm not sure if they looked over any vision. I can't see any pings right now. I think it's complete fog for Astralis, so they got to walk back through the Chemtech fog. And you can see Hepe, they're waiting for it.
But they don't win the fight, is the problem. Singularity have set up the ambush, but look at the damage that's coming through. They can't do anything. Muta is going to struggle to get involved, and it's just that straightforward for Astralis. Teleport into the base. They're chasing SPK and Yepe away. Muta is going to have to run back to try and get on top of Carlson, but the rest of his team is going to fall by the wayside. Chrisberg looking to smite out and snipe out the Jinx for one more stack on that. Criminals apprehended. And now it looks like it's the base. Muta actually managed to get the zombie on to the Victor, so we do get to see the soul. The soul was useful, Jamada. There we go.
It cleared a couple of creeps, and that might help Carlson finish the game out. Actually, no, I mean, they'll end because the death timers are so long, but it's going to be a bit of a slow burner, unfortunately, for SNG. We'll see. Maybe they come out and propose some pretty heroic defense here as Tatui and Porp, they were the first to die, first to respawn. Package is available, but Muta's a little whiles away from respawning. They're going for it.
Fine, actually. We'll be able to get on to Chrisberg, but Tatui just getting melted through. Porp has nothing. Yepe's there, puts down the lantern, but will not be able to save Hecarim, who dies in his arms. And now it's Fresh versus 4. I don't think he's got anything to say. SPK is there, can put down a little bit of damage. Taxa kicks him back into the team. He's going to be deleted. Yepe stands on the steps, sits and watches as Astralis go undefeated in week 1. Singularity sent back to the map without a win.
Yeah, Astralis talent with another commanding win, you know, a lot faster paced than Monday's performance. Yes. And I think, you know, like, of course, Gorborg asked for, and we received. So I'm excited to see that actually come out from Astralis. I'm glad that we're not going to get this super resident sleeper play style, you know, every game. That being said, you know, SNG, they didn't really put up a crazy amount of fight. I think they had the snap from, you know, the Thresh, the Hecarim at level 6 to maybe try and abuse this Lux Caitlyn lane. But when it came down to it, they just didn't, right? And once Caitlyn got those first 2 kills, even after she gave over a shutdown to that level 6 setup, it didn't really matter because they started moving her around the map. They dropped the Herald on the bottom side. That freed her up. And from there, it gave a bridge, unfortunately, to Krez to eventually also come online and deal all of this damage. And unfortunately, yeah, SNG, it felt like outside of those first 10 minutes, they didn't really have much of a game plan other than Storm try and let Muta actually play the game.
I think it was an exceptional performance for Astralis. As we said, they did everything that they needed to do. For Singularity, there were shining moments again. Muta, once again, was an exceptional performer. So what do you think that there's any possibility that Singularity, from what you've seen from Singularity, just very quickly before we throw to a break, do you think that there's promise for them to come in against some of these weaker teams and get a result?
I think building around Muta inside of these drafts, maybe from at least given, you know, this week 1 performance, that doesn't mean, you know, shut out the ability for Tatui to play these, you know, sort of bruiser carries or on the bottom side for Spiky to, you know, play something like the Jinx and Hyperscale or, you know, play some of these other strong AD carries. But right now, at least going for week 1, Tatui didn't really get to show much. The AD carry didn't really get to show much. And I think Muta was by far and away the best performer. So try and play through him moving into week 2 and see what you can get, because obviously very talented. We unfortunately saw him, you know, get his playtime cut in summer, but this time starting from the beginning should be able to finish. I'm excited for him, but SNG, they have to pull it together.
We'll have to see if they can do so. We're going to jump to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be interviews at desk, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome to the NLC. After the quick victory and a solid one by Astralis versus Singularity with me on the interview, I believe I already have Carlson. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Oh, there you are. Pleasure to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Are you doing
It
very
feels
well?
awesome.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
So, finishing first week, 2 victories. What's the feeling?
It feels amazing. The first split in the NLC and the ERL in general. It feels awesome to start up with 2 wins. Feeling really good.
So, playing for Astralis, how is that
Yes.
for now?
It's been amazing so far for the last year I've played. Representing a Danish org, especially, it feels awesome.
So, let's be honest. You are 16, you're really, really young, and you're now on the big team on the NLC, getting those victories in, cashing it in. And my question is, can you tell everybody the difference that you felt between the solo queue competitive and the competition on esports, like on the team, on NLC? What is the big difference for you?
Well, there's for sure a lot more pressure when playing. I can definitely feel that the nerves are hitting sometimes when you're playing the games, but for sure the pressure you're playing under in the games.
And everybody believes in you. Like yesterday on the interview, like everybody's saying that they believe in you with all their hearts. That's why they're playing for the top lane. They're trusting you. So you feel the pressure, but also you feel comfortable, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. It's so amazing, like having the 4 other players backing you up, even though I come in like 15-year-old with like no previous records or like major leagues played, and them still trusting me after just a few weeks practice. It's a blessing.
But now looking into this game, you picked Set, and now you're playing versus Karma, the switcheroo.
Yeah.
Were you expecting the switcheroo, or were you like, okay, they're going to last pick for top, Set is a good one, whatever you pick, I'm down for it. Were you expecting the Karma?
I was definitely not expecting the Karma. I was just thinking it was luck support. I was prepared for just full-on Bruiser Brawl in top lane, but I guess I'll get it.
Can you
set as well into Karma?
Can you walk me through the laning phase that you had to deal between like the Set and the Karma? You know you're going to like get exploited in the beginning of the game. What was your game plan?
Yeah, I mean, just to survive the laning phase, Set, especially as Bruisers, is probably the one with the best sustain. So I was able to get through the laning phase quite easily, and then just look to play the team fights. Set is a really good counter to Hecarim in team fights. So.
Just to finish it up, like on the team fights, everybody on Astralis were really, really together. You guys worked really well together, and at the end of it, as soon as they got that pick from Lux, as soon as they got the binding on 2, you instant teleport. So how's the communication? Is it really loud in the middle of the team fights, or do you guys have like a voice that is giving you all the information and you guys just follow it through?
Yeah, it can sometimes maybe get a little bit loud, but mostly it's the one who is, looking for the engage or looking for the pick who is calling the most on the team fights.
So what are your plans for the next week? How do you feel you're going to close out the next week?
Hoping for 2 more wins, of course, but we'll see.
There you go, man. It was a pleasure to meet you. Now you can relax a little bit and enjoy the weekend as well. And I'll see you on the next week,
Thank you very
okay?
much. Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. Astralis with a solid win on this game versus Singularity. Obviously, there are some things that they can and will probably work, and they will analyze it. The Champion Select was kind of naughty by Singularity, bringing in that Karma to the top side when you're expecting that to follow through with the jinx that Goldberg told us that was going to lose every single game, and well, so far 100% correct. And I think I have Jeppe. Are you there, man? Jeppe?
I'm here, yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing a little bit worse than I would expect Carlton to do, but I'm doing fine.
Hey, but you got that smile going on. You got that smile going on. You don't need to hide that one. I got you. Okay. So obviously it's not the start that you guys were hoping for, obviously, but how are you looking into the rest of the split? Because this is only the first week. You still have a long way to go.
Yeah. Not the best start, especially not from our first game, which was really close, but we as a team never expected to start off really strong. We always agreed and had the mindset of that we are a scaling team. We're gonna improve a lot over the split, and I think for sure we're gonna peak at the end of the split where we can even take some games off the top teams.
Yeah, I like that idea. I like that commitment as well. And also, looking into this game, the Champion Select was kind of naughty from you guys. So you're picking the Karma, and everybody's thinking, okay, this is Karma with the Jinx on the bot lane, and then you switch it over to the top lane. Was that a pre-planned thing, or did you guys just make it a last decision?
It was a little bit of a last decision thing. I didn't really want to play Karma. I played too much in Shrimps, so I just asked for Fresh, and I wanted to try and kill them. It didn't go out that well, but we got him once, right? We got him once.
You got him. That's the thing. But also, looking into the beginning of the game, where Caitlyn got 2 kills right off the bat, how did you feel about that? What was your game plan accordingly to that?
I don't think our game plan changed that much. It was a little bit unfortunate because me and our AD had talked about if he wanted to go cleanse or heal, and if he had picked heal, we would for sure 2v2 them there. I think I even would live there, so it was a 2-4-0. But unfortunately, we picked the wrong summoner for what happened in the game. And after it happened, we just played the same. It was not that bad that she got 2 kills because our Jinx got 1. Don't think the game changed that much, so we just continued what we had agreed on from Champ Select.
One small question just to win it all. How are you feeling playing back on the NLC? Playing the competitive scene. Now you can sit and you can play the competitive. How are you feeling now?
It's amazing. I really love playing competitive. It's some of the most fun thing you can do, and it gives so much adrenaline. I could almost being an extreme sports exerciser right now. The adrenaline's just pumping.
I like to see that face. That is an amazing face, by the way. Jeppe, well, it was not the beginning of the split that you wanted, but you can work on it. And I hope you guys are aware that you guys are amazing players. That's why you are on the NLC, and I want to see more of you guys, okay?
Thank you.
Have a nice one, and it was a pleasure to meet you as well. So, this is the interview for this game, but we have another one. And I know you guys already saw on the social media, and if you didn't, well, you're missing out, because at the end, on the post-show, we're going to have the entire team of X7 on an interview. They announced it on Twitter, so I'm bringing it up because it's now public, so we can talk about it. We're going to have a few games with the X7, and we're going to interview them as well. So if you want some questions or something like that, hit us up, like me or Trouble or Goldberg, and we'll try to get it in, okay? You are part of the show, you are part of the NLC, and I'll see you soon because we have another game coming up. And we are back on the desk before the fourth game of the day is going to be Bifrost versus Dusty. How are you guys feeling about that one?
I actually think this game could be more competitive than we at first would think, just because I think Dusty showed signs of life when we saw them play. I don't think we saw them to their full potential. I do think they have a lot of good players. When you were talking to them on the interviews as well, scrim results had been better and they had high expectations for themselves. But at the same time, once again, I think there is a clear favorite in this game, which is Bifrost for obvious reasons with the caliber of players they're bringing into this matchup.
It is one to watch. We know Bifrost is coming in really hot. But what about Dusty? What can you do to adapt to the gameplay of Bifrost?
So I actually think Dusty came in with a pretty good plan. The last time they played the Caitlyn Morgana in the bot lane versus a Leona, I thought this was really clever. It's a pretty easy lane for Caitlyn to play. I just think they didn't take into consideration that a lot of the globals can really disrupt their plan. So I think they're coming with a more well-rounded sort of situation where they have thought over, hopefully, how they want to play the game, how they want to adapt into the meta. I feel like they had a good grasp on what to do and how to do it. It just felt like Viking kept on repeating over and over and over again in his interviews, like, that gangplank, man.
I mean, we did just catch him in the moment, but he was just like, gangplank.
That gangplank is like haunting his dreams.
So no Caitlyn though, and so far, Goldberg has been correct about this prediction. Jinx is losing every single matchup.
What can I say?
That's because it's not a B1 Jinx.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Okay,
You gotta be specific
All
on
right.
that one.
Yeah, you're right.
You gotta come back to haunt me in the beginning of the argument. You can't time on now. I'm just sitting here in the glory. But it's
Hey,
actually...
listen, X7 is still undefeated. Same for me.
Well, they haven't played. So there's room for
True.
that. But I think it's very interesting to see that Bifrost on blue side is the one banning away the Diana, just because throughout the entire day today, we have actually seen that the Diana was the one that was first picked as a priority target for a
50%
lot of
win rate.
teams. Yeah. But there's still the 80 carries open, right? So are you guys getting the goggles ready? Are they there? Oh, I think that's hot.
Yeah, baby, there she is.
That's hot.
That's
hot.
That's the win for Jinx today. And your overreaction ruined.
We can still see the adaptation, and this is what I was talking about as well, because B1 Jinx, we have seen it been punished by the likes of X7. If you catch that backline dive, if you find ways to finally disrupt it, and it's going to be curious to see what Dusty now want to adapt with themselves. A hyper carry strategy was something we also saw X7 do, and I don't think it's wrong. You can even go with the Lulu for yourself here. Thresh is already off the tables, so you know that they're going to be a bit more on the off end with the Jinx instead, unless they want to completely just try to go for the 2v2 with an engaged support into that.
I think whichever hyper carry goes with the Lulu will have a very clear advantage. We saw it yesterday with Nata as well. I feel like Lulu is such an underrated champion right now, especially when you have picks like the Jinx and the Aphelios coming through. I feel like whichever of the two teams picks it in the bot lane will have the upper hand right there, but they will choose to go more with an aggressive approach towards the Rek'Sai. So I'm thinking, usually when you have a Rek'Sai, you want to play towards a solo lane, you want to be able to dive, you want to be able to make early game plays. And now my brain is thinking, what could possibly Buckland have in his pool that could play very, very aggressive in the mid lane? And I love the Lulu pick right here.
Yeah.
I think this is a recipe for success for the bot lane.
I think you can, I think Lulu is a pick. Another one could have been Braum here, because I think the Rek'Sai pick is quite telling. When you see B1 Jinx, you're like, immobile lady carry, Rek'Sai that can come in from awkward angles, try to get this gank down. So I'm definitely already expecting Dusty to focus on the bot side here. And I wonder, last time we saw Bifrost third pick the Corki here, just blind pick it, but it seems like this time around, they just want to save that for later. So we are heading into second ban phase, at least for Bifrost.
That's what it is.
Where they're going to be taking care of the jungler. And
Stop it.
Is that for you?
Buckland, please, stop that, man. Stop it. Stop teasing, man. Even though Rek'Sai Katarina is a pretty good combo, I'm just going to say.
Save it,
but blind pinking Katarina into, into like no mid laner. But I love that. I love that Dusty is playing for the mid jungle synergy. They're planning to take these two guys and actually run over the map. Now, what I'd like to see is a lot of security for the Aphelios down in the bot lane, because Thresh, like you rightfully mentioned, has been taken off the table, and Jinx Lulu is a very, very, very oppressive lane to play against. Now, what I'm thinking right now is that you can take that LeBlanc Rek'Sai and take it all the way to the bot side, but we have said
it's a super strong 2v2.
It is a super strong 2v2, but once you try to dive early to shut down the Lulu Jinx, defensive teleports can then come into play, which becomes a problem. So I'm expecting Dusty Dusty to play towards the top side of the map and just keep the bot lane just farming and staying safe.
And that's the thing now as well. You can see Bifrost, they're trying to take as many engage supports off the table as they can. And that is just because that if you suddenly get in a position in this lane where you get put behind, you're super volatile. This matchup can become super explosive just because of how squishy Jinx and Lulu is. Can you get to the mid game scot-free? Great, brilliant. You're super strong. It's going to be super difficult for the enemies. But if Dusty can shut you down in the early game, that's where you suddenly have some win conditions.
Actually, in the Prime League we saw yesterday, DK played LeBlanc. He was 17 kills, 2 deaths, if I'm not wrong.
PTSD kicking in.
Well, yeah. I watched my team get demolished by one guy who played LeBlanc, but his performance was insane. So if that champion does get rolling, it becomes so difficult to deal with because you're like, sure, you have shields and ults coming in from the Lulu, but if the Lulu is dead in the blink of an eye, she can't use any of that. And so far, I'm just seeing squishes all over the place in the top 3 picks from Bifrost.
This is going to be interesting. Shikari haven't died yet, obviously. He played on last time around and having an insane peel. I wonder if this time around he's still going to go for that approach or if he's going to take something more aggressive. They might lock in this Renekton, but honestly, I think having a frontliner with engage would have been a bit better just because you have a Lulu with no engage. You're relying on... It could be, you're not wrong, but picking Renekton into LeBlanc probably isn't the best matchup. Yeah. So what we're seeing here on the side of Bifrost is way to create space. Obviously, you still have a Bruiser frontline, especially if the Renekton gets accelerated, but there's no way of knowing that because you've blind picked him. So if Dusty gets a winning matchup now towards the top side, it's actually not a bad composition. Rakan is completely free. There's nothing to stop him in this because there's no CC support. So I definitely say Dusty, they have ways if they can snowball this early game, especially down in the bot side, to create favorable winning conditions for them.
I like the Dusty lineup. Yeah. I really do. You have so many ways you can play the game. Rakan is actually one of the supports that doesn't necessarily do too bad into Enchanters and hard shoving lanes, and you can create opportunity for your Rexa to come in, for your LeBlanc to come in. You want to play towards the Gwen. Maybe we see a TP Ignite Gwen where she has to win her lane level 1 and push the Renekton down. We could see Rexa LeBlanc going towards the top side. I feel like Dusty have a very explosive composition where that Rexa can go in every single lane and you have opportunities to go to every single lane. And when it comes to the 2v2, I feel like Dusty have won the lottery here because LeBlanc Rek'Sai is so much stronger than just the Viego and Victor.
Forwards, win lane, win game. That's the approach to this one.
Game, that is for.
Yeah, thank you. I just confirmed it. Okay.
Well, I was trying to make 7 before, and I was counting the 7. So.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, there we go. It's completed, and it's now the champion select, and I'll kick it to the casters normally with no hype.
Thank you for sinking to our level, Arkarom. We're back by Fruit and Jamada here for game number 4 of the evening, and I'm hyped about these compositions, if nothing else, because there's a lot of exciting stuff going on here.
Thank you for the throw, Will. I appreciate you. Yeah, no, Dusty
You're welcome.
In particular, it's a very almost like solo queue-esque comp. You don't really get to see these sort of like Rek'Sai picks with LeBlanc like too frequently, especially not like since maybe 2020 sort of the earliest. So I'm curious to see how Viking actually plays this one out. I was just looking up his Rek'Sai history. Last year, not so great. Didn't pick up a single win. In 2020 though, went completely undefeated on Rek'Sai. So it's definitely a champion that he, likes to play from time to time. I think it was 4 games in 2020. That's all he really got on it. And only the 1 or 2 games in 2021. But opening up here into Bifrost with it, definitely a curious strategy. Completely blind, but of course backed up by this LeBlanc. A lot of setup there. Rakan as well, a whole bunch of setup as well. So, you're expecting a lot of early action, mostly emanating from the Dusty jungler and from Bifrost. You've got these 2 really strong scaling elements in the Jinx and of course the Victor, and you've got a strong top jungle to play through if needs be. And I feel like you may see that if the Bifrost bottom side feel like they can actually survive through all of this CC setup from Dusty.
And whether they'll be able to do so in a winning position. There's Elif just gonna chase Shikari away, but it's early days and he's not interested in getting in a scrap with Gwen at this point without minions being around. But we are onto the Rift, and as the desk was saying, this could well be a much closer matchup than some people consider. Yes, Bifrost won their first game pretty handily. Dusty lost their first game pretty handily. I think there were still very, very good points from Dusty's performance up against JDXL on Monday, but do you think that Dusty... do you think these two teams are on a comparable level right now, from what you've seen so far?
I mean, I feel like Bifrost obviously had a very, very strong showing yesterday. I think for Dusty against JDXL, you know, definitely had their moments. They were strong in certain parts, especially I feel like Venza on his Kaden yesterday had a fairly good performance for most of the game, but just wasn't really able to close out against the might of what ended up being JDXL come the end of the game. So yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Dusty maybe could have walked away with a win yesterday had they played out certain situations better. It's kind of hard to say. But comparable right now in terms of performance, I'll say Bifrost definitely has the edge. But this Dusty lineup, I kind of have a little bit of faith for it. I definitely feel like it can make playoffs quite comfortably. I think when you're looking at obviously the expected top 4 of JDXL, Astralis, I've lost my X7, and then probably Bifrost, right? That's what I feel like most people are saying should probably end up being the top 4. I feel like Dusty probably do have themselves a spot in that 5th or 6th slot, assuming they can find a little bit of consistency and a strength to play towards. And hey, you know, maybe some crazy early game drafts like these between the Rek'Sai and the Blanc can be that access.
We started to see a little bit of what they were talking about on desk with this Rakan being able to pretty freely jump in, get some poke, jump out, no problem, because Lulu isn't providing that same level of CC as a tank potentially would, someone like a Fresh. But in the mid lane, this LeBlanc is someone that we definitely need to keep our eyes out for. Backland with Viking in support. Fury's going to have to be very careful not to get caught out on a very, very immobile Victor.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a scary thing about playing, you know, any immobile mage into the Blanc, right? Especially when you've got such a high damage early ganking jungler like Rek'Sai in the game. Any minor misstep can just, you know, be immediate death. Like right here, for example, even if Viking had stayed around and then just tunneled over whilst that chain was, of course, channeling through, it's just flash, knock up, and Fury probably dies in the CC. Looking for a topside visit, maybe. I think a little bit over eager, over audacious, maybe. Fury drops off as well from the Rek'Sai, so no immediate true damage. And Shikari gets away with having to suffer from a gank from the early Rek'Sai.
And it's just going to give a lot of respect. Shikari, of course, this player who has returned. I know Hipbrain was super excited to see them back on the Rift after a little bit of an absence, especially from Nordic and UK play, but someone who's always been very, very dependable, has been on some of the top rosters in the UK scene. Now, of course, Bifrost, with the NLC being all-consuming of Northern League of Legends, but definitely someone we're happy to see back. And this Bifrost roster as a whole definitely got talent across the map, but Dusty can say the same. Everyone on this team definitely wants to be able to perform one-on-one, and it will be a question for me, really, is Dusty able to make those cross-map plays, that macro performance? Because when you're up against a team like JDXL, it's much more difficult to have that authority to be questioned on your macro play, because you never really get to make the decisions. And in a game like this, you're slightly more capable of doing so, I think.
Yeah, I think so, and especially when you take in consideration that the top side from Dusty, right, the mid all the way through top, they've all been together before in the LFL too, so they've got experience playing together. So that's sort of like pre-built synergy, which can certainly help in the earlier stages in terms of like gelling together and ensuring that, like you called out, right, those sort of mid-game macro plays are a little more in tune. We didn't quite get to see that fully in action yesterday against GDXL, unfortunately, but against teams, you know, slightly lower down as well. Oh my god, flashing engage. Yeah.
So he wants to flash away.
Audacious,
it was brave.
if you ask me. Definitely brave. Had the backup of Backland, though, and FGG, so you definitely understand the thought process. But C-Boy isn't even forced to flash. He's totally fine with that trade, and now Vikings ganks a little less bite in them without that flash, a little less threat if he doesn't have the complete setup. So honestly, I'd almost call that a win for Bifrost in a small regard in terms of the pressure that Viking might be able to put out in the next couple of minutes or so. However, they will turn this into a dragon. No contest will be had on this one. It will be C-Boy taking up the Krugs instead of looking for this contest here, and definitely makes a lot of sense. Dusty, the stronger early game team from the mid jungle right now. Okay, Shield comes in almost.
A little bit close.
Almost. Yeah.
Well, C-Boy actually looking to get the engage off, though. Going to go on to Venter, a decent amount of damage coming on through, but the slow is there. FGG needs to do a lot of work here. Or Venter might go down. First blood will be taken up by C-Boy, and now FGG is in trouble. Viking needs to give a way out. Will he be able to? No, he won't. As Fury moving forward, trying to get towards the land. Shark, another kill going over to Bifrost. And bad goes to worse for Dusty as they lose the they gain the objective, but they lose 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, Dragon, but it's just this chase down from C-Boy. So adamant. The Glit Lance slow as well, definitely helping catch up to Venza. And unfortunately for FGG, Venza had Gravitum in hand. So it's a pretty easy lockup there on to FGG. And what almost feels like a bit of a solo kill coming out from Fury. Kind of just picking up that one final kill there as top side, come back out with the replay. A little bit of trading going, but I don't expect too much action here, to be totally honest with you. I feel like Shikari, speaking about him on Monday, and the roster in general from Bifrost, I said, this is probably one of the most ideal roster setups you can have, where you've got, what is on paper a very, very strong duo bot lane, a very consistent mid laner, and then, a jungler that's willing to do anything. Any job that you give him, any champion, he will fulfill that role, and then obviously Shikari, a bit of a wall. Right? If you give him these flanking sort of like team fighters like Kennen, for example, he will fill that role perfectly. He will always find that flank that ends up winning you the game. If you put him on things like Ornn, like we saw on that Monday, he also fills that role and actually, in some cases, just wins out the lanes outright when maybe he's not even asked to. So happy to see Shikari back. And so far, definitely had a pretty solid performance.
Definitely has, and has been looking very solid in this lane as well. Venza stepping up a little bit aggressively with FGG there. Backlund stepping up very aggressively onto Fury to get a bit of poke down, but takes some on the return. And it's good to see Dusty across the board trying to get a little bit going in the laning phase. Losing out a few kills can be pretty sad, but Duel going to be losing half his health bar to Venza and FGG, although the Aphelios takes a decent chunk in return, and Odie and Duel might look to get something going here. The ultimate going to be blocked by FGG flashing forward and taking it square in the face. I don't know if Venza would have died there, but that's the kind of support play we love to see.
Yeah, you love FGG being selfless there. You never know, it's one of those things where you're just about maybe in lethal. I think it would have left Venza on about, blinking HP. But the issue is, what if Odie flashes in and follows up with another auto attack of his own? Too risky. So I feel like FGG does the right thing, blocks for his support anyway. And this bottom side for Dusty not going necessarily how they'd probably want. I always feel like Jinx 1-to-1 with Aphelios has a pretty decent time anyway, in most cases. Maybe not always in the lane, but definitely in the scope of the game. But so far with that Lulu matchup with the Rakan, even though we spoke about Rakan has free access to that CC, Viking's not been down here to necessarily abuse some of that. And Viking actually hasn't really had too much impact. I might be able to eat my words.
Viking might have some impact mid, though, with the ult. Gets the kill immediately off the back of the slanderous report from Jamada. First kill for the game of Dusty as well.
Yeah, first kill of the game, but the thing is, we're almost 10 minutes in, you're playing Rek'Sai, you want to have had a little more impact than this. Even 9 minutes in. I know it feels harsh to say, but when you're playing a champion like Rek'Sai and when you've got all of this setup from the LeBlanc, from the Rakan, you definitely want to have found more than one, kill participation 10 minutes in. Even in pro play, it's definitely something you want to have tried to have found at the very least, and it feels like Viking hasn't quite found that just yet, but first kill for him in the mid lane, still very positive for Dusty. We'll see if they can turn it into a little bit more. Fury still doesn't have flash, so he's still a very, very vulnerable target to a repeat gank. And because they realized, Bifrost, that Dusty were maybe trying to eye up a Herald off the back of that mid gank, they've actually rotated their bottom side up just in time. Dusty caught wind of it, had to retreat, and now this is going to be Bifrost Herald. Venza will trade out a couple of places on the bottom side, but I still feel like Bifrost won't be too fussed about this.
Bifrost grab themselves the Herald, move up towards this top side, and we'll look to get a shove in. You've got a Jinx, you've got a Renekton who's going to be leaving, you've got to imagine, to move down towards that bot lane, and it looks like Odie could well get a decent chunk of gold for himself because he's got the Rift Herald in pocket, something that we don't necessarily always see, giving that Rift Herald to the marksman so as not to share the gold potentially with Viego. But Venza at the bot side is getting a lot of free time, a lot of economy going into his pocket, and that could be really, really big for Dusty.
Yeah, this is maybe more than Bifrost were hoping for in terms of giving over resources to Venza here. I would really like to see Duel step away, but I feel like he's been in tower range for too long now. And even if that tower goes down in like 10 seconds, he'll still get it. Venza, I mean, I think it's a worth that. I'm not going to complain about this one. Secures first tower, and it denies it away. Technically, that first tower gold bonus to Odie up in the top side, which is why Duel, I imagine, was actually trying to race the Aphelios in the bottom side. Unfortunately, Shikari can't quite stop that one from dropping. So considering what Bifrost were investing, I suppose Dusty can walk away somewhat happy with it, but they still find themselves 1,500 gold down.
Which isn't the best position to be in, especially when you've got stuff like Rek'Sai, stuff like LeBlanc, where you want to be a little bit more proactive. As you said, LeBlanc isn't the kind of champion where it gets to 15 minutes and you're like, oh, well, this game's over. She still has a decent time going into mid and late game. It's just not the same. You want to be aggressive in these kind of matchups. And while Dusty, it wasn't from want of trying necessarily, there wasn't really an opportunity for Viking to get stuff going really obviously. And that has hurt the team moving forward. Bifrost, of course, taking what they can from these situations, but will probably not necessarily be the most happy. They're in a decent position, but also haven't been doing everything, especially in the macro sense, step perfectly.
Yeah, definitely not. And it's going to get tougher for Viking too, unfortunately, as Rek'Sai games typically do, if you don't find a crazy amount of snowball. Still, however, since of course last year with the Prowler's Claw, can kind of just turn into a mini assassin, right? Can still find these one-off kind of picks, because that lethality item just spikes her damage so high.
D-boy looking for the stun, will be able to grab it. FGG going to be able to dive away, but the Dragon now will take it up by Bifrost. But you can see Viking wants to get a re-engage. Venza getting a lot of damage down, but won't find the re-engage from FGG, who has to run away, rooted up next to the wall. They will be able to skill the Dragon, but on the side, Shikari's coming in for the flank. But look at the back. Everything's doing so much damage, but just gets ripped through themselves. Odie, untouched, trying to get the damage down, is dancing around, excited as you like. As Dusty are going to be in for a treat here. It's not a rout just yet, but losing one more member would be bad. Backlund has actually moved back around the side, looking for a flank potentially, but decides to just leave it. Doesn't want to jump into Shikari, so it'll be a 2-for-1 exchange. But Bifrost once again lose out on the objective.
They lose out on the objective. It's about the only positive thing I could say for Dusty here is that they walk away with the Dragon. The issue is, if Bifrost continue to get stronger, I don't even think the Dragon stack's going to matter. I feel like Bifrost will just take control of the map. And it will just be a situation where there's just no soul that gets handed out. Alif, you know, he deals a fair amount of damage, but a bit of a interesting flank to say the least. However, it does give the rest of Bifrost the opportunity to effectively just get a free reset and turn that into more kills. So, yeah, Dusty, pretty sad team fight, but walking away with the objective. It's definitely some kind of positive, but Bifrost still going to have a pretty massive advantage here for the next couple of minutes.
Which is not something that you want to give them as Dusty, because you don't want to be giving any kind of advantages at this stage of the game. Tower plates have just fallen off, and it's Bifrost with the gold lead. I wouldn't go as far as to call it comfortable just yet, but when you look at where these two team compositions are meant to come online, you've got to feel pretty happy, especially with the likes of Odie on the Jinx. We saw him play it on Monday. Had an exceptional, outstanding performance on that one, rivaling Kevo's performance on the same champion on the same day. But I just feel a little bit worried for Dusty, because while things don't feel that bad on the Rift right now, you've got to imagine that they're much more likely to get worse rather than get better.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, you've got some scaling aspects, right? You've got the Gwen on the side lane. It can eventually become a bit of an issue, but it just feels like it's going to take so long. Gwen, 15 minutes in, still hasn't completed an item. I'm not sure, maybe she's sitting on some gold, but, you know, 116 CS at 15 minutes, I think still going to be at least, you know, a good couple of hundred gold away from that Riftmaker completion. Venza, obviously, if Elios goes out saying loads of scaling there, and I feel like LeBlanc actually might have some value in this game in terms of a sort of a mid-game, very, very potent poke assassin, but it's going to be so tough when you've got to deal with the Lulu in the game. All it takes is just being a little bit overzealous. Oh, that's a pretty nice flamethrower armor there from Venza. Deals out a lot of damage, but all it takes is just getting polymorphed without going back on the distortion once, and you will just die. So it's going to be a tough game for Dusty to play out. They are still trying to keep relevant in gold, and all credit to them. But the scaling aspect, I really just feel like it benefits Bifrost way, way too much here. So they've got to try and find something and give themselves some kind of leverage here. I still feel like it has to come through Backlund right now. And they try and make sure that Venza, albeit being 0-3, stays relevant in the resource department, because he's still technically item parry with Odie, despite being 3 deaths in.
And this is kind of a similar situation to me, it feels like, to what we saw on Monday, when it was Astralis going up against... my name's going to elude me while the mid tower goes down, but Astralis was so able to control the game just because it was Niki. Well, of course it was Niki, because Niki drafted stuff very, very early on, and it wasn't a case of, wow, Astralis are super winning the game all over the map.
They just had to sit there.
Yeah, they just had to sit there, and this is a smaller gap in that respect, but Bifrost have also got a larger lead because they've been a little bit more proactive than Astralis needed to be. So it feels like a good parallel with that game. We'll have to see if it plays out the same, as Backlund almost gets the assassination on the door, but does get rooted up, and this is the problem, because you do just get broken down, gets taken down by Odie, who's now going to move forward, looking for another, looking for a reset. Seaboy will help them find it. Now Venter is going to have to run, dodges away from the zap with the flash, but now Seaboy is still moving. Fury is still moving. The death is secured, and Odie in the mid lane is able to clear up minions, because Bifrost take another massive fight with no reply.
Said it about a minute ago. All it takes is one bit of CC, called out the polymorph. I think it was actually the Jinx trap, so we'll have to get a look on the replay. I think it was the polymorph into more CC. One or the other. Lockup from the Lulu out of all things, actually, into the Jinx traps, and yeah, there you go. It just sets up for the rest of the fight to be absolutely disastrous for Dusty. And things just kind of get worse. You feel the team fighting aspects of Bifrost's composition just outscale Dusty in so many ways. It's going to have to take, miracle team fighting from Venza and some great engages from FGG on their account to really find a solid way back into this one. And as for right now, I feel like contesting this dragon would be game suicide. Give this one over to Bifrost. You let them pick this dragon up. And you try and hope to scale, maybe try and make it to 2.5-ish items on Venza. And then between Viking and Buckland, maybe you just try and play out a 2v2. I feel like you're still strong enough to play out a 2v2. Between Rek'Sai and LeBlanc, you can deal so much damage. You saw LeBlanc almost 100-0 duel before he popped that wild growth. A lot of damage can still be available to this LeBlanc, but it's about actually finding the key targets to make that happen. And I'm glad to see them immediately after this actually pairing up as a duo.
This is something that is to be noted, because if Backlund can get the one-shot onto Odie, then suddenly the team fight does look much, much better. However, A, Fury still exists, Shikari, Seaboy all still exist, B, Duel exists, so Odie's probably not getting caught out on their own, and C, that involves LeBlanc not immediately being one-shot by someone, which, it could happen, and we're going to get another charge in onto the inhibitor tower. It goes pretty low, but Dusty are able to secure that one before the base is broken open. Bifrost, 19 minutes into this game, in such a dominant position, and it's hard to see Dusty coming out of it. We've kind of laid out the ways that they can do so, but look at this exchange in the top side even. Gwen versus Renekton, and Shikari at this point is just able to run her down, doesn't get the kill, but is in such a strong position. It's just going to teleport away because there's no CC.
All right, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I questioned it for a little bit, but then I didn't get a good look at the mini-map. Jewel, maybe not looking at the mini-map himself, goes down to the collapse of Dusty there.
That
kind of a free kill for handover? Yeah, and yeah. All right, well, bit of a strange run of play there. You do feel like it was going to be okay, but unfortunately Jewel walks in. Dusty now, a little bit of breathing room, but you just don't feel like it's going to be too much.
There's not... Yeah, it's built themselves a little bit, and it's shown that that can work. The problem big is they don't gain anything off the back of it. Maybe a little bit of breathing room, but even so, there was no pressure being created by Bifrost at that point, really. Baron isn't even on the map, it's just spawning up. Now the next dragon's 3 minutes away, so there wasn't really anything for Bifrost to do. They just needed to go for a little reset and now control some of these waves. And Dusty, yeah, they bought themselves a few seconds to get some farm in them, but they need to be doing that either on a bigger target or around a big objective. If they can do that again and then get a Baron off the back of it, or deny Dragon Soul off the back of it, then we're going to see something a little bit more notable.
Yeah, definitely. So, again, scaling aspects definitely there for Dusty. And because of those 2 early dragons, there's no threat of, this early soul, impending doomsday snowball from Bifrost. So Dusty do have a lot of time if they can hold off Bifrost's onslaught, because it definitely should be noted, Bifrost don't really have a great amount of engage on this team composition. That being said, actually, aside... Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe Jinx speed up from the Lulu is all that's needed. But you can see how strong OD is already on this Jinx. 2 items in tow. Able to layer in a lot of damage into Venza. And for Dusty, it's just about sitting here and waiting, hoping you can hit those item spikes. For now, Venza actually goes back, finishes up a Bloodthirst start. Aelif, it's a nasty chunk out, but it shouldn't be too much more than that. And yeah, I think gotta just look for some kind of picks. I've been hoping that Barkley and the Viking will play together. Seaboy gonna get caught out, maybe.
Nice knock up. That almost looked like the perfect play, but now Viking is caught and has to flash away. Looking to get re-engaged though. Members of Bifrost are pretty low as Venza could be caught out on the side though. Here's Fury, there's one. Venza running for his life, stumbling away from the slow, but won't be able to escape from Victor's laser. It's 2 on the bounce for Bifrost as they're pushing forward, looking for a little bit of damage on the backline. Too much for him to want to dive forward to try an assassination attempt. Bifrost take another fight.
Yeah, Bifrost take another fight. And it's Victor with the flank this time around. Fury's so used to flanking, regardless of what champion it is. Now we'll do it on just about anything. Mops up the fight, and now going to be turned into a Baron startup here. Let's see, Odie.
Odie gets jumped on, but that's the problem, see? There's so much peel and so much CC that they just go down, and now Odie can move back onto the Baron. Yes, Viking's still alive, but it's not going to be allowed in the same postcode, and this should be an easy, easy take for Bifrost.
Easy take for Bifrost indeed. Viking not able to get anywhere near in range this one. Take down the Baron, and we'll get a replay of this fight. C-Boy, face checking. I mean, yeah, thank you, observers, for highlighting the fog here, because this is a really audacious check-in from C-Boy. Absolutely no need to really be on this side of the map, if you ask me, but it doesn't really matter. A lot of damage you can see. The scaling aspects for teamfighting is there, but then, you know, there's no follow-up off of the initial engage because they've blown everything already. There's no CC. And once Victor shows up on the side to clean up this team fight, it is all but a done deal for Bifrost. They happily walk away with this one. They've got the Dragon up to take. They've got the Baron buff for the next couple of minutes. And this should just be, at the very least, the breaking open of the Dusty base here.
I'm going to be looking towards this Dragon first. There'll be a second of the game for Bifrost. Just taking the first 2 have denied a soul to make things go from bad to worse for them realistically, but I don't know how much that's going to matter because Bifrost, better team scaling, so much gold in the lead, and with a Baron under their belts as well. As you said, base has got to be cracked at a minimum and could look for something more, because if they get a good fight in this siege, that could be curtains from the Icelandic representatives. And the Bifrost are very, very dominant to week 1. They're pushing in towards this inhibitor tower. Members of Dusty, Backland's not there yet, though. Elif looking to defend against Shikari. Viking moving through as well, but they lose that mid lane inhibitor, and Odie is there ripping through on the Jinx. Objectives will collapse so fast as Fury moves down towards this bot side. Gwen needs to be careful. Will be able to just skip away, but now the re-engage coming on through. A bit of poke, but not very much, and Gwen is the one taking all the damage. The rocket comes through so close to taking down Gwen. The inhibitor will not be able to escape, though. It's too easy for Bifrost. They're going to move forward, putting down all the poke, chasing on to Viking. Odie is quick, but not quick enough. Skill to kill, has to flash forward, but will get excited, will get the reset, and is now looking for more. Is that kills? Is that objectives? Odie's looking towards the tower, but the engagement comes through. FGG looking to keep Odie up, and he's still just free-firing all over the fight. Fury grabs another kill. Gwen will fall to Viego. Backland chased out. One more rocket is enough, and just like that, Bifrost remain undefeated, and Dusty will not have a win going into week 2.
Yeah, won't have a win going into week 2, unfortunately. Pretty solid performance, honestly, from Bifrost all around. I've got to say, you know, props to Odie, especially once he was, you know, actually given the platform to carry here with that Jinx pickup. It was an absolutely stellar performance. And yeah, you know, talking about the Dusty draft, it's definitely, you know, a hard one to look at. You draft all of this early game setup. You have definitely options to abuse the scaling aspects. Of course, the Bifrost composition, but they just never really got the ball rolling, unfortunately, with the Rek'Sai pick. You draft something like Rek'Sai and you pick it so early on in the draft, you would expect there to be emphasis to make it work, but there just wasn't, and eventually they just got outscaled.
I'm sure there'll be questions asked of them in the coaching room, but there are also going to be questions asked of them after the break, as we're going to have interviews and desks. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
And we are back on the NLC studio. So, quick game by Bifrost versus Dusty. And to prove that Goldberg was wrong once again. But without further ado, I would like to introduce you all. Duel, are you there, mate? Oh, there he is. How are you doing? Pleasure to meet you, by the way. So, good game by you. How are you feeling?
Well, I think we need to improve a bit as a team still, but we are on a decent first step, I would say. And I have like good feelings overall with the team. And I think we can achieve like really good things on this split. At least that's my feeling for now. I don't know how it will end, but for now it's all really beautiful and really nice.
Okay, so you played the Lulu with Jinx versus Aphelios. So when you saw Aphelios, did you actually get afraid of it? Like when you thought, okay, X7 picked Aphelios versus Jinx and it worked really well. Can we pull it with the Jinx this time? What was the feeling towards the pick?
I mean, we did a little scouting on both FEG and Vensa. And with the thresh down, Aphelios is like not that much of a threat. So we were just waiting for the handshake of pretty much range supports, or just picking the Lulu ourselves and then covering it a bit with bombs so that they don't go Leona or something. And yeah, the only thing maybe that would have been a surprise is that if they pick the Lulu themselves, because then we would be a bit on a tricky situation, which was like the worst case scenario, but it didn't happen. Rek'Sai happened. It was surprising to me, but we take those.
That's the thing, because you got Lulu and you see Rek'Sai on the other side, you see LeBlanc as well, and you think, okay, I feel comfortable that Lulu will be able to protect the Jinx. You guys played for the bot lane. Jinx got really ahead on the game. So as a Lulu player, you felt comfortable that neither Rek'Sai or LeBlanc could get to the back line, didn't you?
I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a Lulu player yet. I think I'm really bad at range supports still. And like I shine more at the melee supports or like engaging. But it should be a hard game for Lulu, especially early game, because they have like a really strong early game pressure with Rek'Sai and Rakan. But then if they don't achieve like an early lead, it's like really easy for me to kill the Jinx. But they were so behind, but they did a good job in flanking and stuff. And if we were even, those fights would have been won by Dusty, so well played to them. And those are the things that we have to improve on, so that we don't give those little windows, you know?
Yeah, and at the beginning of the show, we were talking about Victor with 0% of win rate, and you guys actually picked Victor into the mid lane to actually face off versus LeBlanc. And probably in the mid game to late game, Victor was helping you a lot in terms of zoning and controlling to the team fight. Is that why you picked Victor, to actually help the Jinx in the late game?
Well, I think there's a 0% win rate of Victor because Furui didn't pick it. So there you go, it's fixed. And I think overall Victor is just really strong in the meta. Furui is comfortable on it. I'm not going to give like super draft leaks or anything, but like it's a strong champion and it's good here, it's fitting. Like they have so many melee champs that it would work into Rek'Sai and stuff. But it's a little hard to pull off in the early game maybe because it's like really exposed to Rakan combo and Rek'Sai and LeBlanc. But in the end, it worked out, and I think it's just really good overall in the comp.
Yeah, you guys are showing amazing results now. Second day, you got 2 victories nowadays, and let's see how you guys are going to fare out on the 3rd week. It was a pleasure to meet you. I hope to see you more. I hope to have more of these interviews with you. You have a good voice. I actually have a lot of a smile going on, but that's because of the victory, obviously. But well, I wish you the best luck on the 2nd week.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
So there we go. This is the game, Bifrost versus Dusty. We're still waiting to see if we can get Viking on an interview as well, because Dusty didn't start off as they wanted. LeBlanc and Rek'Sai, you have a lot of tools to go to the back line and demolish that Jinx. Even though you have a Lulu, there's a way to get into the back line. If Rek'Sai takes those weird paths and goes into weird ganks that you can get, like Viego can do it as well, Kayn can do it as well, but Rek'Sai is really fast at what she does, and that would be an amazing way to actually destroy the Jinx. But sadly, for Dusty, obviously, they couldn't get it in, and the Rek'Sai of LeBlanc didn't pop off at okay. So they didn't have what they wanted and needed and actually to destroy the Jinx. Sadly, I don't think we have Viking with us today, so this means we're going to a quick break. We get back to the last game, and it's the game of the week, I would say. Goldberg and Trouble are waiting for this, and then remember, after this, we have the post-show with an interview with all of the team of X7. So I'll see you soon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the desk. Before we jump into the game, we have time to talk about the game. But before that, we have time to talk about
Okay, let's roast him.
else.
Let's roast him because
Trouble, do you want to start?
your overreaction just went Bifrost. Thank you very much. First Jinx win of the day, baby. You lost. I'm still undefeated. Let's go.
You want to say it?
Okay, do the glasses off. Oh, it's serious.
Do it.
It's
Do it.
serious.
Go,
You know what?
Say
You
the
know,
words.
no,
Say it.
no. I'm not going to say anything. You know what? I had a good run so far. We got all the way to game 4. I am delighted that we are now here at game 5. And initially, I had my prediction at X7. But I am hoping JDXL will just completely demolish them. So I'll have the entirety of the post game to trash talk you. We're not talking 5 minutes for a little pre-show. We're talking an entire half an hour.
We're gonna
where
be having
you'll know
guests
you're
over.
wrong.
We're gonna be having guests over for the.
So how wrong did you think Trouble was today? In a scale of 1 to really wrong.
You know what's that?
Wrong.
You know, Trouble? That's emotional damage.
He
That's
has
exactly what he has.
emotional damage, Wolf.
So, jumping into this game, X7 versus XL. What can we expect? This is like, to me, the match of the week. We had the setup. We have everything ready. The team wants to be on the after meeting as well, so this is going to be a cute one. They already announced on the social media, yeah, we're going to have X7 with us on the post-show to do a few games.
And they're going to play games with us as well, so stay tuned for that.
It's amazing.
We're going to play games with them?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that. Great. I'm looking forward to that.
So are you a part of what?
Lost. He's completely lost. So, what can we expect from both these teams?
I think this is going to be the most competitive game we've had of NLC. Granted, this is only day 2, but I think that these are the 2 teams that on day 1 displayed the best capabilities of playing League of Legends in general. And I think that's not... I think a matchup we need to highlight will be Haru versus Dan. Both super pivotal in their early game, really, where obviously people will think back onto the first bot from Nata, but don't forget that Haru was just right behind them to set up a dive. The bot lane of X7 was just so good that they could do it before the jungler arrived. And the same thing for Dan. You guys will think back to the binding. He flashed immediately. Worth or not, that's not the point. The point is that there's a lot of early aggression coming out from the side of JDXL. And I think whichever jungler can get the ball rolling first, definitely set themselves up for success. I think draft obviously is going to matter a lot, but after only 1 day, and obviously this day too, it's too early to predict what both teams are looking for.
I think these particular 2 teams, they're coming in both 1-0 from their day 1, and they look like they have the most decisive gameplay thus far. Because even though we talk about Dan, flashing, Worth or not, it doesn't matter, he kills the support. It was a decisive play. He didn't hesitate, and he played for the entirety of the game like this. He didn't have any dips in his performance, nothing. He went straight for the win. He speedran it in a really good way. Same thing can be said for Haru on the Hecarim. It felt like both JDXL and X7 had the more calculated games. They knew exactly how they wanted to play, and they executed. I think so far I would say these 2 have the cleanest game because it wasn't slow-paced. It had a lot of plays, and they never fumbled.
And the junglers play for the bot lane, like...
Yeah, that's if I mean, I'd say Dan was a bit more for himself, where Haru was down towards the bot lane. But in the end, like you can set it up with the fact that it was more topside focus from the side of XL when they were playing, because they went for the Jhin instead, which was a bit more facilitating, right? And then on the other end with the side of X7, they had that Aphelios, right? They had the bot side to play for. But we've seen already today that teams can be flexible in terms of win conditions. We just saw Astralis yesterday, or not yesterday, but day 1 went for topside. Day 2 today, they went for the bot side instead. So I think it's too early to call what teams are going for, but luckily we are entering the draft phase, so our answers will soon, or our questions rather, will soon be answered.
Get ready for this one. This is going to be a beautiful one, and there we go. Predictions, put it up, be part of the chat. You're part of the NLC. It's going to be Tryndamere in the mid lane getting removed. It's being used a lot. Leona as well.
That's what I wanted to see 100%, especially due to the high zoning, high immobility ADCs down the bot lane, which both of these AD carries do favor. I think Hecarim was completely out of the question. Somebody who we didn't mention at all was Eminem on that Syndra, was an absolute beast in day 1, and he basically all he had to do was press R and somebody would die instantly. So I really love the bans right now. Diana is open, Caitlyn is open, Jinx is open. I would think Diana and Caitlyn do have a higher priority over the Jinx right now, but I'm thinking Dan, I'm thinking you want to make plays. Why not pick the Karma though? I mean, why not pick the Karma though?
Yeah. Why am I wrong? Why not?
I think the reason that the Karma is picked here is because both Caitlyn and Jinx are open.
Yeah,
They're giving X7 the pick on whatever they want to choose. If they choose to go for the Caitlyn Lux lane, if they choose to go for the double poke again with the Jinx, then JDXL can also pivot to an Ezreal Karma lane, which does really well against a double poke. But now they have the chance to put the Karma into the mid lane, to put the Karma into the top lane. Whatever fits them, they can choose to put the Karma in.
I will say though, they still have options like Lulu. I like the fact that they went to the Thresh ban, because in then your logic here as well with the Karma pick to come through, then Thresh was no longer an option that they could thread an AD carry pick with, and what do you know? Lulu gets locked in, and I feel like it's just needed because you need the peel for this AD carry, right? You need the ability to play for them. Last time Nata was playing in hyper carry on the Aphelios, he also had the Lulus who facilitate him.
I love the early Gangplank here. Gangplank was the sole reason why Dusty could not make a push down the bot lane. And I love the Caitlyn here. Caitlyn, Karma is a hard shoving, hard poke lane. Lulu can only shield so much, but they are apparently going for the hypercar. So I think this is going to be very juicy. Having the Gangplank, I think Crash had a phenomenal performance on the Gangplank the previous day, on day 1, and he managed to stop any aggression, any type of push that tried to happen in the bot lane. So now I think the Karma Caitlyn lane has an extra layer of protection with the global coming in.
And you can already see the identity now for both teams, because you have the ability to get the Caitlyn rolling down for JDXL. As soon as this Caitlyn is rolling, you start moving her around the map. But the same can be said for X7 instead. If they suddenly start prioritizing their pressure up towards the top side, you now have an Aurelia that can be unstoppable on side lanes too. So it's suddenly all of a sudden 2 different fronts on the map that teams have opened for themselves.
I'm thinking Aurelia could potentially be a mid lane champion.
It can still, you're right.
Vex does absolutely fantastic into that. So potentially, I'm thinking X7 are gonna leave either the mid lane pick or the top lane pick for an R5. Absolutely, they're gonna have to pick the jungler here. There's a bunch of junglers left in the mix. We can see the Lee Sin as well making plays. We've been seeing it the whole time. I'm really liking the Vex ban here, but I was expecting it from the side.
Yeah, it was like flipped it around
to the Aurelia. But anyway, the champion is out, and I'm thinking what has been left for the mid lane. You know, we're going back to the Victors, we're going back to the Zoes, we're going back to the long range sort of carries. I like the Jarvan. Jarvan's one of my favorite champions. It creates so much pressure in the early game, and so far I'm seeing, you know, Wombo comp. I'm seeing a Jarvan ult and an Aurelia ult into a super mega death rocket. I was trying to I was trying to differentiate it from the Ziggs ult, the mega inferno bomb, but I got it right. And I'm missing a third element. I'm missing Diana.
Love it.
That is crazy.
It is
we get by here. And I think that's actually so.
Anyone a fan of Arcane?
Stop.
Caitlyn?
No.
Jinx?
Stop.
Powder?
I don't want it. So we actually have a conversation right now from the side of JDXL where you have the ability to poke down.
That's annoying.
And when they're finally poked down, then you pull the plug with the Vi, where you all of a sudden want to go in here. And it looks like we're getting a decent 1-3-1 composition from the side of X7, but you also have the ability to play for AD carry at the same time. It's a very I'll throw myself in your face kind of composition. It's going to be interesting though, because if they fall behind and you turn into a peel back composition, there's not a lot of peel in these champions. So that makes the side lanes like they need to perform here.
I love this. I love. We're bringing the Korean spice, baby. Even though the Koreans are more known for a more laid-back play style, I'm loving this from Tempt. Bringing the Akali back from the dead, together with a very aggressive early game ganking jungler such as the Jarvan, together with an Aurelia. I'm smelling here top lane dominance from the side of X7. I cannot wrong JDXL either though, because I feel like they have a very well-rounded composition. I think one of the 2 teams are going to have to stay behind on one of the sides. I feel like the Caitlyn Karma lane is going to have a massive priority in the bot lane, and the top side of the map for X7 is going to be their strong side. So it's going to be like, who's going to snowball harder? The top side of the map for X7 or the bot side of the map for XL?
Will did promise us this time around he was going to be hype. It's game 5 night. So
That looks like hype.
I hope we're getting hype now from him.
It is a promise. Viper Moon, please, it is a promise. This is the game of the week.
Do it.
You have Akali.
Do it.
Riddle. You have everything on your hands, so give me that hype. I want to see it. Let it go.
All right, everybody, it's the game of the week. It's X7 versus JDXL. It's Viper and Jamada. We got Akali. We got Jarvan. We got Karma, which, you know, that's a bit dead. But Jamada, let's get into it immediately.
Yes, I'm so happy that we've got this like super like explosive draft coming out from X7. Like you just said, the Aurelia, the Akali, the Jarvan in mid game, the dives are going to be absolutely crazy. And I'm going to be looking a lot towards JDXL and how they're actually going to deal with so much backline threat. And I think especially like what team is going to, you know, sort of prioritize what, right? Because you've got all of this hyperscaling in the bottom side from Jinx Lulu from X7. Then you've also got this pretty scary threat to deal with in the top lane matchup, because Aurelia can absolutely dominate GP if you leave this lane on an island. But at the same time, you don't mind that because it's GP. You've picked him for the cannon barrage, so you can try and facilitate this bottom side. So I'm curious to really sort of monitor what exactly XL are going to put priority on. Are they going to try and, you know, stop these solo laners from going crazy? Are they going to try and facilitate their Caitlyn lane to try and sort of hamper the X7 scaling? And more importantly, well, maybe not more importantly, but we have a Vi in the game, which is a champion we just don't get to see too often.
Someone's been watching Arcane. But yeah, Dan playing the Vi up against Haru on the Jarvan. This is such a really interesting matchup. Two very heavy ganking junglers who can get a lot of work done. Do you want to talk us through a little bit what to expect from the Vi, just because this is a champion that we don't see that much in competitive play?
Yeah, sure. So Vi, I can't remember how far back it was. It was definitely towards the end of Season 11. Got a couple of like quality of life buffs, quite a few. I can't list them off the top of my head, I'll be honest. I should have been looking it up before we got here on the draft. But all around, a little bit of a smoother kit. There were a lot of sort of number tweaks in terms of the way that her ultimate functions and its sort of her targeting in terms of how it deals damage and when it deals damage. So all around, this champion did get a lot of love, but more importantly, it's a one champion lockdown guarantee through the cease and desist ultimate. So Dan gonna have a lot of power once he hits that level 6 mark. Being able to lock down one target in a key fight is definitely a very big deal.
Desist?
I'm pretty sure that's what Vi's ultimate's called now.
It's Assault and Battery, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure they changed it from Assault and Battery.
Chat, let me know. I'm not a Vi expert.
I'm pretty confident.
I'm also not looking at chat. Mate, I don't play Vi, but that's if I feel like it was Assault and Battery at one point though, right? I'm not crazy.
Yes, 100%. It was Assault and Battery at one point, then they changed it. I'm pretty sure it's still Cease and Desist. If maybe they changed it back, who knows? But yes, Vi ultimate, very powerful at level 6. It's very, very impressive, and especially when you're talking about locking down maybe like the Akali in the mid lane, right? Vi ult into bubble, she doesn't really get to play the game, and maybe you can transfer that a little more heavily into the neutrals, that sort of like 7-8 minute mark. JDXL can snowball something off that. And especially when you should have a lot of priority in that bottom lane, being able to secure a pretty hard winning mid jungle 2v2 can be very, very important.
Also got to remind our observers that we are owed a Hextech Dragon this game, so make sure that that happens for us, if you please, just because, we haven't seen one yet, and we'd quite like to see that one. And all of the ability to move around much faster with the teleportation pads for these quite aggressive team compositions would just be really awesome to watch and see how the teams decide to play around it. But we've hit level 3 on junglers. They're just going to be trading up these Rift Scuttles. You've got to imagine Haru quick on the top one. The bottom one hasn't been started up yet, as the Vi is doing a full clear. Dan wants to make sure he can get maximum value before going to contest that objective. But all of the pressure is on that bot side, as you can see with JDXL having run on the lane with Caitlyn, with Karma. You're kind of expecting it.
Yeah, exactly. And on Dan's pathing, he knows he's going to get that Skull Crab guaranteed just because the lane stage right now. Looking over the bottom side, you can just see right now, Nata and Kasing, they're going to be under their tower a lot here. I don't expect that to change over the next couple of minutes or so, unless JDXL decide to lane swap out, which right now, I feel like they're pretty comfortable. There's not a massive CS difference between the two AD carries, but certainly having the priority just gives them a lot of freedom to potentially make moves towards the bottom side. And if this mid lane priority keeps up as well, I would expect probably a pretty early dive onto this Jinx Lulu lane once that Cannon Barrage becomes available from the top side too.
Yeah, because you're going to be able to give that assistance. You can't teleport in, well, you can teleport tower, but you can't teleport in aggressively onto that bot side anymore, but you can definitely get involved with that ultimate, which is something that X7 are not going to be able to do unless Aurelia makes a very quick move down to the bot lane to throw hers out. And JDXL have set themselves up really, really well going into this early game. They're playing it very, very well. And now it's on Haru. Is he going to be able to take advantage of this pressure, these extensions, in order to try and get some more conventional ganks down?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. For me, Haru doesn't really have the greatest of setup in these lanes. It's pretty much just like Irelia, where, you can probably abuse this lane if you really try and full send it up there. But you want to try and make sure that your Jinx doesn't get absolutely put into the ground by the Scale and Karma lane. So I expect Haru to, more or less kind of be playing a more protective role, more responsive role, where, take a look at the map, JDXL looks like they're maybe going to play towards the bottom side. You either look for a cross map, which is valuable, or you try and defend the play itself.
That's interesting. So even though you're a very aggressive jungler, it's still kind of being aggressive and making those early plays, but being reactive and being the one that's protecting your bot lane as opposed to anything else. And Jaeger's just running down cries right now, getting the damage through. The oranges will make sure the Gangplank stays alive, but this is the power that Aurelia can have.
Yeah, exactly. Aurelia, despite the changes, it felt like quite a while ago, but I don't think it was too long ago, to her kit. Still a very, very powerful laner, and I'll tell you firsthand as a Gangplank player, this is one of the most unfun matchups you can get. Misstep once, even if you citrus the stun, you will pretty much just get 100-0 run down. If you make one minor misstep, Aurelia's damage is absolutely bonkers, and Gangplank doesn't really have the kind of stats necessary to stand up to that in the early game. And pressure from Haru, these are the kind of things you need to do. Look at the wave states. Make sure you're always monitoring your lanes and follow up on things like this where all it takes is your presence, and all of a sudden Kryze has to miss half of a very, very stacked minion wave. And eventually that kind of CS lead starts to build. Right now, only really 13 in it. I think he's still collecting minions underneath the tower as well. A little bit under 10 now. But all of that pressure from X7 onto the top side, Dan reads it well, goes into the bottom side and picks up that first Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, simple as, and Further will be next on the table. Eminem in the mid lane. It's been quite quiet down here. Tempt is behind in farm, but it's melee versus range, so it's kind of what you'd expect. Is this a big problem for Tempt, do you think?
It can be, but I feel like, to be honest, he should be fine in this lane. Like Trouble was saying on the desk, a lot of Korean mid laners are very, very proficient on these kind of assassin picks, so I wouldn't be too stressed for it.
You're not sitting there going, oh no, 13 farm behind, game over, go next.
No, exactly.
It's Tempt, right?
CS leads, yeah. 1, Tempt. 2, CS leads on a Kali don't really matter, or CS deficits don't really matter too much. It's more about the impact that you can get out of your ultimate, out of roams, out of skirmishes. That's where the power of a Kali really comes in. And once you start to get really fed, once you come online, then you can start to build or recover some of that CS back, if it's even necessary, really. So that's kind of what I want to see from Tempt for now. Just survive the lane, sit there, get paddle starred a lot. But once you start to get to those early skirmishes around the dragons, around the heralds, now that you've got your ultimate available, just try and find a key target. There isn't really like a whole bunch of peel here from JDXL. It's mostly just the shielding and the tether from Karma, and of course the ultimate from Vi. Can definitely find a lot of easy backlane access, especially when you have to deal with the Jarvan and the Aurelia on top of it.
And we saw JDXL actually the ones pulling the trigger on that lane swap up to the top side, and it was X7's job to react. Aurelia now moving back down to the bot, but it gave Kryze a lot of free time to pick up farm and not get back on parity, but shorten the gap a little bit as Jaeger has to move on down. But it's going to be started up top side Rift Herald for JDXL, and X7, you can see Haru going back. They're not even going to contest this. There's another free neutral objective going over to JDXL, and they'll be really, really happy with how this has turned out.
Yeah, and this is just JDXL using their lane priorities really, really well to secure these neutral objectives. First that Dragon, now the Herald. They do give it over to Dan. Unlike last game where we saw AD Carry pick up that Rift Herald, Dan will be roaming the Rift with that one. And yeah, so far so good for JDXL. Nothing to really complain about. Definitely a lot of symptoms of the draft so far, paying off a lot for them. X7, we saw a very, very slow-tempered game from them on Monday, right? And I think that was one of the big questions that we were sort of wondering coming into a matchup like this, right? Top of the table, what is expected to be a top-of-the-table matchup come the end of the split. Are X7 going to have this very slow, methodical approach, like we saw against Nyriki? Was it Nyriki? I believe, I think it was Nyriki. Anyway, like we saw from them on Monday. Or are we going to see a slightly faster-paced, hey, we've got almost, let's go, let's send it, we know we're stronger. Let's just put the pedal to the metal and make sure we can actually just take over the game quickly. So far, more of Monday's performance, right, where it's a little bit slower. But I don't think it's the end of the world. You've got the scaling aspect out of the Jinx and Lulu, and you always know when you've got such massive dive threats like in a Kali Aurelia duo, the squishy targets that are Zoe and Caitlyn, even with a Karma there to back her up, even with the Vi to also provide some level of peel, you're never truly safe on the Rift.
JDXL are really being the ones controlling where lane assignments are in this game. They've moved Zamalek and Kickers back down to the bot side, knowing that they've already taken the Rift Herald and the Dragon is going to be the next thing on the menu. Jaeger is kind of marooned down here and isn't going to be able to get a rotation, but Kazingnata and Haru are going to try and come on through and get something going. But Dan is there. They might have been spotted out as the engage is going to come on through. Nata gets slowed. Headshot coming on down. Are we going to see a Cataclysm coming on through? No, we're not. But Tempt is behind. We saw something very, very similar to this for X7's last game where they came up against Riddle, but Dan is just hanging in the wings. They might know exactly where Tempt is and needs to be careful. Akali diving on through, getting some damage in. The ultimate will land, and here's the engagement coming in on the tower. Everyone's still alive. First block goes over to Jaeger. They're going to pick up a second one, a third one, and just like that, X7 take it from 0 to 100. They lose Haru, but they pick up a triple.
It's a mirror of Monday, man. They love these bottom side dives. JDXL, they just can't survive the onslaught of all of this dive. Irelia, Kali, Jarvan Cataclysm is too much. Initially, honestly, very well played from Zamalek. It's not in this replay to sidestep the Glitter Lance because he would have died much earlier than this. But once Tempt is found out in this bush, it's all green to go for this dive right here. The mini wave hasn't even crashed. They're just willing to go absolutely crazy underneath this tower. Double kill goes over to the Irelia, and I believe the Jinx, no, Jinx didn't quite get that final kill credit, unfortunately. Did go over to Kasing, but either way, now, Jaeger on this Irelia, super fed, has the Blade of the Ring King already. Whilst Kryze has an Essence Reaver, it's just not the same kind of first item power spike. So Kryze now is going to be in a lot of danger trying to match up against this Irelia in the side lane. And, I mean, in general, X7 just gained so much from that in terms of pressure. Generated almost the gold lead. They clawed back what XL had managed to accrue in the first 10 minutes. Now, XL, it's all about what do you do to respond from this. It seems like for now, mid lane priority, Herald was dropped in the mid lane, gold goes into Zamalek's pocket, but they're not feeling confident enough because the bottom side priority, it looks like Emina's running out of HP and mana to start up that dragon. So now it gives, honestly, the opportunity maybe for X7 to start helping themselves after they clear out some vision.
And for me, the question is, X7, they were kind of happy to play a little bit further back, a little bit slower, lose a little bit of gold because they have all of these scaling tools. Haru needs to be a little bit careful about hanging out in Pixel Brush when the dragon is up because members of JDXL are going to be in the neighborhood. But now they've clawed themselves back onto parity and they still have all of those scaling tools. So as you said, it took 10 minutes for JDXL to earn what X7 took away in about 15 seconds. And it doesn't look like they're going to slow down. And now Emnes, no mana, half health. Tempt going to put the damage down. That's for all the bullying in lane, says Tempt as he flashes away. Ignite Wall's burnt as well. But as simple as that, we're going to get, you know, it's another Chemtech, but we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite Hextech. I know we was hoping for the Port shenanigans, but we'll take a Chemtech Dragon.
We'll take a new one. It's fine. It's fine. We like these.
Yeah, we like the new ones, but yeah, like we were saying earlier, right? That CS lead that Emnes was building up doesn't really matter because Akali just kind of finds these kind of solo kills in the side lane, and it's only going to get worse as she finishes up her first core item in the Rocket Belt. Gives, of course, extra dash, a little bit of damage, and pen once those legendary items come in. So Emnes on the side lane, he's not going to remain safe for long, and that's kind of my issue now for JDXL as things go on because they don't win the side lane for quite a while. I feel like there's so much potent dive threat that I don't even know when they'll start to win team fights, if at all, just because the Jinx will eventually come online and JDXL are going to have their hands full with all of these divers and Jinx is just probably going to get free reign. So I'm a little bit worried, you know, later on down the line. For now, JDXL, they still have a couple of options potentially to use. I think we really need to see Dan get a little bit proactive here on the Vi and try and help lock down somebody somewhere and try and push an advantage, take a tower maybe.
What can JDXL do is the question, and will they be able to follow it up? Haru has had as we mentioned, has had a slower early game on Java than you necessarily expect from your traditional quick ganking, gotta get involved play, but has been super successful in everything he's done. Yes, he died on that initial triple in the bot side, but was very, very important in making that play happen, and has kept his lanes exceptionally safe. There's only been one death to him so far, and it was him in that play. And for a team that was soaking up so much pressure, and you said dives felt like they were inevitable, has done really, really well to ensure that just hasn't happened so far.
Yeah, definitely so.
Kikis is in trouble. Not a burning blow, actually. Ace in the hole. The ultimate coming in from Gangplank does mean that the Wild Grove is going to have to be burnt, but Nata's okay as they move towards Rift Herald.
Yeah, they will move towards Rift Herald for now. A lot burned by JDXL. As Kryze trying to harass Haru out of the river here. We'll have backup shortly as recalls coming in the Chem Fog. Actually, I think Lulu stopped, but unfortunately will not be. So X7, they call off this Herald start, and it looks like Dan, with that in mind, knows where everybody is, give or take. Should be able to pick this one up for free. X7, they give up the other Herald. But honestly, given the game state, I feel like they don't necessarily mind. This is a very, very strange game to kind of describe to the viewers at home, because yes, the gold is even, but I really can't put it into words how difficult the game is going to be for a little while for XL to actually try and navigate and find a fair amount of success. After those sort of first opening 10, 12 minutes, you know, they used the priority of the Caitlyn, of the Zoe really, really well to secure all of those early neutrals, but they couldn't really procure a strong enough lead. And now side lanes, this is what I've been talking about, is such a big threat. Kry's forced the flash from the ultimate of Jaeger. But that's the thing, he doesn't have flash now. So the next time that ultimate comes up, if he gets caught in a situation like that, Kry's just dies on the side lane, 100%. Emnes, you know, step too far forward, Akali kind of just solo kills you the same way that he did earlier on. Things just look a little bit bleak despite the gold difference right now for JDXL. I feel like the options are starting to run out just a tiny bit. There's still, of course, a lot of hope. There's a lot of time left in this game, and dives can always go awry. But the pressure is definitely on from X7 just because of how these champions want to interact with each other for a very long time.
And for me, it's a case of JDXL did so much right in the first 10 minutes. They did almost everything right. You could say they were commanding tempo, they were making the correct decisions, they were moving around the map, but they didn't get anything massive done. They just built small leads. And X7, as we've already seen in the first 2 games, and I know it's a small sample size, are the kind of team that can just make a big play. Emnem's trying to make a big play here on it to attempt a lot of damage onto the Akali, forcing him to back away. And yes, while Akali can 100-0 the Zoe can do a lot of damage herself.
Yeah, exactly. Zoe, always a culprit of those stray one-shots where, you know, Bubble just randomly catches and all of a sudden, remember, just dies on your team. It's how it goes. But that's what I'm saying. To me, JDXL, they have, you know, 1 or 2 pretty strong pick tools, right? You've got the Vi, you've got the Zoe. Try and find the bubble. Try and find a Vi ultimate. As Emnes out of mana, almost clipped by that Q. You almost want to say if Temp lands those shurikens, he might just commit the R just to try and force summoners out of Emnes himself, knowing that there's no threat of a sleepy trouble bubble. As yeah, it's what I've wanted to see from XL now for the sort of the mid game, but maybe they're just too scared of the teleports that's coming from the Irelia or the Akali. Maybe they just feel like they're out skirmished through and through. And they want to try and wait for their Iron Spikes to come in on the Gangplank, on the Caitlyn. And that's probably their best bet for now.
Dragon should be secured by X7 pretty easily. 3rd of the game overall, 2nd of the game for them. So we're not going to see a really early soul. And JDXL will just grab the cross-map play, picking up the top tower, which they'll be pretty pleased with as a response. Jaeger needs to be careful. There's a lot of enemies in the neighborhood, but we'll just ult and dive away. Dan not able to land the punches because Singh is there in support. But you've got to feel like both of these teams itching for a fight just a little bit, which at the moment, you've got to favor X7, but JDXL being smart and backing away.
Yeah, I'll be honest, you could kind of tell by Jaeger's posturing. He was at least considering maybe taking a 2v1 if Kasing was a little bit closer with support. You could definitely, in my opinion, see him turning and making a bit of work out of Dan and Kry's there, but makes the right choice, steps away, and no harm, no foul. Bit of a butting of heads, ultimate blown. Nothing more to say about that. Of course, a minute ago, X7 did pick up that dragon. Puts them 2 away for now. And with not too much on the map, you'd expect it to be a little bit quiet. This Herald should be dropped by Dan. I don't think there's really much X7 can do about the tower in the mid lane going down, unfortunately, for them. But it's not really much of a safety net in this game anyway, if you were to ask me. Just because it's going to be more about these dives from those solo laners in the Irelia and the Akali.
Oh, the engage coming on through. They've got onto Kasing. The Lulu has to go golden with the stopwatch as that is taken pretty low. Nats puts the ultimate down and gets the kill on to the Vi. The charge comes through. Haru caught in the Cataclysm will fall. And it's actually a 2-for-1 as being Stan Temp makes it a 2-for-2 very, very quickly and looks towards Zamalek. Wants to make it a 3-for-2, but he's going to have to turn onto the Gangplank, dancing around in the smoke. Jaeger goes to sleep mid-fight, but the Zap lands onto Emnes. X7 happy with the equal exchange. We'll leave it just at that. 2-for-2 as Emnes dives forward, can't land any more poke, and the fight peters out.
Yeah, definitely net win technically for XL because they get that mid-tier 1. And they get a 2-for-2 on top of it. Dive a little bit too far forward. Rocket plus Cataclysm burst damage is a lot. And that actually really low. Emnes!
Down! Emnes picks up 1. Can actually look for a double here, but the stopwatch keeps Tempt alive. Kasing moving on forward. Can he get to the Akali in time? We'll be able to speed him out, but that's a nice kill for JDXL, and they've started to turn up the pace.
Yeah, nice little pick up there. 2 proactive plays back-to-back here as Bubble just falls short of Tempt. Nice attempt from Emnes to try and find another pick. We will now get this replay as yeah, dive comes in after that mid lane tier 1 comes down, almost burst Kasing before he's able to get that stopwatch in, but Mega Death Rocket plus the Cataclysm is a lot of burst in return. However, weren't quite able to find Kikis on top of it. And then on the bottom side, Akali, of course, Temp slips in and picks himself up a kill, and it's just kind of slowly but surely actually disengaged. And now let's see how they actually find this pick. Oh, okay, Nata's just recalling in Fog. Actually gets caught out here and then has picked up Flash. Again, chases down that pretty free and slightly mistimed on this bubble. Maybe a quarter of a second if that close, the difference from him finding himself a double kill. Very nicely played from the JDXL mid laner. Built himself a CS lead, but hasn't really been able to find much else aside from that, so nice to at least see him get himself on the board there.
Very nice from Ebnes, indeed, and JDXL, they've got themselves a little bit of a gold lead. They've shown that they can still scrap, they can still fight effectively, and they can get picks. So we're really in for a great game here, which is what you'd expect from these two teams at this early stage in the tournament. Kikis gets a bit of damage down onto Nata, who's standing a little bit open and takes a little bit too much damage, but Jaeger is caught in the bot side 2v1 teleport. It's going to come through ultimate use for Jaeger. He's just trying to buy as much time as he possibly can, actually cutting through Kryze quite effectively as Temp looks to dive forward, gets the flash. Can he get the kill on Kryze? No, he's kept up by the Vibe, but he'll be able to slide away. So much committed, but they can't even save the gangplank. Temp's gonna go over the wall. Jaeger can't do so easily, has the flash, but the kill comes through from Emnes. Zamalek will catch onto Jaeger, who's also in trouble, dives forward, but goes down. It's a 2-for-1 trade. JDXL back in the game.
Yeah, JDXL not too bothered about this one, if I'm totally honest, considering it's X7. That kind of, overcommit quite a few resources. This is replay of what happened, I believe. Just had the chicken pit whilst all that was happening. Fortunate teleport timing means that he's kind of left to the wayside there, as here we get the cut into the fight. Bubble finds onto Tempt, and Jaeger trying to find what he can, but not much health left, unfortunately, by the end of that fight. You could see everybody itching to get down to that bottom scrap. Not too surprised. But again, wherever you see Akali and Irelia together on the same side of the map, expect blood, and that's what we definitely got out of that skirmish.
Something that's very interesting to remember and to know, to Nata and Kazing or walloping, is that this Dragon Soul is such a win condition for both of these teams that it will be picked up this second for JDXL, which means that we're going to be holding on to that one much, much longer. But either of these teams in a close game can get Chemtech Soul. That's basically a win in its own right.
Yeah, it's actually definitely, like you say, it's a mini win condition, right? I think if you give either of these teams the ability to res off the back of death, actually some of the champions that have these pretty important abilities to be able to cast again, right? Get one more cast off. It's really big danger towards either team, and that ends up losing that soul. If we do get to that point, still 2 dragons away on either side, right? So it's going to be a lot of time before we get to that point, but it can still certainly happen. It's been fairly slow when there's no objective on the map, so hey, maybe we do get to that point. But if leads are, built up here, XL, they've had a gold lead for a majority, or what feels like a majority of the game now, because we've been going almost 25 minutes. About half, I'd say, they've shared a gold lead between 2 teams. If they can get something more going, then sure. I think now that, Gangplank's hit that 2 IM mark, Caitlyn on approach to that 3rd IM spike, they might have a little more of an answer. That's what X7 have put on the table here, as stun connects Citrus Fruit to get away. And then Jaeger doesn't quite have the gap closing abilities to get on top of Kryze in this attempt, as okay, well.
Whoa, Jaeger gonna be caught out. There isn't the hole coming on for as well. Gangplank Ultimate was layered and Jaeger will fall. It's easy as that with Dam rotating once again. And it doesn't matter if Aurelia wins the 1v1 because it's never a 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. Dan doing a great job of shutting down this side lane. 1v1, turning into a 2v2 time and time again. And what's extra nice about this is X7 aren't really in the position, whenever these picks haven't been in the position to actually, try and threaten a Baron or try and threaten, a major objective that's, beneficial to at least sort of cross-mapping. X7 have more or less actually been trying to respond to the picks happening on the bottom side themselves. So JDXL, with the first move from Dan time and time again, it's definitely given them more positive results than negative. Just gives them a little bit extra time, though. Thinking about the scaling aspect of these teams, I'm not sure who really takes it. I feel like there's so many, strong points to both of these teams, and yes, certainly weak points, but in some cases they cancel out each other. I think the longer that we get into this game, the more it really is just going to be about execution. There's not going to be a, oh, X7's comp out scales or JDXL's comp out scales. I really do feel like the team fights, you know, finding these key targets with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Cease and Desist, Cataclysm or Akali, is going to be what matters the most here.
And it's hard to call who's been playing the team fights better in this game. Maybe JDXL have... It's difficult because it's all been quite skirmishy. There hasn't really been a big team fight in a fair, neutral position. So the question is, which of these teams is going to perform better under that pressure? 10 very, very mechanically astute players, 10 champions that are going to be able to perform in all stages of the game, really. As you said, neither of these teams really falls off harder than the other. Neither of these teams really scales harder than the other. I'm looking towards Zamalek and Nata to see which one of these two players is going to be the one that potentially has the carry pants on, because Caitlyn game is such a big matchup.
Yeah, of course, Caitlyn, once she has all of those items online, it can be very, very dangerous to walk into her range, right? If she's got the rapid fire cannon, maybe a Storm Razor as well. If she can fit that into her build, sometimes it can work, where you just get this massive, you know, sort of 850-ish range war attack, and it just catches people off guard, where it's got so much range attached to it. Sleepy Bubble comes down on target. Don't think it will mean too much. But
Dan looking, he's found Nata. He's been polymorphed immediately and is in a lot of trouble. Has to flash away. Nata's going to get the ultimate down with the Cataclysm holding, but Eminem is getting so much damage. Zamalek gets the kill onto Haru, and X7 are going to have to retreat. It's a 5v4 if they continue this fight. And Emnes on a mad one this game helps pick up another. Jaeger running through the fog towards Tempt. Will he be able to get away? The bubble doesn't land this time around as Tempt steps around it, but JDXL even up the kills and take the advantage.
Yeah, definitely like a bit of an audacious engage at first from Dan, but it works out in the end. Haru dives too far forward and isn't able to get back out in time and dies for his sins. Nice little pick up there from XL, but at the end of the day, again, it doesn't really result in anything in this case, much like a lot of the picks that we've seen from what feels like both of these teams for a majority of the game here. Haru's going to be back out onto the map for this dragon, and as you can see, Emnes is resetting just about now, though looks like he's actually going to cancel. I think realizes it's a little bit too close to the timer, so might be out of mana, might not have a lot of resources to work with here. Maybe there's fruit in the river, I'm not too sure, but he's so low on mana. This is almost effectively a 4v5 if he can't find fruit.
Tempt is going to be called out in a 4v1 if he's not careful, giving lots of respect and backing away with Dan, Kikis, and Emnes all moving forward. But Jaeger has just started up the Baron, which is quite an interesting decision as members of X7 are running towards it. It looks like they could be trying to force trade.
Yeah, they could be trying to force trade. I think they were just going for a sneak here, but that ward just outside of the Chemtech fog is going to spot them out. So JDXL know this Baron's going down fairly slowly. It's going to give XL enough time to make it here. But I mean, it's getting so low, 3,500 gold.
But what's going to happen? 2.5k. The dragon has been secured. The teleport coming on through. Can they take it? Yes, they can. But what's the fight going to look like after attempts in the back? Like, can't kill Emnes though, and it's going to be forced to back away. Dan won't be so lucky to get out, and it's going to be a 1-0 for X7. They traded the dragon for the Baron, and it looks like that's all she wrote. X7 look for the sneak, make the trade, are probably happy.
Yeah, I mean, this is now all going to be about how much do X7 actually get off of this Baron, right? Because JDXL being at Chemtech Soul Point, I actually think might be worth giving the Baron. I think the Dragon is that strong. As long as you don't lose that much, genuinely, I think the ability to just resurrect in fights and turn it into a 5v10 effectively is kind of worth it. So I don't mind what XL did in terms of the trade, but I'm definitely kind of confused around some of the commitment around the Baron pit when it came to actually trying to get in after the fact. I don't know if we'll get a replay of the Baron fight itself or not, but yeah, definitely a bit of a strange sort of fight afterwards. I felt like XL, they wanted to commit, but then they kind of didn't because Dan went a little bit too deep. So yeah, let's see how JDXL work with the pressure of, you know, being one dragon away from that Chemtech Soul, and whether or not X7 can get a lot of value out of this Baron.
Value has to be gained. As you say, normally we'd talk about the first Baron, you want to kind of take everything outside of the base, but if X7 want to make it worth the risk, worth the fright of going up against the Chemtech Soul in as little as 3.5-4 minutes, they're going to really want to make inroads into the enemy team's base. Jaeger, once again, Dan moving down. It's not a 1v1. The stun has just been used by Aurelia. And there's no teleport available for Tempt, so it will just be a 2v1 unless members move down. But X7 in the jungle, looking to shadow, looking to protect Aurelia more so than they have in the past. But Tempt on the top side, looking to keep the split push pressure on, but takes a beating from Emnes.
Yeah, you can see Zoe, Emnes, very, very strong at the moment. Very, very powerful. Just the Paddle Star alone practically sends Tempt to half HP. So you can imagine what it would do to Nata, for example, who is a slightly squishier member of the team. Of course, though it does have Kassin consistently pocketing, so in that regard might be a little bit safer than Tempt here on the top side. But X7, nice usage of the Baron so far, just trying to split across all 3 lanes. I think they're doing a pretty good job of upholding pressure here. They will finally secure a tower on the bottom side, and that top side tower getting chunked pretty low as well. I think if they can at least break open the base, they can walk away with this Baron buff itself. Quite happy, to be totally honest with you, though it seems like XL, they're sending appropriate members towards the top side. They will lose this mid-tier 1, but I think that was almost always going to be a matter of time, and they're all excited off the tower. A lot of damage off that one rocket onto Zamalek, man.
They will be able to break open the base with the top inhibitor tower falling. Jaeger still keeping the pressure up in the bot side. Tempt! You can't take another one of those to the face, and Tempt realizes it's going to be running, but so is Zoe with the Yumu's popped. I think Tempt is not long for this. World goes golden with the Zhonyas, but there's the bubble, and actually over the wall, almost escapes. Jaeger actually putting some damage on the bot side, but goes down. Christ surviving. So all of the side lanes are lost, and the rest of X7 are chasing on to Zoe. The Baron has fallen, and there's the teleport coming up through. Can Haru cancel this one? Yep, they can. They can get the shutdown onto the Jarvan. And with that Baron falling off, 1 inhibitor tower taken, is that worth it?
I think it's all right. I don't think it's too terrible for X7. Emnes runs down Tempt in the long run. Made a bit of a noise. I was expecting that bubble to just about land, and on the bottom side, we get a cut in here as you can see Kryze was in grave danger, backed up by the rest of his team, however, and makes it 1 out alive, and Emnes almost, maybe a second more, and he's out. But unfortunately, can't make the great escape. Now we sit 60 seconds away from what could be Chemtech Soul if JDXL do pick it up. I mean, they're only 1k gold behind. Looking at the items in general, I mean, we're almost pretty much at parity across the board. We're sort of seeing at like 3.5 items for the mid laners, the solo laners both actually. Kryze has 4 items completed, so he is in theory a little bit stronger than Jaeger is on this Irelia. AD carries almost even, but actually it's Zamalek with an item lead over now. So this is a fight that XL, item to item, sort of pound for pound, they're technically stronger right now, if you ask me. I think it's going to be all about how they keep Akali in check and how they keep this Irelia in check. And now Bubble.
Oh, they're diving on through. Jaeger has to go gold, and so much damage coming on through. Dan's taking a beating as well. Needs to back away, but it's going to be the Irelia falling first. Nana in the backline goes down. No, he doesn't. He's still standing. It was someone else who fell. As Zamalek's chased away. Look at his assassination. Cannot do it. It was Kassin who died for Nana's sins as Jinx survives a second longer. Haru and Tempt both full health. The 2 Korean imports. They're going to look to take the fight. It's a 3v3 as Haru goes over the wall. Nana gets sniped out! Emnes, you beauty! Securing that one as Tempt, and Haru need to stop 2v3. This crucial objective going down. Dan smites for health, goes in with the ultimate that was held on to Tempt. Haru trying to back away. Akali can't get out. Look, he's getting into the fog, diving over the wall, diving back in for the kill, and now it's a 2v2. This game's on nervous. Emnes diving out, but gets taken down. Kickers is the last one standing, but it's just a karma. Double kill for Tempt, and it's X7 who turn onto the dragon.
Tempt absolutely manhandled JDXL with that 2v3. That was absolutely crazy to end out that fight. Dodging and dipping outside of the Akali Shroud, that was absolutely crazy. And because of Tempt's hard work, they are going to deny the Chemtech Soul. And now both these teams, 1 dragon away from that point. And not only that, because of the outplay, I believe X7 can potentially eye up this Baron. I think it's going to be a little bit audacious with Nat coming in from base, but Jaeger's got the teleport and he's got a lot of DPS to actually work this one down. And with the death timers being so long for XL, this should be a Baron secure from the zone. They get to pressure the base even further.
Why is Tempt playing in ERLs? How is that reasonable? I don't understand. X7 on the Baron, there's no contest. They also set themselves up for Chemtech Soul, so if we get 5 more minutes, then we're all gonna have heart attacks over that objective. But just Emnes is a monster, Tempt is a monster.
Both these mid laners, it's both of these mid laners right now. They're playing out of their minds. Emnes is finding such key bubbles and snipes. First it's onto Jaeger to kick off this fight. It doesn't quite go the way that they want it because somehow Zamalek ends up in the backline. I don't know how this happens, but at the end of the day, it's Akali that finds the shutdown onto her. And then eventually we get into this really wild 3v2 situation. We see the bubble come in again, but it's another snipe plus Gale Force of all things dropped on the floor for Emnes to find the snipe. And then Tempt and of course Haru, 2v3, the mid-jungle imports against JDXL. And I mean, look at Tempt's movement here, man. Dodging, diving, making sure he practically never gets hit by anything that's directly a skill shot after the initial bio ultimate. Absolute crazy outplay coming out from the Korean import of X7. And I mean, they reap the rewards. They reap them heavily. Baron, the Chemtech denial, and now they get to siege onto the base yet again.
Yeah, Caitlyn has set up some traps, going to try and defend as much as possible. Of course, there's an open inhib in the top side, if that's something that X7 want to look at, but it looks like they're just going to be plowing down mid. Going to get a couple of auto attacks to take down that tower. Nata is excited, and they've got the minion wave here. Haru gets engaged onto Zamalek, though no way out of the cataclysm. Damage coming through. Nata just doing too much damage, and just like that, when you thought the comeback might be on, it just is not. X7 are going to take the win here. They've got all they need, and they're going to remain undefeated.
It wasn't clinical, but it felt it towards the end of that game. X7, they end up demolishing JDXL in some of these later game team fights. And I mean, quite frankly, I just love the draft, the game plan coming out from the get-go, right? All of this crazy dive onto the Caitlyn where, you know, JDXL, they tried to draft pretty reasonable responses, I feel like, but I just feel like the answers weren't always there. When you started to actually get this dog pile on, it was just too much. And I mean, Tempt had that final Chemtech Dragon fight. It was just absolutely crazy. I don't know what else to say. That was one of the sickest teamfight outplays I've seen in a little while on that champion. And off the back of that teamfight, realistically, they close out the game because of it.
I mean, Tempt's so good. It doesn't seem reasonable. Fortunately, we're going to be throwing to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the post-show where we're going to be talking to the whole X7 roster. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hello everyone, and we are back, and this, as you can see, is the post-show, but I don't really feel comfortable on these chairs because I'm so hyped about the last game. How are you guys feeling?
Dude,
My blood is pumping.
What?
What a game. What a game to have in the NLC. How blessed are we? Like, how blessed are we? That was such a good game from both ends where it takes turn on who we're surprised about. It's Eminem, then it's Haro and Temp.
Yeah.
It's like, it was an absolute crazy game to witness, and I loved every second of it.
I was actually not expecting JDXL to put such a fight coming in, and honestly, it was a very pleasant surprise to see how close they are, and it was a very pleasant surprise. And I have to inform you that my overreaction still reigns true.
Oh yeah, I can feel it in me. If I were allowed to just scream at it, like I'd scream about that game. I wish I was casting it. God damn it! Like that was such a good game.
It was. And what about the Vi pick, though?
I love the Vi pick. I felt like Dan was smurfing the entire time.
Yes.
Every time he pressed his R button, it was calculated. It was into a Gangplank ult, into a Caitlyn ult. He would find the target, he would call it, and then the entire JDXL would go in. I felt like this match was decided on very small details who came from Korea. Like, honestly, this was the Haru plus Tempt show all the way, baby. Like, the plays Tempt made on that Akali, a 2v1 dive in the bot lane, the solo bolo onto Eminem, then going onto that 2v3 together with
exactly
Haru.
that one.
It was mind-blowing, honestly.
Yeah, the thing is, like, yes, JDXL, you're also bitter because you can look back on so many of these fights because they were not won by decision-making. They were won by... We literally played better. Yeah, it's literally that 2v3 was literally, that should have been JDXL winning.
Exactly.
Like, that was the man advantage. You had the Vi ultimate even when the fight started out, but still you couldn't solidify the plays down, like Temp dodging every ability or skill shot that came through afterwards, Haro being the facilitator.
Look at him, he was so excited.
He was so excited. It was great watching. That was like, especially because like...
Wait, that was world-class League of Legends.
Yeah, because you know, it's quite telling already that there's a big difference between the bottom of the NLC and the top of the NLC.
Wait, excuse me. Does any other ERL have a literal world champion?
There might be.
We have to check that out.
I can't think of it, but like there might be.
I
Like
was trying to
before I
figure
say
it out, but I
anything,
don't see
like,
it. I don't see it. I have so many amazing teams and players in the entirety of the league, and obviously you can see a disparity between the top and the bottom so far. This is what I want to point out. You can see so far. I don't know if like week 4 or something like that, if we'll see it, if people can adapt and all that. But the top teams, oh man, I mean, they're coming in. We need the 3rd seed.
The thing is, like, every player, despite, you know, struggling against teams that they might be coming up, especially if you're a bottom tier into the league, you should still feel blessed.
Yeah.
You should feel super happy you get to have this kind of experience as a player. You get to play against it. You get to hone your own skills, rather, because you can only get so far by just playing solo queue. At some point, you need to just get completely dumpstered, have every single flaw of you exposed, so you can just nitpick up them and go like, I suck here, I suck here, I suck here.
You have to fall to get back up,
Exactly,
right?
but you have to, like, that. There's grace in falling if you can get back up. And I think for a lot of these teams, like, that's your primary goal when you play against some of the teams for the first time. You'll get a second chance later down the season. So I think for a lot of these teams, stay hopeful, stay hungry, because there is so much possibilities for you to learn something here.
Also, I don't believe we have a bottom of the table sort of teams. I think we have a very high top of the table, and then everyone else is middle of the pack.
Oh,
To
okay,
me,
yeah.
the middle of the pack teams seem sort of the same to me, even though the ones that are lacking a little bit of the knowledge in the meta on how they want to play the game, they all still show glimpses of being able to pull the upset. So yeah, even though I do have a set 3 at the top of the table, which is X7, Astralis, and JDXL, I feel like the rest of the table
And
is still
Bifrost.
and
A little bit.
the rest of the table is still very capable of stealing each other's spot.
I'm setting my benchmark at Bifrost.
Who did you take down?
What do you mean, who did I take down? I have 4 people.
3. Oh, you have a top 4.
Yeah, top 4.
You broke the rules.
Me
Okay,
as
fair
well.
enough.
I have a top 4 as well.
Yeah, it's just like that is where my benchmark is. That's just how it
Okay,
is.
But without further ado, we have someone waiting for us. We just talked with him yesterday, Monday.
Monday.
I got it. Like, I'm living the NLC, so I'm living on the studio, by the way. This is amazing. So, oh, there he is, the smiley face. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm happy to be back.
I love that smile. No matter what happens, that is a big smile. And that was an amazing game, Torok.
Yes, it was beautiful League of Legends, and I'm living for it. I think that was absolutely what I wanted out of this evening. Win or loss, that's good stuff.
Explain to me the vibe, because everybody agrees with it, but explain to me where it came from.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if it's like RNG FPX in the World Finals, and one team loses in a game that close, in a game played that well by both teams, obviously there are mistakes, obviously there were mechanical battles everywhere, but the most important thing is that both teams were actually playing real, crafted League of Legends, and this is just the beginning of the split. So as far as I'm concerned, losing to X7 today, winning to X7 today, if they lost to us today, I think every team can come away really happy because we were playing really good League of Legends.
Yes.
Had to dodge something there, but we were playing very good League of Legends.
Not fine, not fine, not fine. I wanna pick what you said about beautiful League of Legends, because honestly, that's exactly what it was. I think it went down to the complete details, and I want you to tell me how your players came out of this, because yes, it's a hard loss, but you lose to people who you can learn so much from.
Yeah, I mean, we came out like, good loss, you know? Like, it's that simple. It's when you're at the beginning of the season, we started scrimming what? I think we've had 5 scrims in total, like 5 separate days of scrims. And we come in and play this well versus a team that's also really talented, that also hasn't scrimmed a lot. Then it's really nice to see that, okay, we're going to be at each other's throats for the rest of the season, right? And that gives you, reason to practice. It gives you reason to get better. And it gives you sort of that feeling of being a competitor, because why play competition if you're just going to stomp everybody? It's not fun, right? Like, to be a competitor, you have to have competition. And I think it's really perfect that we've got a team like X7 who are going to run us all the way for this entire league, by the looks of things.
Now, already this is just after the loss. You haven't had time to VOD review, go in depth with the players, get everyone's conversation out of it. But what do you feel like already are the biggest takeaway after a game just like that? Like, what do you think is like the learning strides for you to improve after such a game? Are you just happy about the play and you'll have to go into the nitty gritty after? Or do you already feel like now that you've learned something just watching it at first glance?
Yeah, I feel like we've learned a lot. So I'd say, for example, tidbit for Twitch chat, that RTF fan was kind of trolling second phase, because when they pick Aurelia, GP will manage TF or not, and we know that they want a second diver. We also plan to manage manage their dive threat with Vi and some other characters we had in our team. So the Aurelia was calculated, but we should have banned Akali instead of TF. That's like one adjustment that's really obvious and something that we can look at in the future. It just slipped our minds. We haven't had enough practice. We haven't seen much Akali. It makes sense that we missed it, but like, something we're happy about. There's obviously a lot of nitty-gritty from the game as well, some small mechanical things, ways we can play the map better, but I can't go into all of that on stream.
Yeah, sure. And also looking into the mid lane matchup, like those guys going really hard in every single fight. This Zoe bringing so much into the table. How do you feel about having a player of that caliber on your team?
It's wonderful to work with people who are so mechanically talented. I mean, I'm sure Nias would say the same, or whoever, people who've worked with similar caliber players. But, working with Minsu is an absolute pleasure so far. Seeing how well he can mechanically challenge people like Temp challenging him, the way Dan can influence that, because as far as I'm concerned, he's a top tier player. And I mean, you just wait and see what's going to happen from Dom, from Kryze, from Kikis. Like, all these players can be phenomenal in their roles, and it's just wonderful to work with people who have such a high ceiling.
So now you've had this game which you just lost, and I was very ready to make the XDXL joke. Very, very ready. And you guys really seem to favor Arcane. So please, please, please tell me, where outside of your coaching book or Dan's mind did Vi come out from?
Well, it's one of those champions, when you sit there watching Arcane and you think, well, she's kind of cool, right? You just have to think, maybe we can pick her in a competitive game. And so me and Dan were chatting just on the side a few days ago. We decided to pick up Vi. We think it's potentially pretty good. He's only got a few games on it, but I mean, we just sort of lasered in on the pick being very good today. We've been scrimming it. Seems like it fits. So, Arcane buff.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoyed the Vine. I think Dan kind of smurfed it.
I like the idea of we played a few games and that's what we got from
love
the few
Arcane.
games. So I can only expect when you got a lot of games, by the way. I'm not going to make you a question. This is like my goodbye on the interview, which is second day we got this show, which means the next one where you guys face each other again is going to be a long time from now. So the teams are going to be oiled up, readied up, and the match is going to be even more amazing. So what I'm saying is thank you so much for the interview. And the next time I want to see even the bloodiest game possible with that talent, and keep the good job you're doing, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to do this as well. I think this is a thing, I guess. This is a thing.
Hi,
There's a
Torok.
high chance like Torok is like the most wholesome person to ever have on the
Yes.
show.
I love him. I love
Very
him.
well spoken to. I do appreciate that. And that's not to talk bad about other interviewees, but it's always good, well thought out answers. And that's very lovely to have. Because some coaching interviews can be boring. I'm just putting that out there.
But I gotta say this as well. Like a lot of players, even though like some of them won the losing interviews, are coming in with a smile.
Absolutely.
Are happy to be part of the NLC. Just as Goldberg was saying, the fact that I'm on the league and it's a pleasure to actually play versus these guys, get experience and get better.
I think it's absolutely important to understand that every time you go through a loss and you face a loss, it's a lesson.
Yeah.
It's the same thing like in every instance of your life. Like you fall, you learn to get back up. And the fact that you learned how to get back up has made you a stronger person, has made you a better person. It's the same equivalent to these guys, right? They maybe messed up a wave, they maybe messed up a cannon, they maybe messed up, one ability. Next time they go in, they will know that every single loss is a lesson. And honestly, really big props to any player who comes in on a losing interview with a very open mind.
It is beautiful to see that on the NLC. But let's talk about today.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because we have a big surprise for you guys, and I want to show it to you.
So is it a surprise anymore at this
Very
point?
yummy.
It is, because we have a different thing. But we'll talk about it later. Recap of the day. What actually came to us? Like, how do you feel about the second day?
I just want the replays to go through the B-roll. Let me experience the whole day again because, it was brilliant. Like, we got to see the same version of Vanir. I love the fact that even on the interview, they were talking about, we do that in scrims all the time where we get ahead early, we kind of throw in mid-game, and we close it out in game 2. I was loving the talk we had with production in the back. It's actually Vanir's logo. Exactly, the V is like, we start out on top, mid-game we go to the bottom, and in game we finish strong again. But once again, Vanir, it was not close. It was still very much them in the driving factor, and I think that showed.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when it comes to this game as well, I felt like both teams could be in for a treat. I really love the Darius because the Darius was speaking to 4 melee champions that will be around you. So the problem with Darius a lot of times is that he can actually reach out to try and get there. But I think it was also very calculated because the Brom is there to stop the Darius' tracks. The Ezreal was very, very slippery. And oh my god, that Ezreal, oh my god.
This is
Marichan,
nice,
it's like, it was like my highlight of my day. Seeing the way he played that Ezreal, I'm like, yeah, it's giving me Viper Ezreal vibes.
But it's also, it takes me back to, I feel like Niki, they have the still potential on the roster, but they really need to tweak some things here because they are making some obvious mistakes also with their composition, their way of fighting in choke points. I feel like there's still some miscommunication in between the team because this game could honestly have gone either way. Once we reach this late game, they had the opportunities, but in the end, Riddle prevailed with their stronger side.
And now Astralis in Singularity. Yeah, Goldberg, I gotta give this to you.
Ooh, Denmark for helvede. I mean, it's actually a Danish versus Danish team. There's just more Danes on the side of Astralis, and I think that showed today with them coming out ahead, of course. I think we had some questions a little bit about the flexibility in drafting. It's once again nice to see different curveballs from Singularity. It's something that...
I hate it, man. It was a Karma top laner, the guy who was supposed to carry. How are you supposed to carry on
Okay, see, I get that, but what I'm trying to build up here is actually the fact that Singularity, you never know what you're gonna get already. Like, it's been 2 days and they've surprised me both days. Well, I like being surprised. If it's for the worse or for the better, I mean, that's up for Singularity to describe.
Well, if it's up to your entertainment, then it's great that Singularity.
It's up for them to show me and me to judge. Fair enough. That's okay.
Bifrost though versus Dusty. This was actually a really, really good game, and we saw Bifrost just popping off.
Honestly, at some point, I felt like Dusty had a really brilliant draft. You know, they got the mid-jungle duo going for them, the LeBlanc and the Rek'Sai. It just never got rolling.
Exactly. It was that point where we got to past 10 minutes into the game and Rek'Sai only had 1 kill participation. Yeah. We could see that they tried doing the skirmishes, but it just didn't work out for them. If those early skirmishes were more kills for them on their side, this could have been a driving factor for them. But we talked about it. The early game is explosive, especially when people go for hyper carry to hyper carry comp.
And this, on the screen right now, the X7 versus JDXL game has been my favorite so far. It might be for days to come as well, further in the NLC. I felt like, as Fork said, there was
this is nasty.
So good.
There was nothing that JDXL was lacking playing against X7. And X7 on paper are by far the top-notch S++ favorites coming into the NLC, bringing in the two Koreans, ex-world champion as well. It's absolutely mad. I have to give mad props to Eminem as well, because where the heck did that Zoe performance come from, man? I felt like it was 1v9ing at some point.
I mean, it's crazy because it goes back and forth. You can't believe it's the same gold. Well, we were 25 minutes into the game. Only 300 gold was between them. Like, it was such a close game. And yes, Nightmare, you are crazy. He picked Singularity.
You're mad, man.
Okay.
I can feel the emotional damage coming in.
He's already tweeting, what do you mean, Goldberg? What do you mean? Yeah, so the predictions are coming in. I believe people at studio so far are doing fine.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah, we're doing a good job. Meanwhile, on the other side, well, potato, as we say in Portuguese.
I mean, it's fine, man.
Yeah, it's fine. They still need to learn a little bit. Yeah,
And to be fair, like the thing is though, like games are going as we're expecting them right now, but like I can totally respect the kind of different predictions to come through as well, just because of the fact that the league games never go the way where you actually think they'll go. Like so, and
right?
like yeah, because Singularity can go home. JDXL was probably the closest one with Hip Brain voting that one today. Even Eminem can go home as well, that we saw on the first day. Like it is very early in the season, so these predictions are just mental. Well, I don't know. I'm abroad. I have no idea where home is.
So, what is happening?
Maybe that's a Danish saying. Is that not a saying in English?
Usually we have interviews with like 1, 2... No, 1, 1, 1. It's only 1, 1, 1.
Five people, maybe?
5 people?
Yeah.
An entire team. That would be lovely. And I believe that's exactly what we have. The entire team of X7 with us for a massive interview where we can talk with them. Oh, there we are.
There they are.
Hello. How are you doing?
Great. How about you?
Oh, we're doing so fun. That was an amazing game. How are you guys feeling?
I mean, I feel good. Yeah, I can say, you know what? I finally won against my own team, BTXL. Oh, JDXL, sorry.
At this point, you beat them, you can call them XDXL as well. It's fine. We'll give you that one.
Okay, lovely.
You liked it, it's fine.
So we have a lot of questions for you guys, but before we start them, Tempt, you were illegal in this game. You're way too good with Akali. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? How do you feel?
어때? 어때? 아주 재밌네. You can say so funny. So funny game, yeah.
It was an amazing game. I know you guys also have a lot of questions, so we now can put them all on the table. I'll start with you, Trouble.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a very easy question to Haru. Haru, because I recently became a weeb and I'm very into anime. What is your top 5 or top 3 anime?
My top 3 anime is Sword Art Online and April is Your Light and Titan 어때? Yeah. Dragon Knight.
Whoa, okay.
I was not expecting.
Last season just came out. Okay.
Nice.
Fair enough. Love
Okay, I'll give this one for Nata, because I feel like a lot of people, when they're looking at you, will probably see you as the most unknown on your roster. How do you feel coming into a team like this with so much experience, and how are you evolving in this environment?
I mean, I just do what I usually do, which is doing my job and just skating and carrying later on. I don't really feel like any pressure on something like that. Also, I have 4 really good teammates along with me, so I feel very safe. That's the best way to describe it.
This is such an AD carry reply. It's like, oh, guy, I'm doing my job, I'm farming, and I'm scaling to the late game, and I'm carrying. Kasing, I want to ask you a question as well, of course. Every single team that you have joined, you have been the veteran of that one. How do you feel now playing with other veterans in your team?
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of an amazing feeling because it's like, you know, I don't have to go through the whole, I guess, process of, I guess, repeating some like a concept, right, to a rookie.
But the best part, I would say, is just more like it gives me, like, I guess, more room to grow individually. Because I felt most of my teams that in the past, when I have played with rookies, I would spend a lot of time helping them out. For example, my most recent one was 113, who's now in Keiko. And I'm pretty proud of his progress, of course, but I felt that I myself obviously could also become better, I guess, even though, I played for such a long time. Because complacency is not something I wanted to do.
And I think the last one I have is just for Haru in general, and Temp too, if he's able to answer too. But how familiar are you with the players we have here in our league? And is there actually any player that you see as a threat or competitive?
Is anyone do you know other players and other players? Do you think there's other good teams in this league? Please. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. You can say don't know. Sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to know. That's a totally fair answer.
That's good enough for us. Jaeger, I obviously want to ask you a question as well. I don't want to ask you if NA has corrupted you. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to ask if you see any I'm going to ask if you see any stylistic differences between the playstyle there and now transitioning into EU and playing through ERLs.
I mean, I played in NA like how many years ago? I don't even know, 6 or something?
It's fine, it stays forever, man.
Yeah.
Like NEC compared to ERL or?
Yeah, the higher level compared to ERL.
Yeah.
I think it's honestly not very different. I think ERL leagues have become stronger over the years. Like LFL, most teams could play LEC and do well, for example. So national leagues have just grown. I mean, NLC is not on LFL level yet and stuff like this, but they will get there soon eventually, I think. And it's just a matter of time until everyone is really close together.
I don't know what you guys think, but I think this roster can rival any LFL roster, to be fair.
I think so.
Yeah.
I want the 3rd seed, and I'm betting on these guys.
I want the 4th seed.
I guess we'll
4th? Okay.
We'll
stop
see
there.
I want the entire European Masters now. Okay. So, shall we play a game?
Oh, yes. Okay.
How do you guys feel? Do you guys want to play a game?
Okay, you're asking them like Jigsaw. That's not a good...
Okay, my bad. No, the idea is we're going to play Pick, Ban, Dodge.
Yeah.
Do you guys have the cards? Okay, there we go.
That's perfect.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So what happens is we're going to roll some footage, and each of you will decide if you want to pick, like you like the play, if you want to ban, like you hated the play, you don't want to see it ever again, or if you're just dodging, like, okay, if I see this champion on the solo queue, I'm dodging, like, I don't want to play with this. So it's up to you guys to decide whether you want to actually stay with the play, dodge the play, or ban it, completely ban it away from your life.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
So I just want to add here that dodge could be like something in between, where you're like, I don't mind it too much, but I'd rather not.
I can deal with that.
Yeah.
I have a Teemo on my team. I can live with that.
Yeah, let's go.
Shall we? Okay, so first footage. Let's see what's happening. TP. Oh!
I know this play.
This is fun.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Okay, X7. What do you guys think? Jaeger. Dodge, dodge. Dodge.
Haru knows what's up.
White pick.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Didn't work, sadly. All right. What, sorry?
Haru, tell us, why pick? Why is this play good?
I like that play.
Haru's L9, man. He just sees a guy running it down. He's all for it. I mean, I'm banning that one for sure. What do you mean?
Banning? I'm dodging. I mean, I don't mind it. I've made these plays before. I didn't mind them when I made them.
I think I agree with Jaeger, and I'm gonna ban it as well. I'm gonna ban it.
Oh, you guys are harsh, dude.
Yeah, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. So, next play, let's go. Second one. Ooh, zoom out. Oh, I know what this is.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Just top side setup, stack Wraith.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yasuo and
Okay.
T-Choice?
well.
I like that Victor just came in to take the farm as well. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. It's a farming champ.
At least I got it. Pick.
Pick.
Haru. Done.
He's such a troll. He's such a troll.
Don't mean bad. It means good.
Wait. Oh, there we go. He switched it over. Social pressure.
Alright, guys, got him under control.
No, that's a good play. Like Darius was supposed to be like the helpful of the team, and all of a sudden,
That was a well-executed tower
yeah,
dive
really
as well.
well executed.
I think I would pick that one too.
No doubts on that one.
I'm looking at you, Gobo.
I'm definitely like, it's without
Okay,
question,
okay.
we picked that one for sure. Like,
So let's go for the third one.
lanes into dive for sure.
Let's do this. Get the spicy one. Ooh, I know this. Oh, oh, this is. Oh.
Wait. Wait.
What?
What do you mean?
Those two hitters. Yeah, those two hitters. Ban both of them. They hit like
What?
Why two bans?
Wait. Are we banning the play or are we banning the champ here?
Are we
'Cause it's
banning the players who
illegal.
got caught? Are we banning the bindings?
two players.
The two players, yeah.
Oh, we're banning
Oh,
the
we're
two
banning the.
players.
Oh, yeah, because you can look at the play from two perspectives, right? The team that gets caught and the team that makes the play. I see.
I like it. On the
I
top
think-
lane, though.
I think Jaeger
like
is speaking
this.
the Lux play right there. It's like, hell yeah.
So, I have a question for you all, and you can use the pick or the ban, okay? What do you think about the Dragons area now? The fog. What do you think about the fog?
Chem fog.
Yeah, the chem fog. Pick or ban?
The chem fog.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, what am I doing? Riot, sorry. Oh no.
We got a
Kissing,
target
it's all up to
group.
you.
Kissing? Oh, if it's good for you, it's a pick, right?
This is what they mean when 1 in 5 dentists recommends you a toothpaste. Like, this is what we're seeing right here.
I like
Would you pick that dentist though? Because I wouldn't, man.
Oh, hell no, that ain't happening.
Okay, one more play, guys. Let's go.
Oh, this is a good one. I think.
Oh, that's yeah.
What is going on?
Is it worth it to get first tower and die?
Oh. Is it worth to take the first turret? As an AD carry alone?
If it's a top lane, it's a pick, but it's ADC, so it's a ban.
I agree with him.
Wait, Jaeger, I'm gonna give it to you in a different way. If you're the Renekton,
No. I mean, then I don't know. Like, but if I was in that situation, if I was the ADC there, it's like, it's not worth it.
it's bannable.
So,
Oh my god.
Obviously, like, doesn't mind getting the kill and the pre-wave and play it. So,
Okay,
I
but
don't know.
your ADC thinks it's worth.
Always. He wants the farm.
not the smartest, bro.
Do we have more plays? I don't know if we have more plays.
We should have one more.
Oh, this is the last one.
We should have one more.
Oh, let's see what's gonna happen. What is this play?
Oh my god. Oh, that was good actually. That was a good one. Oh.
Wait, that's you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, but Tempt is like cringing a little bit. He's like, oh no.
Nata.
Let's see.
Nata,
Wait,
what do you want to do?
He was holding dodge.
He was holding the dodge. He's holding the dodge.
I think the pick probably doesn't.
No, it was an amazing play. To me, it was an amazing play.
I like that we're not showing the fact that he dies after to a bubble. Like,
No, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Just the play. Just the play.
The play gets a pick from us as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's a pick. What an insane mechanical play.
Yeah.
So this is only week 2, and you guys are giving this much content and the plays and all that. But I want to ask you all, what is the end game for this team? How do you guys feel? What is going to happen in like 1 year?
You want to know?
Well, honestly, I didn't expect to be back in NLC after this last.
We didn't expect you back.
Sometimes life is full of surprises. But my expectation, obviously, I wouldn't put it too high. But maybe winning EU Masters would be nice.
Yeah, we need a third spot, man.
We've
been hunting it for two seasons now.
Why are you saying it'd be nice? It'd be so great. Like, I hope you have more hunger for that. Yeah, you know, it'd be a bit nice if I won something. That'd be kind of cool.
I would be comfortable with a third seed. I like it. But it's time to wrap it up for the interview. And before you guys go, I want to say, Edge, like each and every single one of you is amazing as a player and as a person as well. And the NLC is so lucky to have you in here. And Excel, I really want to see more of you as a team.
Excel or X7?
X7.
Yeah, there you
exactly.
go.
So I'm really tired. So I really want to see more of you guys. Each and every single one of you is amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
This was a fun segment.
That was super fun.
That was the best
Enjoyed
segment
this.
we've had. Like,
I
generally, like, having to do, like, team content like this in the studio, sitting here having, I mean, amazing. Honestly, elevated. So.
I actually expected Tem to dodge his play. I expected him to say, it's good, but it could have been played better.
Oh, yeah, I could have played it better like that.
I could have seen that happening.
Definitely.
But I'm happy he was very confident in his own play. He's like, is that me? He's like, oh, dude, that's you. Oh, pick then.
Like, if it's me, I'm going to pick it.
It's for me?
It's really enjoyable to actually meet the players, not only when they're playing, but outside of it, how they react, how they can actually look at their plays like, oh, I did that. That is amazing. I'm proud of myself.
Me.
Yeah, those are the moments that I'm really enjoying on the NLC, and we're still at day 2. And what are we going to have on day 3? That's exactly what we're going to see now on the schedule, I believe. There we go. This is day 3.
Oh, banger.
Starting with the banger.
Banger.
Okay.
I was not expecting. Okay, Excel versus Bifrost, Riddle Esports, followed with Team Singularity, which is also a cool one. X7 versus Niki. Let's see how Niki are going to approach this one. Astralis Talent versus Eminem Gaming. And to finish it off, Vanir versus Dusty.
That might actually be pretty competitive, that last one as well. I feel like they're on a pretty good level, both in terms of the skill they've shown so far. So that might be Dusty's first win as well. At least a pretty exciting one to look forward to too.
Yeah, this is a way to also lift the spirits of the team and show them that they are good players as well. So, how are you guys feeling at the end of day 2?
Great. I'm so happy. What a brilliant day we've had today. Like, we could not have gone better. Like, going back, casting ERLs, sometimes, you know, you have a bit of resident sleeper games. I don't think it can be avoided. But I gotta say, like, the highs of our league so far, only on day 2, is really showing. And, like, how happy does that make you as a viewer, us working here, whatever, with your league here, that it's going so well? Like, I'm looking forward to the rest of the season, and I'm so hopeful for it.
I have to say, I feel like everyone also in the production, props to you guys, and the people behind the camera are doing an absolutely banger job. This is the first time we're in the NLC in a studio, and it feels good. And thank you also to X7 for accepting our invitation to play the game with us, to give us an interview together all as a team, even though their game was like super late in the schedule, and it was like a very tiring game as well, right? Because it was really hard playing against.
So when you guys say we were going to be playing games, I thought we were getting PCs and we were going to play like ARAM or something.
If you play against them ARAM, you're going to get smacked.
Oh hell no, that's a challenge.
What's the difference between like his gameplay and like this?
I can take on Kasing. I'm not taking on. I'm not taking on Tim. I'll try Kasing. That seems more feasible and more doable.
Love it. So it is with a great smile on my face and with pleasure that I say to you and bid to you like farewell on this second day. I hope you guys are enjoying the NLC. This is only week 1. I hope to see you on week 2. Keep going to the social media. Keep saying your ideas, what you want to see on the league, what is your greatest moment on the league, and I'll see you at Monday.